that's proof of a globe when he just totally defucked his model, dude.
How does that proof of a globe? How does the sun shine on the bottom of the cloud? How's that work?
A sun that's 1 degree over the horizon is casting a downward shadow 1 degree on the ground, a long shadow with a meter stick. It's not shining up on the stick. It's not going to shine up on clouds because in your model, I can go all the way to the moon, and I'm still going to have a damn near 1 degree downward angle. I got to go.
So you're saying 1 degree
miles
on the horizon.
1 degree change.
Hey, Brian, do you have any idea what twilight is?
But you showed above the horizon.
Brian, do you know what twilight is?
Yes, I do. There's
a movie with
the
vampires.
The sun above the horizon during twilight.
But you showed examples with the sun above the horizon, bro. Do you hear me?
The sun was not above the horizon on my picture. It was below the horizon.
Look in the distance. You see the residual sunlight.
I saw the sun set. The sun was set.
What about when the sun is above the horizon, Bob? In all my examples I showed you in the video response to you, where the sun's above the horizon and still hitting the bottom of clouds. How could that happen
on the clouds?
Yeah,
then
is it really
below the clouds? It's an upward angle from below the clouds.
Well, then you globe debunked. Thank you.
No
filter used for any of these sunsets.
Oh my God! We've seen this a million times in airplanes.
I didn't have to use
clouds.
Downward angle.
Far enough away where there's no clouds.
I didn't have to use the filter because the sun wasn't up. It had already set.
Guys, we gotta go one at a time, please, guys. Hello.
They literally don't understand their own.
Am I having a leg? Yes. Hello. Is my mic okay? Please, guys, we gotta go one at a time.
I've got a bit of a delay, so I jump in at the wrong time.
Anyway, if they understood their own model, they'd understand that the sun changes angles mathematically every 1,600,000 miles, and mathematically from a tangent. Okay, so if it's 1 degree above the horizon is measured as 0, then you could go up 800,000 miles, and then it'll be half a degree. You could go up way past.
See what your math was on that, Brian.
That's globe mathematics.
I'm a bit lost with that.
No, it's not.
Involved. I need.
Yes, it is. It's 1,600,000 miles from the tangent. Okay, from the tangent of your
numbers.
feet.
That's numbers. I don't.
Yeah. That's globe mathematics.
Hey, Brian, why don't you look in the chat for me real quick? We're going to talk about something real fast, okay?
Yeah, I like those pictures. That's cool.
Not till you respond. I'll look in the chat, but agree with me.
Just look in the chat.
If the sun is 1 degree above the horizon and it's casting a 1 degree shadow down on my body, I could go up all the way to the fucking ISS. It's still going to be 1 degree.
Why can't you see the sun? Why would that preclude you from seeing the sun as you go
up? I'm asking you. I could go up higher and higher. It's still going to be. Yeah. It's going to follow.
This particular picture is shown. It's showing why that actually happens. That sun doesn't move.
So you agree that it's going to follow me up higher and higher. It's still going to be 1 degree.
Why does the sun drop below level when you go up at 30,000 feet and are above a 10,000, 15,000 foot cloud line? Why is it below the cloud line? Why can you see it through the thinner clouds? Just stop, Brian. Control yourself.
Don't ask me questions, asshole.
Take some Tourette's medicine and just
relax, guys, please.
So why do you see the sun below? Why do you see the sun below level, Brian?
You just answered it. You said because clouds. Okay, now the horizon is considered 0 degrees.
Below level, Brian.
Considered 0 degrees with celestial navigation.
It's below level. It's 3 degrees below level. The
scientists consider the horizon.
Why are you obfuscating? Why are you talking about scientists?
Because
how about this? How about this is easier? It's easier. Why is the moon?
Let Brian respond. Zanuck, let Brian respond, please.
Thank you. I can't get you to concede that with the sun 93 million miles away, if I went up 250 miles, the sun wouldn't follow me right on up. If it was 1 degree above my head or above the horizon and it cast a 1 degree downward shadow, I could go up 250 miles. I could go up 100,000 miles. It's going to follow me right on up if it's 93 million miles away. Why can't you concede that, Zanuck?
Because it won't.
Just the mathematics.
Because it won't.
I'm not talking about the horizon. I'm talking about the angle of the sun. The only thing the horizon plays is the 0. If it casts a 1 degree shadow.
If the sun is... Yeah, if the sun is at level, let's say it's just before it sets, and you go up, the sun will follow you. If it's below level, it'll still be below level as you go up.
Right. No, that the horizon
and
changes
eventually
as you go
it'll
up.
be above the horizon and there'll be some distance above the horizon.
The
But
horizon
the
changes
sun will
about
always be below level. If
the
you measured
horizon
it to
changes
start with
about
below
1
level.
degree.
Just like when you drive
Okay.
in the car and you see the sun, it follows you. We get that.
Right.
Your argument
Okay.
has no merit and no validity in the discussion. You're like bringing up a complete non sequitur.
Okay, then if the sun is casting a 1 degree shadow down on me because it's 1 degree above the horizon, if I went up to the clouds, wouldn't it still cast a 1 degree downward angle on the clouds, dipshit?
Brian, please.
You said on the ground. Now it's on the clouds.
If it's doing it on the ground, it's going to do it in the clouds too, Zanuck.
I'm in the cockpit. I'm looking at the sun. It's not shining the same shadow that you get on the ground, or is it?
It's not.
I'm asking you. Is it?
So if I have a 1 meter stick,
I know what you're saying. Yeah,
it's a 30-meter shadow on the ground. And it's 1 degree
right.
sun.
So you're saying what I said. Yes, and you're saying what you said. Yes,
Zanuck.
Brian.
Zanuck.
Zanuck,
he's right in the middle of his thing, though. He's right in the middle of his thing, bro. Relax.
Brian, I get it. There's the same
Here's my
shadow
point.
in the plane and on the
You got a
ground.
hot date or something?
If I got Zanuck, if I got a 30-foot platform and a 1 meter stick in the middle of it, and a 30 meter diameter platform, and a 1 meter stick in the middle of it, and the shadow makes it right to the edge, it's 1 degree above the horizon. Okay, if I go up to the clouds, at what point is that shadow going to change as I rise up? If that whole platform, that 30-meter diameter platform, at what height would it change 1 degree? If it's a 1 degree downward angle, it wouldn't at the clouds. It wouldn't at the ISS.
It wouldn't change. It's not going to change anywhere.
Even at the moon.
If you see the shadow, Brian, you're right. You will see the same shadow as you go up. We're not talking about that.
That's the whole point.
Change eventually.
No, because I've raised my altitude above the horizon. The only thing I'm saying, the clouds are below me. The horizon is below me, below level. The sun is in the exact same position relative to me that it would be if I was on the ground. Now, if I went down, the sun would set, and I would see the sun illuminating the bottom. Oh my God!
No, you missed my point, bro.
Let him finish, Brian. Let him finish.
Yeah, if you went down, you would then see the sun set, and it still would be illuminating this. Let's say you had your buddy up there in the helicopter that saw this shadow on this 30-foot diameter, whatever you got. It sees the shadow. It's exactly the same as you would have saw when the sun was visible before it set. But now that it's set, you can't see that there's no shadow anymore because it's over the horizon. But I don't argue that, bro. It's still shining a shadow up at 30,000 feet. And by the way, Brian, the sun is below level in both cases.
Bro.
So let me finish with the crescendo. You know what crescendo means? I know it's a big word, but hang on. The crescendo is this. The crescendo is as I'm up in the air and the sun is below us, that I see, and maybe the guy on the ground still sees, both seeing the same shadow. It's shining up on the bottom of clouds adjacent to me. Let's say I got clouds next to me, and they're above me, actually. The clouds are being illuminated from the bottom because the sun is below us.
Okay, now, you still, once again, missed the point. If the sun is above the horizon, I'm not talking about from an airplane, I'm talking about from the ground or near the ground. If the sun is 1 degree above the horizon, it's going to cast a downward shadow. Okay, by going up to the clouds is not going to change that fact. So I'm not talking about clouds that are behind the horizon. I'm talking about in my video example. I showed several examples of the sun well above the horizon.
You'll have a downward shadow.
Yeah, man. And you're right, but they're still shining light up to the bottom of the clouds, Zanuck. So if it's a downward sun rays and you claim that they're parallel, how is it shining down at the ground and up at the clouds simultaneously?
This is actually a good point right here because the elevation.
No, it's not, and I'll tell you why.
Let me just sum this up for everyone in case people in the audience aren't getting it because I just caught it just now. You can take an elevation angle to the sun on the ground. The higher up you go, that elevation angle does not change. Correct? Yes or no, Zanuck?
Correct.
I'm going to just assume that's a yes. Okay, yes, correct. So your elevation angle does not change the higher you get. So if you were on the clouds and you had a stick and you measured the elevation angle, it would be 1 degree shining down.
Yes, and you wouldn't be seeing, the clouds would not be illuminated from the bottom. That's what I'm telling you. You're just not getting
you guys show us pictures of the sun at 1 degree and show us clouds lit up at the bottom.
I got him at 4 or 5 degrees. Not at 1 degree. 1 degree makes all the difference in the world.
It doesn't matter.
Did I finish? Jeremy, can I make a statement, please? Without being talked over?
Okay, go ahead. Brian, you're next.
Thank you. So if it is 1 degree above the horizon, and that 1 degree above the horizon is showing a downward shadow on the surface of the earth, you will not see this sun shine up on clouds. It has to be below that level where you don't see a shadow.
You're saying we only get the shadows. Okay, you're saying we only get the shadows in the bottom of the clouds when there's a negative angle?
Yes, thank you. You get it. Good job. And I posted a picture showing that. When it has the pyramids showing a shadow up on the clouds and the sun on the clouds, because you wouldn't have a shadow unless there was a sun next to it, that sun has set, Brian. It's not at 1 degree. Because you know what? That effect doesn't happen when it's 1 degree above the horizon. No, it doesn't happen. Why can't you get this?
Yeah, I thought this was a good point, but now I'm not so sure anymore.
Jeremy, I knew you got it, and I was thinking the same way you were, and then I finally realized what he was saying. But yeah. I like you. Jeremy, you've gotten pretty sharp in the last
Xanax,
year or so.
Don't start kissing my ass now. It's way too late.
I'm not kissing. I'm impressed with you. No, you usually you're cutting through the BS.
I'm not impressed with you.
I don't care. I don't need your validation. I'm giving you an open-ended compliment. You should just take it and run with it.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Jeremy gives a lot of shit for fucking.
Listen, Kosho, 4 points, equidistant, bro. Make it happen.
I got a whole video.
For the love of God, just do this.
What Xanax is gloating about, I got a whole video full of them, dude.
Jeremy, okay. Let me say something.
He's already seen these. He's being dishonest.
Brian, you go find me any picture that I've talked about where this happens.
I've got a video full of them, Xanax.
Go ahead, show it to me. Go ahead.
Post one. In the meantime, Kosho.
Dude, I already found a shit ton.
Awesome.
I'm not giving them to you though.
Why?
Because what you just said.
Then you got to come on Oakley's. What? What'd I say to Xanax?
It was offensive.
Bro, he's not even on the top 23 Glober list, bro. It's fine.
You're way above Xanax. You said I was top 3. Now you degraded me to top 23.
Not from what Kosho's been putting in that work, and you slid down.
Oh, he's eclipsed me by a long shot. I'll have to give him that.
Nah, that's not true.
Kosho puts in that work.
Everybody's just kissing.
One guy. Where are the other 20s? And Bob's running over me as well. I mean, there's a lot of guys.
That's how Jeremy gets the guys to do work for him, dude. Fucking degrades them, and that's a torture technique.
I guilt them into doing it.
It's like that video. Remember, there's interrogation versus interview, and you guys are interrogating me.
You remember he was trying to get you to disagree with Rumpus, and he was fucking. You were playing Xanax, dude.
Oh, he gets me to go against Bob. He's trying to find.
I just had Xanax. I just had Xanax pinned up against Bob for a second there. Well,
it's kind of the gift that keeps on giving. We already had the discussion, then you got to bring it up again just to hear. Oh, see, I told you. It's like, Bob's like, I don't care.
That's how Jeremy gets his kicks.
I really don't. By the way, I put those clouds in the chat. You know, the problem that you run into is everybody has seen twilight. The sun is down below the horizon during twilight, by definition.
Really? Well, look at
stop
chat
confusing them with facts, Bob.
Look at chat now, Bob. I've caught a sun.
When you say twilight.
That's Jeremy's favorite movie.
Go ahead. I was going to say, you're talking about the vampire and werewolf one, right?
The sun's above the horizon, not the same effect.
That's my point. If it's above the horizon, it's still casting shadows and casting sun hitting the bottom of clouds, then it's not parallel. What don't you understand?
The ones we're showing you are the ones where it's below the horizon.
I'm showing the ones above. It's a black freaking swan. All I need to do is show one doing it with above the horizon, and your sun rays aren't parallel. What don't you understand about that?
They are slightly off parallel. That's correct.
What's the elevation of the observer there? I see tree there, so I know it's not on the ocean. Where's the elevation?
It's 5 degrees above the horizon, genius.
Brian, no. Where is the elevation of this the observer?
It's about 100 feet or 80 feet.
Well, that makes a difference.
No, it doesn't. It changes 1 degree at 3,600 feet in your model.
Yes, it does. It makes a big difference because 80 feet can make that sun set.
Really? It changes elevation angles too, don't it?
At least it could be at the horizon rather than above it. And look what you're seeing. You're seeing it doesn't just all of a sudden illuminate the bottoms. It's illuminating the side, and you're seeing light diffuse through the cloud itself. Look at these pictures that
changes 1 degree.
Look at Left Lane's pictures. Look at Left Lane's pictures. These are where it's showing underneath the clouds. You didn't show underneath. You showed a side view of the cloud.
The horizon changes
illuminating
1
around
degree.
the edges. And keep on talking over me when I'm talking. It sounds great for everybody, I'm sure.
Bro, you won't shut up. The horizon changes 1 degree at 3,600 feet or feet, bro. Right? In your model, 3,600 feet, we get a 1 degree change approximately. So I'm showing you a picture just right by the ground, and you're desperate, bro. You're saying, "Whoa, how high is he?" I showed you a sun between 4 and 5 degrees above the horizon, and you're trying to claim like it's a hot air balloon. What I mean, a weather balloon.
If it was underneath, Brian, you would see. Brian, if it was underneath, you would have the part closest to me illuminated, and it's not, is it?
You're desperate.
No, I'm not being desperate. The cloud nearest to me is not illuminated underneath. I can see that clearly in your picture. So if you were right, the entire bottom would be illuminated. It's not.
So one further away from me makes it even worse for you, bro. Because that would put the sun even higher. Wait.
I commend you on latching on things like a bulldog, but you're wrong.
Bro, you keep interrupting me, bro. You keep interrupting me because you can't help it. If I were 50 degrees closer toward the sun off straight in front of me, then the sun would only go up, Zanuck. If I went 69 miles, it would go up 1 degree in your model.
I agree.
A cloud further in front of me is worse for your argument, bro.
I agree. And what would you see on that cloud? If you could visit that cloud, let's say it's 20 miles away, and got closer to that cloud, what do you think it would look like? Do you think the sun would be shining underneath it? No.
So not parallel.
Brian, you're not understanding what you're seeing there. You see something that's illuminated at the fringe. It's not illuminated underneath because if it was underneath, you'd see.
You're arguing with reality.
We know that levels of these clouds are fairly flat, relatively flat. And so what we're saying is that you're seeing this illumination of these clouds. You never see the clouds that are actually in front of the sun, and how you're in some of the flat earth. Oh, see, look, the sun, the clouds are behind the sun because they're so wispy.
Why are you arguing with reality,
it's illuminating all the light, and it's diffusing, and you're thinking it's being illuminated from the bottom. It's not. You're seeing the sun through it, is what you're seeing.
Why are you arguing with reality, Zanuck? I don't get it.
I'm arguing with you. You're a reality, and I'm arguing.
Now look at this photo that I just posted in the chat, okay? The sun is above the horizon, okay? Now, you see these shadows y'all claim are proving a globe, but when I pan and I see two of them, they show it's just perspective, bro, and they're diverging.
No, Brian, that's not how it works. You're not getting it.
Look at the shadows, man.
You're just not getting it.
Bro.
The sun is actually angularly higher than those clouds. Even at the horizon, when it's at the horizon like it is, it can shine upward to them because it's at the horizon.
Look at the shadows, Zanuck. They're diverging.
The horizon is below level.
They're shining opposite of each other, Zanuck. The
horizon is below level. Those clouds are above the sun.
What about the angles of the shadows, Zanuck?
It's at the horizon.
What about the fact that they're shining?
There's no angle. Zero angle.
Almost 100.
So you'll have that zero angle. So when I go up in the plane, the sun will rise, right? And it'll rise. It'll stay at the same level. Let's say the sun is. Let's give you this. Let's say the sun is at eye level. If it's at eye level, the clouds, as I go up to the clouds, they will be at level. When they're level to me, they'll see the sun go right through them. Like this is showing.
What's that got to do with the shadows?
Brian, I'm not going to argue with you anymore. You just don't understand.
No, of course you're not.
I commend you on grasping at straws, but you're still not getting it.
I commend you on being dishonest because all I'm asking you to address is
look at the pictures that we showed where it's actually illuminating the clouds from underneath.
Address the fact that these clouds, last picture I posted are diverging.
I'm going to stop.
You're interrupting me, bro, because you don't want me to get my point out. I just posted in live text, okay, a whole different point about your parallel rays. I showed the shadow of the mountains that they love to talk about, but they're diverging almost directly 180 degrees, not quite, but almost directly away from each other. And he talks about an airplane in the height of the sun. He is desperate, and he's just in a la-la land, y'all.
Brian, take a look at the chat, and I'm going to show you another picture that's already been posted, and I want you to tell me why this happens. I clearly can see the sun through the clouds, through it, okay? Through the clouds, lower than level. If you're on the ground, you would see those clouds be illuminating from underneath. Why? Because on the ground, it'd be below the horizon. So when I post this picture, I want you to look at it without saying anything and use your head to think for just a moment about what you're actually seeing. Okay?
I'll address that.
But here goes. I didn't. It wasn't time for you to talk. I want you to look at it first. I want you to look at it first.
No, you're not going to shut me up and tell me to look at it.
You can't control yourself. It's like Tourette's. You can't do it, can you?
Bro, what's wrong with you? Why
no, because you're not doing it. Listen, here's the picture.
No, you are not addressing.
I'm not going to do it until you stop talking, because I don't want to get run over. Here it goes.
Xanax.
There's the picture. Now look at it, Brian, and then
relax,
talk.
Bro.
Look at it, then talk, Brian.
Xanax, please. Just stop.
I will
Xanax,
address.
please.
I will address Xanax. I will go in live text and look at it after. Address the point of the diverging shadows, okay? Because they're almost 180 degrees opposite, okay? With the sun, who cares even if it was below the horizon, which we're looking at it a little bit above, who cares the height of it? The fact of the matter is I got a mountain off to my left and a mountain off to my right, and shadows diverging apart from each other.
I have no problem answering that now. You want me to answer it first before I go on, before you look at the picture?
Yeah,
that is purely perspective. That's like a crepuscular ray effect. That's not what they look like. There's no angle between them. If you were to go over to the right and have that shadow underneath you, the other shadow over to the left would be diverged. But the sun,
not parallel.
Let me finish. Jeremy, please let me finish.
They're not parallel.
No, hold. They are parallel. Now here's how I'll show it to you. I want you to shut up. Jeremy,
Brian,
please, mute him.
Brian. I know. I hear his name. I didn't use it. Just Brian, let him finish, please.
No laughing, because it's two parts to it. You're going to walk over to the right where that pyramid is, and you're going to look right underneath that shadow. And it's going to be right above you. And you know where the sun's going to be? Right down your field of view, directly, because the sun will follow you as you walk. And if you walk over to the left, where the other shadow is, we have the green arrow, the sun will be right there too. As you walk, it'll follow you. That's perspective, Brian. Takes a fucking less than a moron to get this straight. You can't even get that.
So the shadows aren't parallel then, right, Xanax?
Yes. God, you are such an idiot. I've never met. You've taken idiocy to a whole nother level, Brian.
He just told us why they're not parallel, and now he's saying that they are.
To yell into your mic.
From your perspective, Brian, they look like they're divergent.
Tell us why they're not parallel again, Xanax.
They're not. They are parallel. They look like they're not from your perspective. Like crepuscular rays look like they're not parallel, but they are. Oh my God, this is like so 2018. 4 years ago we went over this, Brian. You might have been born yet. I forgot because you're acting like a 4-year-old.
So we got to start when we're doing sun angles. We got to use perspective then, right?
Brian, I just walked you through the test. You go to the right.
Hey, Xanax. We take sun angles into account.
Hey, Xanax, just to let you know, Brian said he wanted to try and debate me.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I pay money to hear that. Give me your PayPal, your Boost, whatever it's called.
Oh, you said you had a spot.
I'll give you the money too, Brian. I'll give you both the same amount of money.
I'll tell you what. I'll debate Brian on a subject of his choice if people will donate $100 to the Dome Fund.
Man, please, bro. I'm not. Look, I offered to fill a spot. You said you had a spot on Modern Day Debate, and nobody to debate because Austin declined you. I told you that. I said I will fill that spot and debate you, and I'll even see if Austin wants to do a 2-on-2. And you won't even believe the horse shit Bob responded to me with. Like, you're not up to my intellectual capacity. Just totally just condescending, drunken horse shit, dude.
The last Witsit debate, you had one job, bro. You weren't supposed to. I thought you weren't supposed to say anything.
Bro, he had Austin on mute. He had Austin on mute for a minute, dude. What was I going to do? Just not talk? I mean, but yeah.
I think that was the idea, bro.
No, I'm not going to do that, bro. I mean, I gave my introductory and everything, dude. I brought strong evidence, man. We fucking demolished him, bro. I let Austin get his points out. I didn't interrupt any of his points. I did interrupt them a couple times, but I interrupted Austin.
I couldn't hear you, Brian. Show Rumpus, dude. What did you say?
I thought we demolished him pretty fucking soundly.
You think soundly's pretty?
No, because here's the thing. I know Conspiracy Cat's methods of debating. So I made my own predictions. I predicted that I'm going to show all this evidence, and they're both going to say that we didn't bring any evidence. So like I said, I wasted 3 minutes of my opener just showing evidence. Whether you think it's true or not, whether you want to debate it, it's evidence. In my opinion, it's damning, but whatever, it's evidence. And they're still going to say that they didn't bring any evidence. So I'm going to throw this out there in the beginning. And sure enough, they just fell right into my trap, even though I called it plain as day. So I know how Conspiracy Cats is, bro. And we demolished them, bro. Bob, somebody needs to save face for the Globe because they are getting humiliated, okay? Even a neutral person can watch these debates. Even if they think it's a Globe, they still know. They're making comments like, dude, I'm a Glober, but they paid money to say they're ashamed of the Globe's representation and me and Austin's debate. And some people just chatted it. Some people literally paid money to say it out loud that we killed him. It was ridiculous.
Well, unfortunately, Brian, that wasn't an honest thing. They were mocking you. I hate to be the one to break it to you, man.
We know, Bob. We know.
I'm sorry also, Brian.
Hilarious.
By the way, I put the belt of Venus up in the chat. Did you guys see that?
You said what of Venus?
It's the belt or the girdle of Venus.
Talk about the little dot in the sky or the big old Earth-sized rocky terrain.
No. I'll put it up again for you.
What does that mean? The belt of Venus.
Hey Bob, I have a challenge for you.
It's a great demonstration of the globe Earth.
I have a challenge for you, Bob. Since Cassini got awarded the for measuring the size of Venus, Christian Huygens didn't get the award because he used the sacred geometry and mysticism. I have a challenge for you, Bob. Could you use some sacred geometry, some mysticism, and show me how Christian Huygens got the size of Venus?
I don't think Bob's in a sacred geometry. I do love that Randall Carlson guy you keep bringing up. He's fucking awesome.
You know who first identified the size of stars? It's Michelson. Was it Alfred Michelson? Albert Michelson, whatever his name is.
You mean identified or guessed or made up for your mathematical model? Measured the size of stars?
Yeah, that's right. Diameter.
How'd they do that?
Fuck, I don't know.
The linear size, huh?
There's the belt of Venus right there.
Could you elaborate a little bit? Because I'm not familiar with it. I could look it up, I guess, but
okay. You see the pink band between the dark shadow of the Earth and the brighter high sky past the telescope? That's called the belt of Venus.
Okay, is that like the maximum elevation of Venus or something?
No, it's just kind of a pink band at the border of the shadow of the Earth, and that is where the sun is coming farthest through the atmosphere, and that's the twilight. And above it, you see bright sunlight, and below it, you see the shadow of the Earth coming up in the evening. That's an evening shot. Why is it called the belt of Venus? Excuse me?
What's that have to do with Venus?
Well, Venus was a goddess, and that was her girdle.
I ain't talking about your freaking poly freaking theism shit. I'm saying, what does that have to do with the little light in the sky that you think's a giant rock, almost the size of Earth? What does it have to do with that giant rock?
Nothing.
Well, Venus is.
It's named after the goddess.
It's often seen after twilight.
Yeah, the belt of Venus and the planet.
The same colors are seen at every twilight, bro. The same colors, and it follows the atomic mass of the noble gases.
No,
the color they ionize. Yes.
Doesn't have anything to do with that.
Whether you think it's a coincidence or not, that's one thing. But denying it, that's just fucking pure, just ridiculous.
I'm kind of glad you said that. Because you just killed yourself. Give me a second.
Yeah, okay. Been shown in laboratories, bro. I'll post a video for that. Anybody who believes Bob.
You just killed your argument and confirmed mine.
Okay, if I'm looking at it, I mean, it's all that shit's apparent anyway. It's not really shining that color, is it, Bob?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
And
well, if I'm directly underneath, if I'm 100 miles away, and the sun's above the horizon, or if I'm 100 miles closer and I'm going to see it with the sun higher in the sky, no, I'm not. It's apparent, Bob. Just you need to learn shit about the sun, bro. You're acting like it's a real thing in a real spot. It's not, Bob. There could be the sun shining in the middle of a lake, in between the clouds in a hot spot, and I can travel to the other side of that lake, like a 20-mile lake, and turn around, and it's not going to be there, Bob, because the sun's going to be at my back, Bob. It's apparent. It's not real. It's I don't know what the fuck it is, bro, but it's not some.
There's the belt of Venus on a
physical body like you think it is.
That's real cool,
Bob.
Bob.
The belt of Venus on a rocket exhaust. Same process. You see the bright sunlight on the top, you see the dark shadow on the bottom, and you see the twilight in the middle. That's the belt of Venus on a rocket exhaust. So
the belt of Venus on a rocket.
Do you have any more images like that?
Look, hey, is the rainbow, Bob? Is the rainbow the belt of Venus, dog? Oh, hey, the rainbow's a real good belt of Venus.
No, that's the belt of Venus right there.
Okay, I mean, it's clear what Bob's showing. It's just the same colors that the sky, that the light is doing to the sky at the same heights, right? So it's not a rainbow.
And that's a rocket launch. I don't know if it was at sunset or at sunrise, but it's dark at the launch. It's dark at the launch, and the rocket is launched up into the sunlight, and you can see the transition right there.
Right, bro. I can spray a water hose up real high, bro, and get a big old rain belt of Venus.
Bottom is shadow, top is bright sunlight, white, and in the middle there is the belt of Venus. There you go.
It's funny that the colors in the belt of Venus and the sunsets match the noble gases and the densities of them in the same order every time. They're in the same order every time, with the redders at the bottom and the violeters at the top. It's always in the same order every sunset. The shades and the tints, which he's calling the belt of Venus, is kind of a similar effect. And it's just the order of the gases high up in the atmosphere. Nothing less.
What you're saying, dude. The noble gases in the atmosphere, the two that I know, argon and helium, they're very sparse in the atmosphere. They're almost non-existent.
You can only see it when at the right conditions, and that's when the ambient light from the. You know what? I'm just gonna post something.
Argon is also significantly heavier than most of the other gases in the atmosphere.
I'm just gonna post something, man. They show you all these gases in the laboratories. Apparently, people don't even want to believe the color of the.
We don't really care. We don't really care. It's a coincidence.
We know you don't care because you just want to believe what you want to believe. We know that.
Nobody cares because it's silly.
Speak for yourself, drunk.
There's so little helium in the atmosphere. It's not even. I don't know how you could think that any color is due to that.
There's apparently sodium, right? You know, there's a layer up there called the sodium layer. So there's helium up there. There's hydrogen up there, right? There's freaking neon up there. All these lighter than air. gases.
All those are much less than
It's
1%
funny
of
that
the atmosphere.
it's fun. Well, then it's a coincidence that the order, the color that they light up or ionize is the same order as the density. I mean, maybe it is a giant coincidence, bro, but we get shit in the lab. I'm trying to post that, but y'all keep talking shit. Hold on, let me post it. Show you the same ones in a freaking jar. And you just all you got to do is add some electricity, man. Ionize them, add some high current, and they ionize certain colors. And it's to me, it's not a coincidence that that same order is the freaking colors.
When
It's
you
the same
excite
at
them,
every sunrise and sunset.
when you excite them, it's not really them ionizing. It's just you giving them energy and them going down a step. When they go down a step, they emit light. The atmosphere, it's the colors it is because of the scattering of light. That's all that's happening.
Isn't it really just the absence of certain colors due to a reaction?
Yeah. You guys gotta calm down, man. I know this shit gets tense, but
Did you hear what Brian's saying?
did I hear what Bob was saying?
Brian. Bob's showing some cool pictures.
I don't. Yeah, it's awesome, neat.
You got Orion.
Trying to figure that one out.
It looks like there's
Almost,
something bright.
it looks like Orion.
Say
It
what?
looks like Orion.
Yeah, it does, but you're saying it's not, I guess. Yeah, it does. It does look kind of funky.
Oh, wait a minute! It is Orion. It is Orion.
Okay.
So you got to turn it. You got to turn it to the side. You can see his bow. You see the 3 stars, and then you'll see Betelgeuse and
Regulus. Yeah.
Regulus.
That's obviously Orion. And
you see the nebula. And I don't think you see Sirius there.
No.
But what's the other one? The one that on the other side of the equator. It's freaking oh my god, I'm drawing a blank. It's
Big Dipper is on both sides. I mean, not Big Dipper. Orion's on both sides of the equator.
Right. On the other side of the belt. There's the big one on. You got Betelgeuse, the big one on one side, and then the big one, the other one is it's Antipode. Look it up real quick, Coach Joe.
You're talking about.
Have you got one of the Southern Cross there by any chance, Bob?
As a matter of fact, I do. Wally sent me one.
Ah.
But what I
That's not
did
what
was
I
I
meant.
put it up. I put it up and I said, "Hey, I'm going to be taking pictures or getting pictures of the constellations. Does anybody recognize this one?"
I could see the Southern Cross from about a couple hundred miles south of where I'm at.
Where are you at?
Florida.
Well, I got to be honest with you. That was one of my goals this trip. I was down south of Cuba, and I saw a glimpse of the Phoenix, and I saw a glimpse of the Cross.
Man, you was in Cuba?
I was south of Cuba.
Where in in Belize or something?
No, I was in Grand Cayman. I was in Grand Cayman in Jamaica.
Yeah, they say Cayman Islands.
Man, it's right under Crux, man. No, I'm just kidding.
No,
Were you doing an offshore money laundering thing, or?
Yeah, yeah. That's I got to go down there once a year to cash my NASA pension
and grab rum. He going down there to bootleg some rum.
Yeah,
I bet Bob's a rum and coke guy too, man.
Definitely, Captain Morgan's.
No, he's drinking
margaritas. I love me some Captain Morgan's, man. It's been so long, but I love me some Captain Morgan.
Bob strikes me as like a Zima kind of guy.
I actually don't. I don't really drink, but occasionally I'll have a rum and coke or something.
What did you say? It was Zima? Is that what you said? Zima?
I had some red stripe. I had some red stripe and oxtail down there, man.
I remember Zima. That's like 20 years ago.
Yeah. I had some red stripe and oxtail when I was down there. That stuff was pretty good.
Oh, is that the lunar lander in your backyard?
Real men would have snorted cocaine with gunpowder, Bob. Get it together.
With gunpowder.
Hey, I want one of those mouse traps. Those gunpowder mouse traps.
You weren't too inebriated, so you wasted your whole trip and you don't remember being down there.
No, the weirdest thing was we were kind of cruising along south of Cuba, heading out towards the Bahamas, going up between Haiti and Cuba. And as we're coming along the south coast of Cuba, there's this freaking stadium. It's lit up like a stadium out there.
Bro, the Bahamas is way north of Cuba, man. What you talking about, man?
I know. I said
Brian, one time you told me we had to go
cruising along the south of Cuba, getting ready to go up between Cuba and Haiti. But as we were cruising along south of Cuba, I saw this big lit up thing on the shore, and it was Guantanamo Bay.
Wow.
Brian, one time you told me you had to go north from Florida to get to fucking Puerto Rico or something. You remember that?
Yeah, it was fucking Bermuda, bro. I told you. I mean, what's the big deal about that, bro? I had it confused with Bermuda, which is off the coast of Carolina. I told you I wasn't even sure then.
Not.
Yes, the fuck it is, dude. Bermuda.
Bermuda?
Yeah, Bermuda.
I thought that was off the coast. I thought that was further south, like Florida.
No, it's not.
Cuba. Don't argue with me. I'm not from over there.
I wasn't talking to you, bro.
Brian, Bermuda, Bahama, come on, pretty mama. Not off the coast of North Carolina.
Bro, where do you think the triangle comes in, like past Florida, like the whole from Florida?
Okay, I'm bringing up a map right now.
It's not. It's a lot close. It's closer to South Carolina than it is.
Just show us a map of it. Save me Google.
That's what I'm trying to say, man. I got it. It wasn't Puerto Rico or whatever. It's Bermuda. I knew there was like one of them. Exactly. I knew it was one of them. Bermuda, Bahama. Come on. I knew it was one of them fucking songs. Coco,
Montego.
Baby, why don't we go? I knew it was one of them. I just got the fucking song wrong. It was Bermuda.
Don't do that, Brian.
Act like I was crazy for saying there was a fucking like a island out there off the coast of South Carolina.
I don't know why I thought that was so much further down south. My bad.
Right, that was the whole point, and people mocked me for saying the wrong place, but I had the right idea. The whole argument wasn't the name of the place; it was the fact that there's fucking the tropical island or the beautiful islands and all that. I forgot what it was exactly about, but it wasn't the name of it. But I admittedly got the name wrong. But there is the island out there off the coast of South Carolina, out straight east.
Have you got that image, or do I have to get one?
Brian was right. It's off the coast of South Carolina. Holy shit!
It's way off the coast, though. It's not like fucking around the coast.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not where I thought it. I thought it was near the islands, Puerto Rico, cute shit like that down there. I didn't think it was fucking.
This is the Bermuda Triangle, is the whole area, but
well, that's where they're losing the NASA rocket, so yeah, makes sense.
For the South Atlantic anomaly is, but it's really just to do with the magnetic field. Like the magnetic field is there's like a knot in the magnetic field.
I've been in them waters my whole life, bro, and I ain't never experienced no fucking anomaly. I've seen storms move in pretty quick and all that, but I mean, as far as like magnetic anomalies, all that shit, dude, I don't know, man. Maybe I never really go further than about 35, 40 miles up and down.
I thought it was off the coast of Florida.
I think the Bermuda Triangle shit goes missing when shit gets too close to fucking the launches or something. Maybe, I don't know. We could probably time some of these disappearances with NASA launches, and probably fucking they might correlate. Who knows?
I bet you if you asked 100 people on the street, they would get that fucking where is Bermuda thing around.
Yeah, that's an image of it. Where it comes off Florida.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was surprised when I found out, bro. It made me look bad because I got the name wrong, but I was surprised that island was up that high. You know, that was the whole point. Is what I was saying. So at least I'm half excused here. There's a fucking island.
I sent Jeremy a map yesterday and today with 4 locations on it, and one of the locations was basically in Bermuda. This tells me you haven't fucking looked at the map that I sent you.
Yeah, but nobody knows that. Jeremy's right. If you went up to people on the street, nobody would guess there's a fucking island off the coast of Carolina. Like they don't tell us like the Bahamas, bro. We could go down to Miami or Lauderdale. If we had a fast boat, bro, we can get there in a fucking few hours, man. It's not that far, man. They don't show us this shit. When they show us these maps, they make it look like Cuba is so fucking far, dude. It's only like
Cuba's extremely close, but
I mean, not nowhere near as close to Bahamas. I'm saying we got to drive all the way down to Key West, and then they make it sound like it's so many miles, bro. I got lost when I was looking for the reef. I thought I was going east, and I was going south at the time. This is when I was younger. And I figured if we just drove this direction, we'll hit the reef no matter what, because we know it goes along the land. And I was going southeast or south something, and we didn't see it. And we were driving probably about 10 miles per hour for about, I don't know, a couple hours. And next thing you know, we see a boat, and we went to ask them if they knew where the reef was, and they fucking responded in Spanish, bro. They're like, no speak English. I was like, holy shit, dude. And by the time we went back and looked at the map and all that, we realized, dude, we were fucking halfway to Cuba, man. It's just really not that far. We were in a little ass boat, dude. I'm talking about a little freaking 14-footer, bro. We weren't that far off the coast. And it's just not, these places are really not that far. If people knew, they'd go to them a lot more. The common public don't know how close these tropical places are. Not that hard to get to, man. Like Bermuda, Bahama, Cuba, fucking all these places. I never knew that.
Dude, you live in Florida.
Yeah. Well, now
not everybody lives in Florida, man.
Listen, people in Florida are assholes. I'm gonna tell you right now. Driving in Florida is fucking just stupid.
Yeah, because there's a lot of old people, bro. But as far as assholes do, there's a lot of good hospitality, man. You get help here a lot faster, bro. Trust me. You get help here from people a lot faster than most other places, man.
You're driving on a road.
It's obnoxious fucking trying to drive around here. I will give you that.
Yeah, bro. What the fuck, dude?
I thought most Americans don't know how to drive.
We're the best drivers in the world here. NASCAR.
You drive on the wrong side of the road. See, that's half your problem.
You got
bro, there's a lane, like a whole lane open, and it ends like check this out. There'll be like a right lane here, and it goes on for like 2 miles, and people take this route every fucking day.
Bro,
and I can always go in this right lane and get past everybody, dude. In this little conjunction, I can get in the right lane that merges 2 miles ahead and pass this traffic every day because these people are too stupid. Like, y'all are in this traffic every day, and y'all don't know to spread out and use this lane. It merges 2 miles ahead. That's how stupid some of the people are around here, man.
There was a part on the highway. There must have been about 300 no parking signs, just like 10 feet apart. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with these people down here? Like, who does that shit?
Florida is the reason why.
Hey, how about them Jaguars, though, man? They made it.
Florida's like the dick of America.
Bro, we started, yeah, everybody's parking, but, bro, especially there's a wreck, people stop. Everybody's trying to help and shit. It clogs up shit. But a lot of helpers. But check it out. Jaguars started off, I quit even watching. I watch it a while, but we started off, I think, 2-6. Literally 2-6, bro. I'm like, oh, my God, another year. We just come off a couple years of some bullshit and them transition, and we had first round picks, which means you get the first fucking pick in every round, right?
You talking about the Jaguars?
We made the fucking playoffs. Start off 2-6 and then made the playoffs. We get to play San Diego first round, and we mushed them fucking during the regular season. I'm talking about mushed.
When was the last time the Jaguars made it to the playoffs?
Bro, the best year we were was I think it was 98 or 99. Jesus. Check this out. We went undefeated.
The Jaguars were a team.
Listen to this. We went undefeated the whole year. We only lost 2 games, and that was to Tennessee and to Tennessee. And then in the playoffs, Tennessee made it as a wild card and knocked us out of the fucking playoffs, dude. We could not stop Eddie George. But we dominated every other game, dude. We were 14-0, except for we lost 3 games to Tennessee that whole year. So we had Brunell. We had Tony Baselli, fucking Hall of Fame offensive lineman. We had Jimmy Smith, Keenan McCardell.
What was the team from any given Sunday? That fake team from Orlando?
Yeah, I think so.
The Pirates or something? Or whatever. That's a good movie, though. Florida, the only team in Florida we're talking about is the Dolphins, and they suck.
That's old news, man.
73, they didn't.
Yeah, back in the day, yeah, but no one's talking about the Jaguars ever.
Right, we made it to the AFC Championship game. The first year Brady won his, or maybe it was a second ring he got. But
Greasy.
we gave, dude, it was a great game. We about fucking made it to Super Bowl, man. We
Don
come up short.
Shula, Bob Greasy, Mercury Morris, Larry Zonka.
He's going way fucking.
73 Super Bowl champs, man. 72,
when
they
Bob
lost
was-
to Dallas.
Back in '73 when Bob was only 56 years old.
No, that was 4 years ago. No, I was about 10 or 11.
You're from Florida, Bob?
Yeah, I grew up down there.
Don't let me guess. Lauderdale.
Yep.
For fuck's sake, dude. That makes perfect sense.
It doesn't usually
Sunrise,
work that
actually.
way. That somebody
Sunrise and
born,
Plantation.
it doesn't usually work that somebody born in Florida moves up north. It's usually the other way around.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I was born in New York. I moved down to Florida
That
when
makes
I
more
was
sense.
Don't tarnish. Upstate New York or the city?
Buffalo.
Oh my God.
That ain't near me. That ain't near me. Don't start, Kosho. I'm all the way in Albany. Stop.
Yeah.
Jeremy lives in
I
Canada.
spent a lot of time in the city, though. We moved down to Florida when I was 8. Moved up to Michigan for high school, back to Florida for med school.
Yeah, that makes sense. So New York to Florida is a common.
That's where you go to find MILFs, man. Lauderdale.
Yeah.
That's where you go to find MILFs. MILFs all over the
G-MILFs.
place, folks.
Gmails, yeah.
Yeah, I was actually living in New Jersey.
Your husband's dying, shit. There's so many rich old people in Lauderdale. You wouldn't even believe it, dude. It's nice though. I'll say that. I've been there so many times, can't even count. Right, you got like Florida, which is basically the east coast of Florida, and then you got the rest of Florida, right? Which is basically Orlando and Tampa.
I hated Orlando. I love Tampa. I spent a lot of time in Tampa. Hated Pensacola.
You got just basically a couple cities that aren't on the East Coast or right by it, and that's Orlando, which is only like about a little over about an hour away from the East Coast by Kennedy Space Center, little east inland, and then Tampa, and then a bunch of small little towns. All of Florida is basically along the fucking eastern seaboard, and then you have them other two cities. There's nothing over on the Gulf, dude. Nothing.
Goes down to Fort Myers. Goes down to Fort Myers on that side.
That's where I went. That's where Wide Awake lives. That dude, Wide Awake, he lives over on the Gulf Coast, man. That's where we used to go for vacation when we got tired of going down south to the Florida Keys and shit. We go over to the Gulf Coast, man. It's fucking. We were looking for a place to where we could beach and pitch a tent on a beach and not be fucked with by anybody, that type of thing, and just live and survive, do a little survival things. So we looked at the map. And we fucking looked at the East Coast. It wasn't happening on the East Coast. There's nowhere along the East Coast you're going to go pitch a tent on the fucking ocean.
You were trying to reenact that scene from Brokeback Mountain. So.
Bro, this is a long time ago, bro. When I used to have I had a lot of miles on this boat, but not Brokeback Mountain. That's funny. No, but we looked at the Gulf, bro, and we looked and over there by like the Gulf Coast. If you go straight across from Jacksonville at a slight downward angle where it sticks down. That whole left side is just little hick towns, bro. Along the coast is like you got Swanee, you got Cedar Key and all these, and then you got Clearwater where I think Wide Awake lives. And dude, there's just no people in these towns. Cedar Key had a population I think of like 600 or something, man. And
when we were in Florida, we were looking to go to the beach, and my wife's like, "Oh, there's this nice beach, Clearwater. It was on the West Coast though, or something."
Right, but the way Google Maps, don't go there for vacation. Trust me. And the way Google Maps shows it, if you look at Google Earth or Google Maps, you look at the top down view and it shows like pretty water like along the whole Gulf Coast and shit, and like where it gets real light and clear by the shore. That's horse shit, dude. There was no
Gulf water is brown. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, dude. When Google Earth shows it like it's pristine and shit, I'm like, that's bullshit, dude. That's not how it is. And it's shallow as fuck too, dude, for miles. So if you want to say, well, that's further out, no. For miles, bro. We had to hit 26 feet. We had to go out fucking over 20 miles, bro. It's like we almost drowned in this one storm, dude. And not the middle of the story, but I would have drowned like with water, like literally one or 2 foot above my head, bro.
Yeah.
I would have froze. I probably wouldn't have drowned. I froze. It was the middle of winter. Water was like 52 degrees. That's cold as it ever gets.
Go ahead, Coach.
No, I've already said it. Tell us about your family trip, dude.
Shit was lovely. We got this little cottage in Kissimmee. No, was it in Kissimmee? I can't remember the name of the place. We got this little.
I think it was fucking you.
Big Whale Harbor. Remember that Big Whale Harbor or fucking or the what's the name of that bar? The Tiki Bar. If you were in Kissimmee, you remember the Tiki Bar.
It's not important. It was lovely. We had a lovely time, except for the driving, which was a fucking nightmare. Other than that, it was lovely. Lovely time. We went to Disneyland. We went to fucking Daytona Beach. What else did we do?
At least you don't take your family. My dad told me, because I was stationed in Virginia Beach, and my dad told me that my grandpa used to take them on vacation there. I was like, "They ever take you to vacation in Virginia Beach?"
Man, you pass right by my house, Coach. So, man, Jeremy, you ever come down here, man? Pick me up. I'll Captain Ron your family, bro. I'll show you what's up, man.
He ended up banging the dude's wife, Captain Ron.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, I'll Captain Ron you, I guess, man.
Should have. Yeah, I didn't really have time. I had the whole fucking family. We had to rent. We couldn't even get a hotel room because there were so many fucking people. We had like 15 people with us or something. It was ridiculous. I think the place we rented was like 5 Gs. They had Star Wars pod fucking beds. It was awesome. They had like themed rooms in it and shit. It was dope as fuck, bro.
It's fucking crazy. You talking about in Orlando, right?
No, we were in fucking either in Kissimmee or right next to it.
Yeah, Kissimmee. We were Kissimmee right outside of Orlando. Right. I was thinking of Islamorada for some dumbass reason, bro. You talking about Kissimmee? That's basically right near Disney. Yeah, I mean that's Orlando though. Yeah, by the fun spot, by they got them little mini amusement parks, and they got them nice hotels, bro. The closer you get to Disney though, the sicker it gets, bro. Or right by SeaWorld, they'll tram you right there. Dude, we used to do the season passes to the water parks, bro, and it was only $90. Bro, it was like $40 for a day at Blizzard Beach and Typhoon Lagoon. But for $90 or plus tax, like $95, you could get a whole year pass. I think you might have had to be a Florida resident to either park. And so we'd fucking say, I bought the kids. Sometimes we'd take the kids, sometimes we wouldn't. We did the adult trip, but it's only like, hour and 45 minutes from here. And we passed Daytona every time. We'd blow right by that shithole. But Orlando, man, and then they had Wet and Wild. They tore that bitch down, but that was a badass shit, dude, with the rocket drops and all that. And we'd get season passes to all 3 parks, man, and just go all the time. I was like, fuck these roller coasters. We want to get wet, man. And it was fucking the best, man. Been down there so many times, dude. Never got old.
On the way down, we couldn't even get a fucking. We're like, oh, we're driving in one shot. My wife said she'd switch with me. Then she couldn't handle the little minivan we rented because it was like the steering was like loosey goosey or whatever. But so I had to drive practically the whole way. She did a little bit of driving, but she wouldn't drive at night. Bro, I fucking barely made it, dude. We pulled over in a parking lot and slept for like an hour. I was like banging Wu-Tang in my AirPods. I was like, yo, we got to pull over for a minute.
That's cool, man.
If we ask,
we're down Wet and Wild, and they put this place up, and we went, and dude, it was booked. Like we couldn't even get in this water park. I took my daughter. It was her birthday. It was a weekend after her birthday, and I took just my youngest daughter, and this new place, we got to see it, which was even worse, bro. It's fucking so nice, dude. It's this big. It's all these condominiums that look like oceanfront, and it's a big circle of beach sand, and it looks just like the ocean, but it's a big circle with this big ass park in the middle with like 10 times the rides of these other parks I'm talking about, dude. It's something crazy, but we couldn't even fucking, like, you got to call in advance or it's sold out. Like, fucking, and I'm talking about just
crazy.
building after building sold out. It's crazy.
Yo, Kosho.
Hey, Jeremy.
I think Extremis is trying to say something, dude.
I was going to ask Jeremy, if we asked his wife, would she give the same story as Jeremy did?
About what?
About his trip when he was driving.
Yeah, and then she would yell at me for doing like 11 miles over the speed limit, and then she would drive for a little bit, and I'd wake up and she'd be doing like 20 over the speed limit. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? I don't care, but don't yell at me.
You never get pulled over doing 11 miles over the speed limit, ever.
That's what I said. I'm like,
Ever.
yo, we do this in New York. You never get pulled over 11.
You don't.
8 is to say.
They don't pull you over in a speed trap for doing 11 over, bro. I'm telling you, I do it.
I personally got pulled over for doing 74 in a 70 on the interstate in Arizona. This was right after. Hold on. This was right after they passed the legalization of marijuana in Colorado, and they were looking for any excuse to pull people over.
Makes sense.
Yeah, no doubt.
Anyways, I find the safest speed. Like, I use cruise control, dude. Like a regular sane person, I just put it on 8 over. 8 over, you're good, dude. I've never put it on.
I put it on 14 over, man. I've never got pulled over doing 14.
14 over. You understand? 14 over in most places is reckless endangerment.
No, it's not. I do 83, 84, bro. I've never got pulled over, man.
In some places, it's 19 over, but in a lot of places, it's 14 over. You're doing
what he's not telling you,
it's reckless endangerment.
He does 83 when it's a 55.
Nah, bro. If I'm drinking or if I'm sipping on a drink or something like that, bro, I'll do like 79 or something like that.
Don't drink. Listen, I want everyone to be careful on the road out there, guys, please.
Bro, I ain't rode dirty and fucking, I can't even count the years, bro. I do 83 now. Usually 83, 84, cruise control.
Yeah, I was rolling a blunt once. We're leaving the
People ask me, bro, doing that.
I was wasted. I wasn't wasted, but I was pretty drunk. And I was doing 80 and a 55. It was probably supposed to be a 60 or 70, but they would turn to a 55. I was doing 80. I got pulled over and I was rolling a blunt while I was driving. I had to hide the blunt.
You can pay attention to the signs, bro.
I had a drink open. I had drugs. I had out, and I blew through that school zone going 80. Nobody said anything.
Yeah, dude, there's cities here. Dude, the city, when I used to go to Cedar Key over in the Gulf, it sounds like one of the keys down south, but it's not. Cedar Key's right there in the Gulf. And, bro, we cut down, really, you had to go past these two cities like Lodi and Waldo. Waldo was on, no, it might have been Lodi or Waldo or Stark. I think it was Waldo was on 60 minutes for the fucking insane. The population of this town's a few hundred, and they gave out like per capita like 10 times the speeding tickets, bro. Where the state literally came up and put signs like speed limit, fucking radar in use, like every quarter mile. Like you see them signs here and there, but they like have them lined up like to warn tourists and shit to slow the fuck down coming to Florida, because these people pull every the fuck body over, dude. If you're doing 4 or 5 miles over, but normally around here, you know, along I-10 south all the way into New Orleans and like you do 80, 84, you know, there people still speed by you, man. Speed limit's 70, but you got to pay attention when you're supposed to slow down. It don't just drop down to 70 to 55. It'll go like 70, 65, 60, 55. You know, pay attention. You got to slow down in them areas.
Oh, show. Stop dodging me, bro. You know what we need to do. You there? I know you can hear me.
I'm listening to you and I'm talking.
Did you get the 4 points? They need to be equal distant from each other. You know what that means.
And if you can use the moon and the sun, you open it up to a lot of observations. So
yeah, measurements, angle measurements.
Yeah.
Can you do it? Are you going to do it?
Yeah, it's pretty easy.
All right, bet. What you said it was impossible before.
Oh, you said you can use the moon and the sun. You said it had to
Yeah,
be the
and
same
it can
time.
be different times. Times.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Very easy.
Are you going to do it?
Yeah. Just give me till tomorrow.
Are you going to come on Oakley's with me?
No.
Come on Oakley's and present this with me.
Bacon's gonna do it. I will not do it.
No, I can't have Bacon up there, bro. I need you. You and Oakley have a good rapport.
Well, no, we do not. Believe it or not.
I've heard you and Oakley. You guys have a rapport. Whether it's good or not, that's debatable, but a rapport nonetheless.
If I go on there, it's going to. Your point is going to be made. It's not. It's going to be. You're going to lose on principle alone.
Just from having you with me, you're right. If you make it a square, though, I can do this on my own. If you got some fucked up rhombus, trapezoid, octagon, hexagonal fucking thing, I can't do it. But I need just a square.
All right.
You got me?
Sure.
You got me?
Yeah, dude.
All right.
That's one of my questions, bro. One of my little questions, and they all said no. One of my first questions is, can you make a square, on the surface of Earth? And they all said, on a level surface of Earth. They all said no. You can't make a square.
Yeah, you can't.
Bacon,
I'm just talking about
Ruhiv.
I'm just talking about 4 points that are equidistant from each other on the sides. So whatever shape that makes, that's the shape we need.
Like I said, it boils down to angles, man. Be angled to.
No, you don't need angles. For the square one, you don't need angles. No angles. The fucked up trapezoid thing Kosho made me, yes, you need angles for that. This thing, no angles. That was a good try. I'm gonna give you an A for effort on the trapezoid, but it's too much. We got to use.
Let's say this, Jeremy. We're in a central spot, and we go a straight line, at a 45-degree angle, and then to the top right of us, and then a straight line to the bottom left of us. So, in other words, a diagonal crossing where we're standing, and we go 100 miles up to the right, and then 100 miles down and to the left. Then we go back to the center, right? And then we do one to the top left and the bottom right, like another diagonal. So we're making an X. And each corner is going to be 100 miles from that center spot. So in essence, we'd have a square. Okay, so we're going to have 4 points. In their model, it's going to be slightly more than 360 degrees. I mean, from each spot, it's going to be bigger than 90 on a sphere. But you're still going to have 4 equidistant spots from that central point. You could do that on any surface, really. Within reason, whether it's concave or whatever, and it's going to be the same distance. The math is going to be the same no matter what.
The thing with the
angles are going to change. My bad. The angles will be different. On concave, they'll be less than 90. On a flat Earth, they'll be 90. On a globe, they'll be more than 90.
Forget the angles, bro. We don't need angles. If you have 4 points where the perimeters sides are all equidistant from each other, you don't need angles because there's a formula that'll tell you how long the diagonals should be.
On a
flat surface for a Euclidean square.
The opposite side.
This is going just off distances, bro. No fucking angles. I'm not playing no weird angle game where somebody says you can't make an angle on a curved surface. I'm not interested in all that.
They're all angle dependent, bro. You could do it on any surface. So this argument dissolves into basically the straight line. Like, is a straight line distance is it 69 miles or is it 60 or is it 68 and 99 100ths of a fucking mile? You know what I'm saying? Bro, it's like the distance is not really measurable, anything realistic.
But it is with celestial navigation. You can get distances.
Why would you even want a distance, bro? If you're 45 degrees away
from paying attention.
Yes, I have. Listen,
okay.
I have. But let me tell you this:
square with an X in it. The reason we want a distance is because if you have distances and you make a square with an X in it, and you have the distances between all those points, it will tell you if it's on a flat or planar surface. Why would you not want it?
Earlier, you said it wasn't a square with an X in it, man.
Yeah, because Kosho made some fucking crazy ass trapezoidal thing. Now we're going to do it right this time, and we're going to do a square.
Here's my point: is when it comes to celestial navigation, like say stars are, we get 45 degree star 45 degrees or something, and that's supposed to be like 3,000 fucking 100 miles or some shit. Who gives a fuck that it's 3,000 miles? I want to know what direction I got to go. That's what's more important, dude. That's the distance. Don't mean shit, dude. When you're talking them distances, you're talking about a month of fucking traveling in a boat, dude. Who gives a fuck? We know if it's that far, that angle, we're going to get there in fucking ever. If we're lucky to have food left, I want to know what direction to go, right?
No, well, I mean, for this thing I'm doing, I don't care about the angle. I care about the distances because that'll tell us if it's a flat, planar surface or not. That's what I'm trying to do. I don't know what you're trying to do. You're lost at sea.
I tried this, man, like a million different ways, man. To me, it's the same mathematics. Like, if they're relative to each other, you know, if the whole surface, if you're comparing it equal elevation on a globe or flat or concave, the math doesn't change. That's my conclusion.
Math does change for the distances. For the distances, the math will change.
Well, if I'm on a sphere and I go to the top right corner from the middle, and then the top left corner, and then the bottom right corner, and the bottom left corner, what's the distance change? They're all going to be the same distance.
Distance
from the
change
middle.
is going to the distance change with the 4 points with equal lengths on the perimeter. The distance change will be from this X going through the square. If you try to draw that on a planar surface, if you have the distances,
diagonal is not going to change.
If you got the distances off a spherical surface and then you try to put it on a planar surface, it won't work.
Yeah, it will, bro. Wait. No, you're right. But listen, the diagonal of a perfect square is going to be the same. It's going to be the same fucking ratio as a spherical square.
No, it ain't going to work. There's a formula for Euclidean square about how long the diagonal is going to be through a square. That formula does not work for a spherical square.
Like a 3, 4, 5.
Or if the surface is concave or convex, it's not going to be the same.
It's going to be a 3, 4, 5 relationship, man.
Telling you right now. You don't listen.
No matter what the fucking shape is. I hope you're right.
I am right. You don't have
because if you're right, we can come up with a test, and we don't need a continual fucking 3-mile wall or a fucking 10-mile wall. We can break it into increments and figure it out. We can measure from the surface. If you're right, we can measure from the surface and do a 10-mile test and distinguish. That'll be consequences of that. I couldn't find a way around it myself. And then we can start proving GPS satellites and all that shit, dude. I don't think there's a way around it, but I couldn't find it. Not without angles, man.
You don't need angles for this thing I'm talking about. Stop it with the angles.
Well, let me give you an example. If I've got a satellite over my head, we're on a straight line on the equator of the flat Earth or globe. Who gives a fuck? We're in a straight line, whatever world we're on. And then you're on one side of me and Kosher's on the other side. We're 100 miles away apart.
You got a Brian Leakey sandwich?
Yeah, okay. Okay, on a globe even. So if a satellite's 100 miles or 100 miles over my head, there's a satellite directly 100 miles over your head, and a satellite directly 100 miles over Kosho's head. It's the same shit as the Earth being fucking flat or a globe. Whoever was just thinking, they're clicking along with it like, yeah, okay, go ahead. Because whether you're on a globe or a flat, it's the satellite's 100 miles over your head. What changes is the fucking angle, and it doesn't do that for so long, dude. It's not practical to fucking measure it in reality. Do the angle changes start being significant enough to do any kind of test? That's what I mean.
Luckily, we don't need angles for what I'm doing, and luckily we can make a giant square because you can see a star that's above Valley from Florida. Like, you can make giant fucking squares with this, so we're good. Kosho's about to knock it out the box for us.
Dude, here's where another practical thing is. Like on a smaller level, like me, you, and Kosho, we're holding hands. Yay!
What the fuck?
I'm on the equator, right? I'm on the equator, and our families, and let's say we got a fucking 10 miles of Kosho's family.
My family's not going to see that, dude.
Just listen, man. I'm just joking around, but I'm getting to a point. And then Jeremy's family, like 10 miles of his family and his whole ancestors, whatever. Holding hands. We're all in a straight line up a meridian, right? I'm at the equator. We start heading off and singing and fucking skipping straight ahead. I'm along the equator, and you're 10 miles to the north, and we're all holding hands or holding a string, whatever you want to call it. So we get all the way back around to where we started, and on a globe, y'all traveled a shorter distance than me. Explain that, Kosho, because that's practical. And even if it's only a mile or whatever around the whole globe, you still we held hands the whole entire way, and we fucking stayed in the straight line the whole way. But I traveled further. How the fuck can you make sense of that in reality, bro?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, wait, I don't
on
even
the
know
globe, bro. On a globe, if I'm on the equator and you're 10 miles north and Jeremy's 10 miles south, and we stay in a straight line with a rope or holding hands or however you want to do it, and we just go forward and walk all the way around to back to where we started, I went further. How can you make sense of that in your fucked up reality?
Oh, I see what you're saying. I wasn't listening the first time. You're saying if you're on the equator and I'm on the northern side and Jeremy's on the southern side and you guys are holding hands and I'm just walking closely. And
why are we holding here?
Yeah, we walk the same time, you know, we go around. Technically, we walk a shorter distance than you guys, or than you do. And you're asking, how's that possible? Well, first of all, it's possible because you went in a straight line and I turned a bunch of the way. So that's one thing. Yeah, it just happens that you get the shit end of the stick, dude. You took the longest path.
Because the globe is bigger at the fucking equator than it is at the tropics.
Yeah.
If you,
Let me ask you a
walk that
question, dude. You and Jeremy are holding hands.
Why? Why are we always
I don't know, dude. This is Brian's fantasy. You and Jeremy holding hands. On the inside of a track, or on the track and field, and we walk around. I'm not touching.
No! Don't put us on a flat earth.
Come on, Brian.
You're putting us on a flat earth, bro. We all correct to the north. Anytime we're navigating, we correct to the north. The further out from the middle we go, the more to the north we correct. It's like in the real world.
Hey, Brian, that's fine. Either way, we'll go all the way around the track. I'll never touch you guys. You guys will be holding hands, and we'll have done one lap, and I would have gone the shortest distance. It's fine.
That's reality, bro. You're talking about reality. I'm talking about on a globe. In reality, if we go around the track, of course, whoever's in the inside is going to do a shorter distance. That's reality.
This turns out who's ever north.
We're going to have to correct to the north, right? No matter where we go, we're going to always have to correct to the north because we're doing it circles. That's fucking reality. I'm talking about in a globe model. I'm on the equator. I don't have to correct to the north in some fucked up. Show me where that ever happened. And we all go the same distance, but Y'all somehow traveled shorter. If I'm just saying holding hands just for the sake of keeping a link to keep us in a straight line. In your
What
world,
about wind?
you and Jeremy traveled a shorter distance than me.
Yeah, we
in
did.
reality,
That's
whoever's
right.
on the inside of the track traveled a shorter distance.
No, that's right. We traveled a shorter distance. There you go. What's
in
the problem?
reality, whoever's closer to the inside is going to do the shortest, and then whoever's on the outside is going to do the farthest. That's just reality. That's how everybody thinks.
Yeah, on a ball, whether you're on the inside or outside of a ball, if you're on the side, like if you're in one of those motorcycles, like circle things where they go like around and around in circles, and you and Jeremy are holding hands while you're going around in circles, and you're on like you're riding almost perfectly horizontal, like your motorcycle is horizontal, and Jeremy's like slightly below you and holding your hand the whole time. The whole time you would have gone a longer path, and he would have gone a shorter path, and that's just the way it goes.
You can't even
you
think
could do this on a basketball or something. You could just see that.
Right, on a basketball, bro.
The equator would be a longer distance than anywhere else.
What's the problem?
Well, could we not hold a line as we walk forward? If y'all were 10 miles,
you can hold each other's dicks if you want.
No. You quit focusing on the bullshit and get with reality. Here's you're giving realistic fucking examples of turn.
That's not realistic.
Turnpike or fucking track and field track, bro. We're talking about in Fantasyland on a ball. Okay,
you're fantasy.
In Fantasyland, are you saying we can't hold a straight line as we walk forward? Because if we could hold a straight line,
going a straight line,
then there's no way that y'all could walk a shorter distance than me. If we're holding a straight line, going around in a circle,
you're the only one going a straight line.
How did you?
The one on the equator is the only person going in a straight line.
So then we couldn't physically be tied together then. If you were at 1 degree north and Jeremy was at 1 degree south and I was in the middle and we tied a perfectly straight rope and a straight along a meridian or a longitude, then what would happen? Would we have to deviate from that straight line?
Here we go.
What?
Here's the scenario. Me, you, and Brian are all holding hands, right? Brian's on the equator. Me and you are on either side of him. We got a bleaky sandwich going on. And if Brian starts going, if we all start walking, Brian stays on the equator, we wouldn't be able to hold hands because we're turning and he's going straight, right?
It would just turn out that me and you would not be going straight. You know, I'm the straight one.
We wouldn't be able to hold hands.
I'm the straight one in the scenario. Me and you are not walking straight.
Yeah, so Brian is going straight, so we wouldn't be able to hold hands.
Right, we couldn't keep the same distance, is what you're saying. We couldn't maintain the same distance and go around?
Dude, listen, dude. Just use something different, dude. We're on motorcycles, and our motorcycles are attached.
Okay? Yeah, start thinking about reality,
They're attached with the rod. Okay, we're on cool motorcycles.
Why can't we hold hands? Why can't we hold hands?
Anyways, and when we go around, Brian's going in a straight line. We're slightly turning. Very slightly, especially depending on how close we are. If we're extremely close, it's so slight, it's not even we're talking about.
Then you'd be traveling further than me.
You're saying we would get.
If you're going around the same circle, but you're turning and I'm going straight, then you'd be traveling further than me. But on a globe, you'd be traveling a shorter distance. You wouldn't.
No, you'd be traveling the longest distance. We'd be traveling shorter distances, but we would be turning, and we would be turning so slightly. It's not what we're talking about, unless you make those lines a lot longer.
Would it be a continual turn?
Yeah, it would.
Which way?
Opposite directions for me and him.
You be just fucking the whole way, just turning away from me the whole way and walking a shorter distance. Boy, you got reality fucked up.
He's aiming. He would cross over you if he didn't turn away from you.
Exactly. If I went in a great circle route, about halfway through my fucking travels, me and Jeremy would crash into each other and into you.
So we couldn't keep a fucking equal distance then, right? If the length of the rope between us, if you're 1 degree north and he's 1 degree south and I'm in the middle, then if you walked, what would the fucking path look like if we maintain the
Come
same
on,
distance.
Brian. Put two ropes around a basketball, man. One at the equator, one not at the equator. The other one's shorter. You agree, and it's fucking turning away from the other one. Just that's what a turning away looks like, right there. What the fuck?
Yeah, after
That ain't reality, bro.
Yeah, after about what's 90 times 111. After a long distance, let's call it 9,000 miles, or 9,000 meters, kilometers, one or two. Me and Jim would crash into each other at the equator. You would be slightly behind us. You would not. Yeah, so you would crash into our crash. But that would be if we all went into a straight line or a great circle route. But since we're not going a great circle route and we're just holding hands for whatever reason, we would slightly be turning.
In your world, the whole way around, you'd be walking away from me the whole fucking way around, and he would be too.
We'd be walking towards you.
No, I'm talking about to maintain the length of string.
Oh yeah.
You'd have to just sitting there, you don't have to do nothing. But moving forward, you got to move away from me, and you think that's reality?
Yeah, if we maintain the same heading and we're going straight, like I said, we would get closer and closer to the equator. A quarter of the way there, and a quarter of the way there, we would crash into each other at the equator. So we would.
Important here is
in order to maintain our distance from you, we'd have to be turning. The north person would have to be turning northward, and the south person would have to turn south.
But in reality, bro, everything always corrects to the north. There's no exception at the equator. There's no exception in the south. Look at all the ship logs, bro. They always correct to the fucking north, bro. When they didn't, they fucking reported fuck ups, bro. Everything always corrects to the north in travel, man. And get a compass, bro. You're gonna correct toward the fucking north, bro. And no matter where you go.
In the southern hemisphere.
Yes.
Okay, now that's an assertion worth fighting with if you think that that's true.
That's one of the main flat Earth points, bro. Is the ship Challenger, Captain Cook, fucking Magellan. They a couple of them talked about fucking how if they didn't correct to the north, where they were fucking off by like 10 miles a day and shit, dude.
Well, half of those people were on the northern hemisphere. So.
No, they weren't.
Captain Cook?
Challenger, yeah, maybe at one point in time. I'm not talking about where they were in their whole career. I'm talking about the missions I'm talking about. Like the almanac. Look at the Australian almanac, the trip between Africa and Australia, bro. It reports like a lot longer than Google Earth does in the actual old almanacs. There's some evidence, man. Whether it's as far as whatever map says. I mean, it's farther than Google Earth says, and it was in the damn fucking almanac in the shipping channels and shit. Some of the older shipping channels. I wish I had this. Dude, I never made a video about that, man. And I don't have this evidence firsthand, but it was interesting information when I first seen it. I know you heard about fucking the like Captain Cook being off by like up to like 7 to 10 miles a day, you know, when they were plotting and shit. Coach, I know you at least heard that and seen that, right? And why would a gyro compass fucking like even it always finds north, no matter where you're at? It's going to point to the fucking north. You could try and orientate it however you want on your globe, bro. It's always going to point to the fucking north. You're always going to correct to the north. Period.
Maybe Kosho's looking it up.
He's got his team typing up an article about fucking correcting to the south to post in fucking in navigation fucking America or whatever. They're on it. Got his team, they're on it, bro. Funny how this information too is like harder and harder to find, man. It's It's not no coincidence, man.
What is it, Kosha? Why are you silent? Are you just don't want to go? Back and forth, or are you? Is your team working on it? He'll come back with some convenient excuse about popcorn or hot cocoa or something.
He'll distract talking about holding hands and whatever he can distract with. He'll bring up fucking realistic scenarios like a track or a turnpike.
Yo, Brian, what are you in Jacksonville?
Yeah, man. Remember we talked when you was coming down for a
Wait, I want to remember correct. All right, what's the best like all night or breakfast diner down there?
Let me see, man. All night. Yeah, there's a bunch. They're everywhere, bro. They got fucking Waffle House, man.
No, man. See, I know you guys know. What's the best? Like, you ain't got some like really good spot down there that everybody knows about.
Yeah, there's a place called Famous Amos, man, that people go to around here, but it's the same shit, dude. It's the same as IHOP. It's more local, I think. It's called Famous Amos. It's about a poker room and shit too, man. There's one not far away at all.
I've heard about that one. And then what about like anywhere by like right by I-95? Is there a good? Maybe that's the same. It's
same shit. Yep, there's one right there by a couple of stops. Jacksonville's a big ass city, man. So when you say I-95, that's like that's pretty broad. If you're talking about you've been to you went to the Best Bet Regency.
Regency, what's that? The new St. Augustine, the Augustine
off Monument Road. You went to the Best Bet off Monument Road.
Oh, is that what you call Regency? Yeah. They got that big mall over there. Yeah, I go to that one mostly, in that Orange Park a little bit, and then I haven't even been to that new one.
Man, I rode my bike there. I can't even count how many times growing up to that mall. I'm that close. Right there. I'm fucking right motherfucking there, dude.
Yeah, that mall looks freaking big and grand and everything, but it's kind of like dead compared. There's other shopping centers next to it that are lively. But
it is. It's old.
That mall one time.
I think they still have a movie theater there, so they still, in a food court and shit. But yeah, it used to be. It is kind of dead. It's old, man, and there's so much new shit around there. New shopping centers. I mean, shopping centers are kind of taking over, and that's the mall. That's the Burger King money, man. I think Stein fucking helped put this place on the map with Burger King and shit, man. That's he owns Regency, a lot of the land around there. Yep. Old money. David Stein. I met that motherfucker. I used to not run, but I fucking was the manager of the Burger King export shit. We shipped shit to Israel, Saudi Arabia, fucking Panama, everywhere, dude. They started shipping Burger King every fucking where. Guatemala. Freaking all the United States. But he came in the warehouse one time, man. He's wearing this suit. He's got this fucking old ass suit, just a regular fucking something you'd see an old man in. But he had his tennis shoes on. He had his like fucking running shoes. Always a suit and running shoes, man. Remember meeting him. I think they put me in like some commercial when he came through there or some shit. That was a long time ago when I was a kid. I quit working for other people. I quit working for other people a long time ago.
Yeah, it's hard, man. Like, I've enjoyed working with people. I prefer to know, like, if I'm gonna work on a team, like, I prefer to know the owner.
Yeah, it's better. It's better. It depends on what you want, man. I just found a easy way to live, man. I've just found out the system's pretty easy, man. You find you a comfortable little spot in there, find something people want, learn how to advertise, and give it to them, whatever it might be, whatever you like to do, whatever you don't mind doing, or whatever you're good at. You don't even know how to do nothing, bro. All you need to know how to do is run a business and get somebody who can do it. It could be any business, you know. Just find masters of the trade, pay them well, and then find customers. It's that fucking simple, man. You just got to know how to advertise. It's all about advertising, man. Trick of the trade. And if it's something you can do, it makes it all the easier because then you don't have to depend on nobody. Then your size doesn't matter. Then you could just do your own fucking work. And then or hire people, you could grow if you want. You could stay small, you know. Then you got options. But you don't have to know how to do shit. You could run a business and just give people what they want. Find people who could do it. Find people who want it. Doesn't matter what it is. If they could build it, find the people who want it and the people who build it. Find the people who supply it, who can, you know, you're basically just a middleman. And everybody ain't smart enough to be a middleman. The world ain't full of bosses.
Fulfillment's important to me, man. You know what I mean? Like you said, something you like doing. You might like running a business, you know, that might be fun for you, or helping people, or getting people what they want and need, you know, but like fulfilling yourself is important. You know, you only get this one time, might as well enjoy it.
Yeah, that's what I try to do, man. And like I don't want to get caught up of getting greedy because then I'm just going to work, and then money. I try to find a fine line of like my shit's paid for the most part, and just where I can live comfortably, where I don't have to worry, but I could do some of the funner things. You know, I'm trying to find a fine line between enjoying some of my life and not trying to fucking get too greedy, you know.
Right.
Happy medium. That's where it's at for me, anyway.
I'm gonna have some fun. Be back there. The end of the month, they got a winter series gonna be going on at the monument, whatever you call it. Regis.
How much is it, man? How much is it, dude?
I mean, they have different one, man. Dude, they got like an opener. It's probably like 160.
I might come fuck with you, man.
Don't you stay real close to there?
Yeah, I stay real close, man.
I mean, you could come and like go in with me, dude, just for the power of the collective consciousness, power of positive thinking, prayer and stuff, dude. Like you can just throw in a little some change for a slice or something, dude, and we can motivate.
I might do that, man. I might even play too. But what's the when is it again?
Well, one of the best is like starting at 20.
Well, look, man, I think broke up, man.
The 29th, I think, is when it's starting in Best Bet.
When you coming down? You gonna be here for the 29th?
Yeah. Most likely, I'm gonna come through right now. I'm coming through this morning, and then I'm gonna go to Miami.
Oh, you coming from? Where are you coming from? What direction? North, west?
Yeah, adjust yourself north, like you were talking about. Adjust yourself north, and then you can point at me. I'm coming down at you.
Yeah, I gave Don some money to play with once.
Yeah,
and he showed the other dude his cards.
Yeah, and then I doubled your money.
He folded after they got folded or something.
No.
Before
the flop came up.
As the guy was trying to beat me in the pot with a 20%er.
I know. I'm giving him shit because Don showed me the whole scenario, and I ended up agreeing with. Him. I was like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, if it depends on what your style is.
Kosho, what I like to point out is the vibe, the magic vibe. I don't get that every time.
Yeah, if you're bluffing every time and you get a good hand, you might want to show it here and there. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no. I forget exactly how it went down. I think that Don wanted to show him that he had him beat so that he wouldn't do something stupid. He did something stupid anyways and ended up not being beat. Is that right, Don? Is this something like that?
Yeah, I end up getting beat.
Right. Oh, no! Because you showed your cards?
No. So I had some spirit in me telling me, hey, the guy's about to do something stupid and beat me. So my spirit, whatever, you know what I mean, was trying to get me to do whatever I could to prevent that from happening. That's how I look at it, Coach Joe. Because
That makes sense. After I told me, I know that you're a veteran player. You've played professionally a lot more than I have. But after you explained this whole scenario, it made a lot of sense. Like it's something. So
you'd have lost anyway, right?
Coach Joe, I'm going down. We're about to play the Lucky Hearts, bro. I'm about to play like a $7,000 package. So if you want to get a little slice, any slice you want, you know what I mean? I'll give you like equal equity.
Yeah, that's cool.
If you want a percent for $70, you can have a percent for $70. It's like $7 a pack.
Even though Don showed that guy his cards, I still got. He was still in the money, and I still got money from it.
It's easy to make the money, man. It start getting hard after that. I mean, I don't know. I never played tournaments, and the only tournament I played in real life, dude, I got a bad beat, and I ain't never played one since. But on cash table, but online, it's easy to make the money, man. Just play smart. Don't do nothing stupid. But then it starts getting tight after that. But the best time to get your money is early, when all the dumbasses are in.
I totally agree. Try to stack up early, try to abuse the bubble, and then try to level the smart people at the end.
Yep. If you're lucky enough to be ahead right before the cutoff, then you're going to build your money up. You got a better chance because everybody's going to play conservative just to try and get past that line. That's a good time to act, is right then. There's a couple good times, man, but it can backfire. But if you're trying to win, it depends on look, there's a style if you're trying to make the line and make your money, or if you're trying to win that bitch. There's two totally different styles, man. Would you agree?
Oh yeah, I mean, I try to look deep. Like, I mean, after you play so long, you're like seeing. I try to look for literal like psychic shit and spiritual shit because it's weird. Like the situation Coach will talk about. I'm folding pretty hands, but ones that are like tough fold type hands. Like ace queen suited versus the ace king or the kings, shit like that. And like people banging, and you seeing your little rags would have run out in one. These rags would have run out in one, and you're like, oh, this is a a rag table. You know what I mean? Like it sounds stupid to talk like this, like to be scientific and then talk about luck patterns and shit like this, but who knows, man?
Oh, you better believe you better go with your fucking gut, man. You better go with your gut. I went in half on a big tournament, man, and we had pocket kings, and the dude went all in, and we covered him. We had extra money. We were almost on the bubble of getting like $500 each back, and fucking we had pocket kings. We knew we had the guy beat, but then another guy went all in behind us, and then another motherfucker went all in behind us. And then it came back around to me, and I'm like, dude, we need to just fold. We got money this one dude had us covered. I'm like, dude, there's three people going all in behind the first, or two other people behind us after a guy just went all in, and they went all in behind it. They got something, man. And our odds are fucked because they're already all the fuck in. Yeah. So it don't matter what they have. All it takes is for one of these motherfuckers to beat us. The other guy wouldn't have mattered, but if one of them other guys beat us, we get nothing, dude. We got plenty of money to coast in. I would have folded them pocket kings.
I mean, it's you're out three ways. I mean, best case scenario, you got to underpair.
It was four ways, bro. It was four ways.
Well, I mean, you're the fourth one. I'm sorry, three other opponents. Best case scenario, you got like two. They're sharing aces, and then you got to underpair or something. Like, and you're still probably 55%. Right there. I'm thinking
one of the two people behind us had pocket aces, and they did. I forgot if it was the first one behind me or the second one behind me. It wasn't the guy in front of me, but the first or the second one behind me did have pocket aces. I just had that feeling, but I had the feeling that even if they did, I just knew that fucking we had $1,000 and we just sit out for 30 minutes. We had plenty of money, and something just told me just fold this bit. And we didn't, and we lost. We were out just like that. Would have folded. Instinct told me to fold pocket kings.
Look, we talk about poker, and Scott Beach is up in here, bro.
Bro, how many times have you been knocked out of a tournament crying about pocket fucking aces? pocket kings. That's how everybody goes out of fucking tournament who's good, who thinks they're good with pocket aces or pocket kings. Man, fuck that. You win your money with connected suit or some just shit. You don't win nothing with pocket fucking aces, dude. That's how every good player goes out of a tournament with pocket kings, pocket queens, pocket aces. They don't win fucking tournaments, bro. They lose you out of tournaments, and you go out with a crying ass story.
That's not true. Pocket aces are statistically pocket aces are the best hand you can have. So guaranteed that hand is going to win more hands than any other hand. Now, like
that's why I'm talking about instinct, man.
I mean, he's just making probably a point that people are more willing to put all their chips in with such a statistical favorite, which even though it's a favorite, it's gonna leave them vulnerable. Like 20% of the time they're gonna get knocked out. Whereas and so it's a memorable hand, whereas the range of other hands that are attacking them at that 20%, it's any variety of random hand. So, you know what I mean? They're getting knocked out with 10-8 or jacks or queens or nines or ace-jack. Whereas, you know what I'm saying? He's saying like tight players who never put all their chips in, they put in it with aces. I mean, obviously we're not going to exaggerate his point, but he does have somewhat of a point.
Well, the thing about aces is like it's all how you play them. So when people generally get fucked on pocket aces is when they slow play them, is when they don't bet them when they have them, and they let other people like bet, and they let other people stay in the hand and go to the river. Now, if you're like more aggressive with your aces and you push people off their weak hands, they're not going to have a chance to catch you with some dumbass shit.
That's into Brian's point as well, though.
That's exactly what I do. If I push them off and take I'll take the fucking what's in there. I'll push them out. And that's
hey man,
that's
may all my aces hold, man. Let's pray together. God bless. May the aces hold every single time. Let's go.
Yeah, I know, right? But I'm just saying it does have, you know, you got the odds and everything, but it just always seems like it leads to a fucking sob story, man.
They do. And I mean, they'll get you. Yeah, you can lose on aces for sure. You know, any hand can lose, but like, just statistically speaking, like you don't want to you're not gonna not play your aces, right? You're not gonna throw them away. I mean, of course you would if there's a flush on the board or something you don't see or something you don't feel bad. Like your aces are not invincible for sure. They're not invincible.
That's it, though, man. If you go in with aces, man, and there's a flush on the board, I don't even have to have the flush. If I know you got aces, and you know. If I know you got aces and there's a flush on the board, I know I can fucking buy your dumb ass out, man. I'm just saying it's a bad situation to be in because you never want to fold it. Is all I'm saying. And I don't know.
If you have aces, you don't want to
limited opportunities.
The table wait around for somebody who's got a flush. Someone's got a flush should ready to be out if you had aces. What are you saying?
This is so cute to me to hear everybody. I love it. It's just so cute.
I got 63rd in Empire Poker, man. I forgot what year it was back when I used to play online before they ran the money. I got 63rd in percentage, and they qualified for the top 100 tournament for the World Series of Poker seat, and I got second in that bitch.
Bro, I used to clock $3,000 single table level 5s off Empire Poker, or was it level 6s? Empire Poker like every other day, bro. Like 3Gs. Oh man, I miss Empire, bro.
Man, I fucking used to win all this money, dude. Tournaments, shit, dude. And I'd be drinking and shit, taking my time, being patient, but slowly drinking. And I'd win the money in the tournaments, dude. And then I'd be like fucking impatient and go to the cash tables and lose everything I just made, dude, in like an hour. After playing for like a day or two straight, bro.
I know what you're talking about. Because it's so you play so tight in the tournament, you know, and in cash, you're like, I could just buy it. I know what you're talking about. It's so sick. Yo, bro, so Veach has had me, pondering, how to display, I guess, I don't know if I want to say analog versus digital, but how to display like organic issue with implementing GTO, what's called GTO strategy. And I think I finally summed it up. And if he ever hears me, I'm gonna wait. I can't wait to tell him that shit.
I can hear you right now.
Yeah. What's up? So look, here's what I think needs to be discussed about about what we were talking about, adding that extra variable and how valuable it actually is about the reading of the people. But to say, like, if you're saying, what I challenge is this: nobody can just play GTO. There is no play GTO. Like, if you examine the philosophy from what I understand, you'll see like basically RNG involved. So that kind of goes back to that rock paper scissors. Like what are you like? Are you supposed to just use a random number generator, Scott? Like, you know?
Yeah, you basically are, right? You're supposed to have a way of picking when you have like these choices, right? You're supposed to pick randomly between and so different people have different techniques, like they'll look at the time or they use different techniques to pick randomly.
So yeah, I get it. We can. I'm not going to challenge that I can't have a random. I would say if I could, but I guess so. Here's what I wanted to present to you. That mathematically, like the data collected to to prove that theory, that has this large field of data, right? Or what do you call it? Examples, or what am I calling it? The opportunity, the times it's exercised, or the hands played, or whatever the fuck math number that is, term that is. But like, I think if you're to compare that to real life, like, it's just not possible. Like, you're going to play such a limited amount compared to what needs to be played to balance the variance on the GTO strategy. You know, where it'd be like, 47% do this and this. It's like, bro, you're going to have like two opportunities. It's like 50-50, and then there's like 38% this and this. It's, again, you're going to have two opportunities. It's like 50-50. You know what I mean? Like, stuff like that. Like, so that's kind of what I wanted maybe to tell you to think about and see if that, meant anything to you. Like, in practicality, you can't spread out the opportunities to get the right spread on the RNG or whatever. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I understand. You don't have enough tries at the bat in order to be able to test whether it really works, because you don't have it. You have to do so many different ones to get all the random choices.
Right. So it all comes down to this is why I want to present why the live information is important. Is so much more. The computer doesn't do, like, what you set in your opponent's eyes and what you're taking, what are in your eyes from your opponents, are so much more valuable in these little daily instances. You know what I mean? Like, because I get, for whatever, you can extrapolate, man. I know you got this. Don't have enough times in the day to do all that, so you've got to really take advantage of, of the opponent's peculiarities or what our weaknesses, or I don't know, man. Exploiting is just never going to go away. That's I just got to let you know that. Then I don't know, man, but like, I can exploit GTO. Like, for instance, GTO will tell you to always call with pocket kings or whatever pre-flop, right? Like, it's always going to say call every time. Okay,
I
so
will
now,
heads up. I will always call.
No, we're not even talking. Anyway, to the limits of whatever it fucking says call, unless there's like 4 all in, it might give you a fold. So I don't know. You know what I mean? And limit, or what the fuck? I'm sure it doesn't. But the point is to abuse that, all you have to do is never go all in with anything but aces. That's all you got to do, and they're always going to pay you if they have kings. Like,
you ever heard of the law of random, or what is it called? The law of unequal disbursement.
remind me.
It's like raindrops.
With probability, you mean? Yeah, the probability thing?
Yeah, it's always going to be spurty. It's never going to, like, the rain's going to fall. And say you have like 100 square foot thing, and you got 1 square foot raindrops, just for a dumb example. It's never going to fall. 100 raindrops are never going to fall and cover that 100 square feet.
Right, like perfectly even spread out, right?
Always going to be in patches, dude. It's always going to be in patches and shit, man. And then you start getting deeper in the numbers, man. If you start playing the numbers exact, man, it's going to get you so far, but that's it, man. You got to. I'm just saying, that's That to me is something I never forget when I'm looking at numbers is the law of unequal disbursement. I forgot exactly what it's called, but it's like that.
Yeah, I think we have talked about
You're
that
gonna
before.
get hot. You're gonna get hot. You know, you're gonna get lucky spurts and shit, man. And same with everybody, man. You recognizing shit like that and
Let's
using
go,
your gut,
bro.
man.
Let's go.
Good experience, man.
Get it. Beach, come to Hollywood, buddy.
What do you mean in Hollywood?
Hollywood, Miami.
Oh, Hollywood. Because I'm in Hollywood, just a different one.
No, I'm messing with you. So did Kosho bring you over?
Man. I ain't got the patience. I learned everything I knew online, and I could play like you know I could always just play a few hands at a time and pay attention. Man, I just don't have the patience. Like I've been to the poker room like I think 3 or 4 times, and I come up ahead every time, but not much, you know. But always ahead, plus like $30, $80, you know. Just I don't got the patience to fucking play that shit. And like I said, I played one tournament, and it's like after playing and learning and playing for a couple years for just hours on end, you know how it is, and playing like a few tournaments at once on different sites and whatnot. It's just I got real good at it. This is a while back, but just playing in real life is exhausting, dude. You got to have patience to be good at that. You got to be, if you ain't patient, man, then, and you better, if you ain't patient, you better be lucky.
Yeah, but the reward of victory, man, it can be motivating, you know what I'm saying? And then it's like great to like try to win money or whatever. I mean, what we started talking poker because Kosho went silent on the mic. Brian said he was about to write up a paper, and then look, he done brought Beach in here. Beach, did you hear about Kosho couldn't answer a question, so he was about to write up.
I went away and was cleaning up and shit, dude. I didn't hear any questions.
I told you he's have a convenient excuse about he was making popcorn.
I have no idea what you're talking about, dude. Why don't you go ahead and just go at it?
That's why we started talking poker. We were just interluding, waiting for you to come back, and you went and got your reinforcements.
What's your retarded question,
This is
dude?
awesome.
What's your retarded question?
Well, why do you have to correct Norton? No, I don't even remember. I think he was just kidding around about
I'm gonna
it.
do with Jeremy and fucking Brian holding hands on the equator.
Yeah,
holding hands. Fucking.
Won't let go of that one, Willie. He won't let go of that one. But here's what I was talking about. With so I took that law of the random disbursement and roulette because I love playing roulette. My wife's the luckiest motherfucking person ever, but she just will never go. But when we're on cruises and shit, dude, we fucking win every time, dude. She's like fucking amazing, and she won't bet, and she'll just bet out the blue, dude. She's done like number. I don't even want to. You won't believe me, man. But she's fucking so lucky, dude. Like just good karma flowing around. So fucking lucky, dude, that you probably wouldn't believe half the stories I told you. But dude, so I go play, and I like playing it. So I had to drive to like Tampa or something or Biloxi, and I was looking at this shit and the law of unequal disbursement with the roulette. Like some people would be like betting money on numbers that are due, but you don't bet money on numbers that are due. So I'm looking at like systems to get the best odds and shit, you know, just doing simple statistical mathematics and shit. And so you're not going to get the odds, but you're going to give yourself the best odds. And so I tried this one system. So like when you first start thinking about that, you think of like doubling your shit, like to like just say blackjack, and you bet $5, you lose, you put up 10, you lose, you put up 20, you lose, you put up 40, you lose, you put up 80, you lose, you put up 160. Eventually you're going to win, you know. And unless you lost like so many in a row, but they have limits to protect from that simple fucking law of doubling, just a doubling law, where this would be like 10 to 1,000 or 5 to 500. You know, there are exceptions to that rule, but you got to have bank, because if you go on the only way you're going to lose. But when you do win,
yes, obviously, you win back the original unit. Yeah,
you win back the original bet. So that's the first thing people look in with the statistical shit. And then you start looking in deeper and all that, and then looking at roulette, it's like so you don't bet the numbers that are due. You fucking play the law of random displacement and scattered displacement, and you bet you take and you just put like $1 on fucking on the 5 numbers that just now came in, right? I've only done this with discipline one time, and I fucking was slowly getting ahead. It was working. And then if you lose, you put up like $2 on each number. And if you lose, you put $3 on each number. And if you lose, you put $4. But the way the numbers come in, it's like the top 5 numbers, or you pick, or the last 4 numbers. I think I did.
Right.
And
I'm gonna tell you, man, I don't know about really a lot of like being lucky, like stuff I'm looking for. I don't know, is it a mental vibe? Is it a pattern thing like you're saying? But sometimes stuff, opportunity calls. Like I never bet sports. I've like never bet sports, and it's been like 15 years since I made one sports bet. And you know, recently it was like Mike Tomlin has never had a losing season in the NFL, and the Steelers are 8-8 going into Week 18 or whatever. And it's like, and they're playing the Browns who are 7-9, got nothing to play for. It's like, of course the Steelers are going to win this game. I should have put my whole life. I should have put 90% of my family's net worth on this game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it all boils down to that one game, though. But here's the thing: like what I was talking about roulette, I'm always done. Like the hot number, it's you don't ever bet on something that's fucking due. That's where you're gonna find yourself fucking crying like a baby. Don't bet on something that's due, because it's always the hot numbers, and they come in patches.
Yeah, but dude,
the point is, you're always gonna have.
There's no favor. There's no favor to the one that's due or the one that's come up a whole bunch or whatever.
But that's what I'm saying. It's the law. There's a mathematical law. It's not a real law, but it's a fact, though. It's never going to rain equally on the board, dude. And if there's one spot on that square that's dry, don't bet on that spot. You know, it's fucking bet on the fucking spots that rain just hit, because it happens. The drops come in spurts everywhere. Is the point, dude? There's no getting around it. It's a mathematical law. It's not a mathematical law, but it's reality, bro. And the whole point is the only time I ever was disciplined enough to do it, I was getting ahead, but it took me like 5 hours to fucking win $100. But it was slowly but surely working, dude. And
but you can get lucky. You can get lucky with anything, though, and you might have just gotten lucky that day.
Yeah.
It wasn't really luck. It was just patience, man. It was fucking. It was so fucking boring, dude.
It doesn't really hold up mathematically, though. Like every single time you spin that wheel, it's independent of all the other times. It doesn't have a memory. It doesn't know what's hot.
That's the fucking math of it, bro. I'm telling you that it ain't. The math is never gonna get you anywhere. You're never gonna get by playing the fucking math unless you're playing like tournaments shit. Like I understand that, but I'm talking about like the shit happens in spurts. It's fucking the way
it does have a distribution that's funky, that's for sure. People expect it to be a lot more evenly distributed than it really is, but you can't use that to predict what's going to happen. You can't look at a number and say, oh, this one's going to be spurting. That doesn't work. That's just as unlikely to happen as
what I just said. If you got nothing else from what I just said, if you ever play roulette or something like that, bet on the hot numbers. Don't bet on the numbers that are motherfucking due.
It doesn't work, I promise.
Yeah, there's no favoring either case. That's why craps.
Scientists.
That's why
there's
craps
nothing wrong. Come on, don't naysay him.
How are we doing?
Don't naysay him with kindergarten logic. Come on.
Well, don't interrupt me, and I won't naysay anybody. Okay, how about we make a deal?
But he's
got hot
numbers. He's got hot numbers.
Yeah, that's fine. You can bet whatever it wants, of course. If it's fun, that's fine. Whatever's fun.
That's why craps is a if you're gonna play just the odds, craps it comes up every roll is a unique roll. You're not basing it off of
craps might be the best odds, right?
Hold on.
That's a prime example. Craps might be the best odds, right? But look at craps, bro. You get it. You get a table, and you play, and then it gets hot. That's when you get in, bro. It's random, man.
You don't get in when it's hot. That's what I'm saying to you. That's not how you play craps. You don't just get in when it's hot.
No, but that's when you win, bro. You get people. A person gets on a roll. It'll go around the table like 2 or 3 times, and then somebody gets on a roll. It doesn't work. Fucking the odds don't work the way the numbers predict that they
Well,
will.
that's fine.
That's
The
the whole
pattern, no,
point.
no, they balance over forever. They believe the scientists, but look, to the point about hot numbers or believing in something, Kosho, is there not like a little bit of like anecdotal, small groups collecting data about doing this, power of positive thinking to where they're winning and getting put out of casinos a couple times, supposedly documenting this?
Yeah, I don't see a problem with doing that as a addition to just playing good odds, right? But basing your odds off of either numbers that are hot or supposed to be due, either one of those scenarios, you're going to come out losing. So I just wouldn't do that. But yeah, sure, have positive vibes on top of playing good odds.
How could it be any different than random, though? You get what I'm saying? They have the same amount of chance. So this is weird.
Sure.
It can only be an addition. So to say you're going to come out losing, but
Well,
not
what happens,
relative
Don,
to any
is
other style.
But if you believe though that something is not random, if you think a hot number is more likely, and you start actually taking bigger and bigger risks because of that, that's when you lose, right? But as long as you acknowledge everything is random, you're fine.
It has to be random, right?
Yep.
No, it could be random plus, or it could be random negative.
Can't have a negative, man.
Well, you have to like games like craps or blackjack, not roulette. But games like blackjack or craps, where you're close to the house odds, you're hoping that you're going to be there gambling on the day where things are more in your favor, because statistically it's not going to be in your favor. But
let me give an example of that, dude. So another way to bet, okay? So if you're betting like red or black, okay? So another way to bet is bet on the long shots, like you go for 5 in a row, red or black. So you put $10 up, right? And you win, but you have it set in your head that you're going to go for 5 or a 6 streak. And so you go for streaks. So usually it's like red. You look at the table and it gives you like the last 12 rolls, and it's like red, red, black, 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 red, red, black, red, black, 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 black. But usually that's how it should work. But that's not how it fucking works. You go to tables and you look at them and you'll see like red, 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 black, black, red, 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 and then sometimes you'll go to be more black. Every now and then you'll see where it's pretty even, but it's usually one or the other. So you put $10 up, right? And if you lose, then you put up another $10, okay? But
yeah,
you win, you double down. You double down to 20, then you double down to 40, and that's 2. Then you double down to 80, then you double down to 160. Check this out. Then you double down to 320. To 360. So if you get 5 in a row, that $10 just turned into really it's 1 and then 4 more basically. And so four more wins, and you get $360 from that $10. So you could lose, and all you got to do is get the 4 following the first win one time out of every 36 losses, and a loss doesn't count for each time you lose. Like if you win, and then lose on the 4th one, that still only counts as 1 loss, right?
The problem is this works until it doesn't work, and when it doesn't work, you're poor, broke, and lose all your money because
and your chances of getting 5 in a row are exactly that, 1 out of 36. So you should expect to get exactly what you're saying, one time every 36.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. It's the law of random displacement, man. That's how I've always had my most success, is playing the odds.
The thing about like this is it can flip on you though the other way, where it's like you're doing a hot number, but the hot number can be not hot suddenly, and it can be a very long time before you see that again, and you don't react fast enough.
That's the only way you're gonna win, bro. You're never gonna win by just playing all the time.
That's what I meant by the negative. What Scott said.
That's where the math comes in, bro. Is statistically, you're gonna lose by a certain amount of odds, but that's not the way the world works, and that's not the way math works. I mean, that's mathematically, if I play for a month straight, then yeah, I'm gonna fall in right about the numbers. But you got to play random, and you got to play for fucking streaks, and play for wins, and follow the law of random displacement, because it's reality, and shit doesn't fall. Like, of course, yeah, the whole 100 square board is going to be wet with raindrops, but it's going to come in spurts in one place, spurts in the other. And that's why I'm saying you bet in them spurts. You bet for the spurts, and then you get out of there. That's the only way to ever come out ahead. It's the only way I've ever found out how to win, dude. If black's hot, bet on fucking black. Double down, double down, double down.
I can't believe I missed that.
And then get out.
I tried to get someone to. It was crazy. Like I called my uncle out of state and told him to bet it for me. And then all the bookies, like I was just hearing a story of like this regular bookie like not paying someone like a little. It was only like 5K or like 3,500. And I was like, man, fuck these guys, dude. I'm calling, and I'm like, dude, like why can't it be convenient? I would have took that shit so quick.
What's Monty Ball?
Man, you could have bet Scott or Kosha could have bet Jaron that they're going to actually do what they say and go to the moon or go around the moon in 2023.
I already
took that bet. What's up with that?
I did. Did Jaron make a bet too?
Bet with it. You better put.
A what?
You bet with it.
Witsit.
No.
He said Witsit.
Witsit. The person called Witsit.
Oh, you bet Witsit that they are going to fly around the fucking moon in 2023?
His bet, yeah.
Man, are you fucking serious? How much? You want to bet me too?
Sure.
Wait.
How much?
If he's wrong, can he double his bet and then double it and double it?
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Yeah. Nobody ever pays me in these rooms, dude. Like Xanaco owes me like $10,000, man. He ain't never gonna fucking pay. Or no, he owes me $1,000.
So casually, dude. And then when it's time, then when they talk shit and it's real time to put up a bet, I can't never get. They all go silent.
I got paid. I got paid a bunch of bets when I bet people that Trump would lose. A bunch of people took the bet and they all paid. Well, all but one person.
You got good friends. I'm talking about like the shit, the conflictors, like fighting over man. When I'm not me, they don't bet me when I speak up. They know they're about to lose, but they talk all that shit. Try to say it's time to bet. What are your thoughts, man, on the RNG, man? You got any feelings about that shit?
What's the RNG, man?
I'm saying like a decision tree in a certain, scenario spot in a poker hand or something. Like there'll be like you want to balance your play, but it's not always like you don't always do like 50-50s. It just depends on the scenario. It could be a different ratio.
GTO?
Yeah.
GTO.
So the thing is like, say there's something that says you do this 70% of the time. It's like, really, RNG could land on that being 7 in a row. Or you could just choose it to be 7 in a row. And then, the
RNG is random number generator. RNG is random number generator. GTO is game theory optimal.
Yeah, but in game theory optimal, you will realize that there's rules that tell you to do something a percentage of the time.
Correct. Yes.
So to get that, you can use a random number generator or like a random, or like a whatever, like, a probability generator or whatever. Right? You follow me, Ruhip?
Yeah.
Right. So maybe you could help me say it better or whatever I'm saying. And then, or you could just like balance it by, keeping track of your presented decisions or whatever.
fuck up the whole board by using just 3-letter words every time.
Okay, look, I'm sorry if the
you guys
RNG was not the right thing to say there, okay? But I'm saying, like, for instance, you know, you could just manually keep track of it, right?
Well, Daniel
Balance.
Negreanu uses the random number generator, so it wasn't dumb to say.
Yeah, like these are simple concepts. It's just, you know, I'm attacking like something that was said about like, you know, tells have no value, but it's really like, okay, people think they have significant value, but we admit they can only have. See, what it is I know that I just play like good players. We just play like we just fall into GTO play. You know what I mean? It's just what you fall into. You know what I mean? It's like, wait, I have to balance. I have to present this, and I have to maximize my value. You know what I mean? And you're like,
yeah,
chips relative to the pot, blah, blah, blah. I mean, all of this. It's just kind of like natural. You know what I mean? But then you want to exploit people at the same time. You know? Like, how
I
would you
bet triple dipple. What you bet? If you bet something, I'm betting triple or quadruple. That way I keep you interested if you got something. If you got something, I'm getting your fucking money. And you put more money in there, I'm getting it. Because I'm a quadruple the next bet. Then it's going to be all in or quadruple again. Yeah.
And it's hard to go by like feel though, like when you're trying to play like a GTO type style. I think that's why Negreanu uses the random number generator, because he doesn't want to be in like the same situation a couple times and his instinct tells him to do this, you know, and it's the same decision each time. And then all of a sudden it's a tell, you know? So I think that's why it makes sense to use the random number generator when possible. Because it's really hard to remember what you've done in
none of
every
that makes
situation after a long session, you know?
Yeah, but what are the odds when they tell you it's 1,000,000 to 1, and then they flip the card, first card, and you get it the first try? Was that 1,000,000 to 1 still when you got it right away? Like, I don't know, man. Odds, yeah. Like I sat down at the table and been dealt a straight flush the first time. I sat down at the table and not been dealt a pair for 5 hours. So like, it just depends. You know what I mean? Like, how what odds? I don't know. Because I'll be watching the World Series of Poker thing, right? And they show their 2 little cards. And you see all their cards, and like every motherfucker, pair of sixes, ace, queen, king, jack, 10, 9, 9, 8. Like every motherfucker got like the most beautiful hand, you know, before the flop. Like they all got great hands, you know what I mean?
They don't
like,
show you the
what a
beautiful
hand is.
hands.
And then the flop either kills you or not, you know what I mean? If the flop doesn't come yours, then your hand's ugly as hell now. Now your ace, queen of diamonds is nothing to 3 clubs. You know what I mean? Come on. It's just fucked up.
When I said I
Yeah,
lost,
that's why I like to play Hold'em.
when I said I lost the only tournament I ever played in real life, so slow and I'm so impatient. Like it started off like I think 8 tables, and it was down to the last table, and I fucking put my chips in with a straight after the turn, and I had queen what was I had queen fucking man, I forgot what it was, but I had a straight.
Queen 10.
No, the other dude had a smaller straight, right? I mean, the other guy was fishing for a fucking straight, and I had a queen high straight, and then my queen came on the fucking river, and the dude had a king. Couldn't believe it, dude. I lost with a bad beat like that. Like I got all this dude's chips in fishing. Was already committed and shit, and it was right before the cutoff line, and I had the fucking queen high straight, and then my queen came on the fucking river, so my queen was no longer worth the shit. Now him just having
Right,
the king.
it played for you and him.
Yeah, he got me, man. He had the king, and he was fishing, dude. I had
That's
him
how I be
dead.
getting people.
That
So
was
you
a
each,
horrible beat. I said, "Fuck these tournaments. I'm never going to waste my time with this bullshit again." Dude.
That's how
One
I take
tournament.
people, dude. I'll have a fucking jack and an 8 or something, and then 9. The flop will be with a 9, and then like some double 2s and a 9, and then 8, 10 will come, or 8 queen, like whatever the fuck I need, and I'll have a straight, and I'll be like, hell yeah, crazy shit.
Man, I had him dead to rights, like fucking drawing almost dead, dude. But I seen some fishy shit online, dude. Like I seen some
Yeah, that last
super
card's a
fishy
motherfucker.
shit. Like I seen some shit online that I'm like, fucking, this is bullshit, dude. Like I seen runners, like a few times. Like I would look out for them people, but I learned to recognize them people. Like there'd be a couple people it seemed like, in every big tournament, every decent sized tournament that just I wouldn't even go up against. I don't give a fuck what I had. I seen them win with bullshit. I fucking wouldn't even go up against them. Like I'm like, that's the house hand. That it always worked for me, just avoiding them fucking idiots or house players, whatever. I see you fucking. I see one bad beat, whatever. I see 2 after a period of time. Nah, I'm not going against you. I don't
talking about
trust.
house accounts, right?
I don't know, man. I'm just saying, like you see a motherfucker win a couple bad beats and shit, and got a big stack of chips and don't know how to play. I just assume I just seen too much fishy shit online, dude. And I was like, this is what I would do if it was my program. I'd have a couple fucking players in there.
Yeah, in the tournaments they have house accounts and stuff. One dude proved it. I forget who it was, but
I proved it to
they would always
myself.
have like the tables that had the house accounts at them. They would always have flops, and then a turn that would put like 4 to a straight out on the board, or 4 to a flush. It was like one or the other, like 70% of the time. It was absurd.
Yeah, so online, that's twice as fishy, right? When you see that shit happening online.
That's what I mean online. Yeah, it's crazy.
But like big to me was like a $50 or $100 tournament, man. Like I said, I did that $1,000 tournament, went in half with a buddy. But like I said, man, I was top 63 in the world, man. On just percentage. I think I was like 48% in the money or something, or 49 something. It was good, but it wasn't nowhere near enough to be in the. But it was I was good percentage wise because I was patient and smart, you know.
Fucking computer RNG that be pissing me off is fucking Magic Arena, bro. They be having like some games that be like, what the fuck? Like how you hit like 12 50-50s in a row.
Play Magic Arena?
Or like it'd be worse than that, Kosher. Yeah, it'd be like how you be 17 cards deep and got like 12 lands, bro. And your land ratio is only 40% of the day.
I'll download that again if you want to play sometime.
Yeah, bro, let's do it.
You probably got a way better deck than.
I'm back on it. I put it on my phone. So I'm like back on it. I haven't played forever.
Man, check the first dude. I was the first fucking concrete company online in Jacksonville, Florida. Is back. You know, we used to advertise Yellow Pages, and the first job I remember, I paid like it was like $80. And I got a certificate I just found in my old file cabinet for fucking like for fucking cityofjacksonville.com shit. And I was hosted by somebody. I didn't even know nothing about it, but I remember the first job. I was like, dude, if this is like under $100, if I get one job, it'll pay for itself, man. So I went ahead and signed up for it and shit. And I didn't know what it meant back then, but I fucking the first job I ever got. It was like a few months in. I got a job where the people pulled me offline. It was a couple. And there was another dude who was there, and we're doing this job, and they were fucking, you know, dude had a laptop and shit. He was showing he was playing poker. It's before I even really played, but he was like all fucking talking to us, and we were asking questions about the poker, and they were stacking up in the tournaments. Like they were all three in on it, going and playing the same tournaments and shit. I don't remember all the details, but I remember thinking, damn, that's some slick shit. Like
yeah, they allow it for multi-table tournaments. It's always usually been allowed, but there's some colluding stuff that can be done.
I don't remember if it was money tables or I don't remember what it was, but I remember they were mainly him and his buddy or him and his old lady. I forgot, but they were like stacking their chips.
I played so long ago, man. I used to have this thing from the phone company. It was a card that would slide in your laptop and then have its own little. It was like a hotspot back before they even had hotspots. It was like a separate little add-on to your phone line and shit. And it would be like for remote internet anywhere before Wi-Fi, like all that shit, bro. Like I remember I used to have my shit, like whether I was in the car or at a hotel or what. They didn't have Wi-Fi at hotels and shit back then all the time.
No, they didn't, bro. I remember having a cell phone, bro, like fucking, and it was like 50 cents a call or 50 cents a minute, bro. I remember fucking.
Yeah.
And
they didn't even have Wi-Fi anywhere. I mean, I used to plug in Ethernet.
There was no Wi-Fi, bro. There was no Wi-Fi.
Yeah, we all used to sit with our little dial-up cards and our laptops and shit, and those had their own like IP address.
50 cents a fucking minute, bro. Prepaid, 50 cents a minute, bro. That's how much it cost to have the cell phones when they first came out.
That's a lot, yeah.
Yo, Kosho, play your turn, man.
What is Kosho streaming?
No, he opened this like Scrabble game. So I joined it. He's not even playing. How y'all doing?
Top percentage.
Yeah, just chilling, man.
Man, I remember fucking Mastermind. This game, that game with the little balls and the colors. I found a computer version of that with an old ass computer, man. But this is back before internet and all that other shit.
Balls and the colors, like bubble pop. Or
it was 6 numbers. It was 6 numbers, and you guessed the number, and it would tell you how many you got right and how many places you got. And
it's like Mastermind. Mastermind.
It was just like it was like Mastermind, but it was with numbers instead of colors. So it was 0 through 9, and then it told you, and then there was 6. So I figured out like the fastest way to do it was to go like 0, 0. I mean, it depends on how fast you think, but if you wanted to do it like to beat somebody, if you were betting or something, then just go like 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, and it tell you how many you got right and how many in the next place. But then after you got good enough, you realize you could do pairs, and you go 0, 0, 1, 1, 2, 2, and then go 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, and then 6, 6, 7, 7, 8, 8, and then you could eliminate the fucking 9 basically, and you could know just within 4 plays, bro. I remember I could narrow it down to like 2 or 3 possibilities, like after playing that shit for a while, and but I remember that was a pretty cool game. Anybody ever heard of that? It's like Mastermind kind of.
Yes, I'm not good at it.
I don't see how you could get much better, bro, than I got, man. It was like it, and I mean, I'm sure somebody could, but I don't see how. I never figured. I figured out the best way to get it is like after a certain amount of moves, you boiled it down to a couple possibilities, period. Because, I think there's another pattern was like go 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, or 0, 0, 1, 1, 2, 2, and then if you got one right, then you went 0, 0, 3, 3, 4, 4. And then you got one right. But there was a way to narrow it down, dude, where after just like, I forgot how many lines it was, but you'd have just a couple possibilities. But that's when I played this shit a lot. Just patterns, man. Process of elimination.
Whatever those logic chart things are, where it's like, solve the mystery or whatever, like they just, whatever theme you want to put on it, but it gives the missing information thing where they give you, and you have to.
Detective, bro, that's so funny because that's the only other game. That's the only other game that was on the computer I'm talking about, bro. And it took like 10 tries to get it to boot, bro. But then what you're talking about, like detective shit, like mystery fucking mansion shit.
They have like the Einstein puzzles of it now. They have simpler versions, but yeah, I mean, it's just like shit like that's fun. Like, I don't know, man.
They had a question
Missing
to be.
information is fun.
Go ahead.
For some reason, missing information seems desirable to me. Like it's the same thing with this like debate or whatever. It's like there's some the information missing to quell it, like to kill it on one side or the other. Like it's like uncovering that information. It's like it's awesome.
That's my wife's good at. My wife's good at like seeing shit that don't belong, dude. Like, and shows she always notices all the background shit. Like I'm like fucking. I'm kind of the same way, but not like her. But dude, I remember like even looking at some like test to be a manager for Amazon. You filed an application that they had this question, and it wasn't like super hard fucking algebra, but it did involve a little bit of fucking basic in your head algebra, and it was like a question you had to answer to qualify for being a manager. I had to do with like the length of a fucking phone line, if the height of the fucking pole on one side, and then the length or something, man. But I remember getting that, dude, and feeling good about it. But it was just like a kind of like a little bit of logic mixed in with math question, and it was like a trip to see that you had to answer that to qualify as a manager for Amazon. That was funny, but it was like, yeah, well, at least I could be a manager at Amazon if I wanted to work for somebody. But I know.
So you never work for Amazon?
No. It was a question, and
there's a bunch of people
it was supposedly a required question that they had to get right to be a manager there. So I just took it on and solved it.
I know some people deep in Amazon, man. A lot of people were going from there's big activity in Charlotte, but then they I don't know, is there a bigger hub in like Miami or something? But they took a lot of people. Sorry, Fort Lauderdale.
Dude, I lived with a dude, or he lived with me actually, but he played on my softball team and shit. But this is a while back. But dude, his fucking his sister was like big in Google, man, like real fucking big. Like, and she's advanced, she's rich as fuck and all that. But she was trying to get us in on when it first came out, like streaming video. Like he had the opportunity to go and sell it to proprietors, whatever, in different companies, and basically get paid a commission offer, bro, for streaming video, bro. And it like came with like you could offer the manufacturers or whatever, you just go around in your area, whatever, for vendors or whatever, and offer the camera and the streaming video software, hardware, whatever it was, dude. I forgot. And I remember fucking turning that shit. He was like, we almost did it and we didn't. And looking back, this is before. And then next thing you know, everybody, you have to have streaming video. Like, dude, that was a missed opportunity right there, bro. This dude fucking, man, I missed that boat.
I mean, you missed like maybe some. I don't know, man. Like, you were gonna have tough sells. It still was like before its time, like you're saying. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's like it's not like the people who have the tech. It's not like. I guess we think we're going to go. He was going around selling video cameras, pretty much. That's. It's like same shit, dude. Like, solar panels. Everybody's having them now, and there's plenty of people making a lot of sales on them, but nobody's like getting like stupid rich on it.
Yeah, but who wants video for their computer? If I only knew.
But like you said, it's all built in now. Like no one would buy it now, and then
Right. This was before it was built in. Is what I'm saying. This is before it was built in, and So we could have brought that shit to the manufacturers and all that.
But you're making it like they're like, you know, this door-to-door team that you had like would have just blown up and had 1,000 orders overnight.
No, bro,
because
it's
it was
not
like
door
the
to
only
door,
one.
bro. It's streaming video fucking proprietorship, bro. To sell the streaming video or whatever you call it. I don't know.
But you were saying you were going to be selling. I'm just like, man, you probably.
But not door to door. I'm talking about going to like stores and manufacturers and shit, right?
Okay.
Did you guys hear about the liquid? Instead of the Tesla battery, instead of the battery, they got liquid now.
There's a few. Which liquid?
I don't know. It's supposed to be a really, really good one. A black liquid. And,
Gallium.
Like you can invest certain amounts of money in it now for like $4 or $8 worth so much. But then I guess they say it's gonna go fucking skyrocket. Because it's going to go against whatever the hell it's going to be the new electric source, supposedly.
Oil.
That'd be some funny shit, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it?
The fucking next batteries, they found out how to make a badass battery out of fucking oil.
You gotta add a spark to the fucking oil too to get the energy from it too, right? That's crazy.
Oh my god, dude! Like I'd be like pointing if you're like a protester against the oil companies, you'd be holding your hands up in the sky like, no! They fucking cornered the battery industry with oil inside the batteries. With fucking coal electrodes.
Magnetic black goo. It holds its energy. I mean, it sounds like gold the way they say it, and it sounds just like like all the other shit everybody tries to discover. Something that puts off like a lot of energy, stores a lot of energy, you use it when you want. You know what I mean? Doesn't overheat. Yeah. Fucking yeah.
Crude oil. Water, man.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I think it is.
Yeah, I know. Technology's in the water, man.
Yeah, it's just water. Water with a little bit of shit in it. You put the right shit in there, you're gonna get certain things happening.
What is it about water that makes it like different than everything else? Ain't it like one of the properties is it like besides the fucking crazy shit like the exclusion layers and the memory shit, like just the fact that it loses density as it expands, like I guess they say like the way the molecules are like the 2 and the 1, the way they bunch up or something, they have to back away from each other to fucking join when they freeze to link up. Like the water is free to roam about, but then the way the molecules are arranged, they got to back away from their regular bonds to solidify in the ice, and it's like the only fucking thing, period, that's less dense when it's a solid, ice, and nothing else is like that. And but there's way more to it than just that, dude. That's just like surface level shit. But think about it.
Wait. Let's before we move on, and I don't mean to interrupt, but are all ices less dense? Because there's like so many different types of ice.
No, only water, man. Only water is the only thing that.
Different types
No,
of
it's
water,
not ice. It's a solid form of the of water, basically.
Well, but Brian, there's multiple types. There's multiple types of H2O ice.
What do you mean?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
There's different they form in different ways. It'll have different characteristics, and they say ice 1, ice 2, ice 3, and shit like this.
Different gradients of like different solidities of it. What do you mean?
Well, they got things they call like elements, like the hydrogen, the oxygen, and then they got compounds. But in between the compounds are like the molecules. Like water ain't really considered a I mean, it kind of is, but it's like a molecule, like a water molecule for the common ones. And I think water's the only one liquid to everything has a salt. I mean, it's supposed to theoretically have like a solid liquid gaseous form, right?
Yeah, but it's saying before you just build a foundation on a point of a pattern of irregularity or a break in the pattern with this water phenomenon, let's be sure that, it's absolutely true. You know what I mean? Like, because there might be one of these other ices, might not have the air trapped inside or whatever, and it might end up being,
Yeah, but most molecules, when the solid form of them is more dense, and then the liquid form is a little less dense, and then the gaseous form is even a little less dense than that. I mean, that's just the natural order of things. But H2O is different. It's a different type of molecule, man.
So isn't it still H2O though? Like H2O frozen or H2O unfrozen or H2O steam or H2O, like it's all H2O, right?
Yeah, I guess so, man. But it's not the same as all the others. I don't think any way we describe it or any convention we put it in is it going to be the same. Even in a convention, how they describe it with the atoms, with the sharing the oxygen, the covalent bonds or whatever the fuck you call it. But I don't think, however we classified it, it's going to be different. Just in its characteristic, you freeze it, it floats. Nothing else in its solid form that I know of that I've ever heard of floats. But except for what? Oh yeah, hey, was anybody around when on watch? There's a couple veterans here. Remember Brandon Stream when George Numchucks was on there, and he fucking was talking about water, and he said that it freezes from the bottom up. And we all just went horse shit, bro. And I'm like yelling in there. I'm like, bro. So in other words, every winter, all the fish is fucking trapped on top of the lake, bro. And we're laughing and shit, bro. I think Ranty, it was before Brandon. It was Ranty. He deleted that video, but it was me right to hand, like a few other people. But George Numchuck, he made like a brain fart and said that water freezes from the bottom up, bro. And we all went ape shit, bro. Y'all remember that?
Yeah, but another person tried to say that too at a weird time. But what do you think about static? The air itself and liquid being like forms of static, electrical static, or continuity or equilibrium, like itself, like a medium of electrostatics. When it's condensed or whatever, you can be liquid or whatever you call cold, right? It can be, the same thing. Solidified in a certain way to where it's like, less dense but still solid and makes like the fucking layer. Like static.
To me, bro, at some point it's got to be something like that. Like at some point, whether you want to look at the atom to the fucking muons or even whatever, however small you want to go, at some point it has to turn into something different than matter. I mean, and it seems like science and some of the people in these rooms are trying to avoid like the ether argument and all this shit, that the fact that it's electricity is playing more of a role or it's something different. It seems like at some point the shit's got to be metaphysical. It can't just be physical down to every goddamn level. It's got to be some kind of energy at some point, like some type of static energy or electricity or something like that. That's just not solid. It's just fucking energy itself. At some level, no matter how low we go, we don't know what it is, and I don't know.
You get the same aspect with helium and other stuff, depending on what you do to it and what temperature you hit it with.
Like I don't believe gas is like these atoms people are talking about, like gas. I don't believe all that shit, man. I believe they got a good convention and shit.
The same thing happens to gallium, silica. It's a lot of other molecules and elements that are less dense in their solid state compared to the liquid state. It's not just water that this happens to.
I don't believe you.
All right.
How could they? Show me the bonds. Show me how the bonds can move away from each other if it's not the triangle. I don't see how it's possible. If you have a nucleus, if you have the nucleus in the proton and the electron, if it ain't the triangle shape, how the fuck can it move away from each other when it solidifies? How can it bond?
Proton and neutron in the triangle shape? What the fuck are you talking
about? I'm talking about on the scale, the fucking I'm talking about the H and the two H's, the H and the O. The H is hydrogen's got like one proton, right? And oxygen has how many? Like, don't they share an oxygen? Water don't water share a fucking molecule of hydrogen? Or of hydrogen. Don't they share? Don't the hydrogen and the atom and the oxygen, when they combine, share a fucking proton?
No, they share a hydrogen molecule. I mean, sorry, they share a
proton.
They share a hydrogen atom. That sharing is done
What are you talking about? They share a fucking atom.
No, shut up and let me explain it to you, Brian, because you don't know what you're talking about. They share a so it'll be an H2O. It'll be two hydrogen atoms with an oxygen atom in the middle. The hydrogen atoms are what do the bonding, and they perform the bonding through their electrons, not through their protons.
It's a covalent bond, bro. They're sharing something. What are they sharing? Is what I'm asking. What are they sharing?
I'm telling you what they share.
You're telling me I don't know what I'm talking about, and you're agreeing with me that they share something.
I'm not agreeing with you at all. Listen to what I'm saying. The sharing they do is through the hydrogen atoms, and what the hydrogen atoms do to have covalent bonding is they share their electrons, not their protons. Protons.
Okay, then it's electrons. Okay, you should have just said that right off the bat. Electron. Okay, I knew it was either proton or electron. I don't agree with all that shit, but I'm telling you, within your convention, you're acting like I was just all fucking like didn't have any clue.
Yeah,
so they share an electron, right? So if they share an electron within that triangular shape where they're more close together when they're liquid, what other shape could what other bond could accomplish that? Where they join, when they solidify and join.
Lots
even
of other bonds can do that.
What I'm asking you is, when they're tighter, how could they? Maybe there is another shape, but what could do that? Where when they move away from each other, they're even stronger, or where they're fucking stronger, more solid, but less dense. I don't get it. Where they're spread out but bonded stronger. I don't get it. I can't picture in my head geometrically.
No idea what it is you're trying to ask me. But here's the atomic structure of silica. I'll post it and show it to you. 'Cause that's what you asked for, right? And then gallium. Let me try to find gallium.
I'm more talking about compounds within the elements, though, bro.
Yeah, silica is a compound. It's not an element. It's not on the periodic table of elements.
Silica?
Silica.
You sure about that?
I'm sure about that, sir.
Okay, silicon or silica?
Silica. I said silica, not silicon. Silica is silicon.
Okay. All right.
So silica and gallium, like water,
gallium is not an element.
Yeah, gallium is an element. So silica and gallium, when in the solid state, are less dense than when in the liquid state, just like water.
Okay, so gallium in its solid state will float on liquid gallium?
Yes, sir.
All right. What else?
Off the top of my head, those are the only two I can remember.
Are you 100% sure of that?
I'm 100% sure of those two.
Okay, man. Well, I got some complaining to do from some information I learned online. About,
oh no! What did the info tell you?
Water was like I just learned a few things I thought I did learn, but apparently it was horse shit.
But what did the information tell you? That it's only water.
It showed about the fucking them sharing the electrons and shit and the shape and how it was unique and fucking how it was the fucking unique molecule, how it's less dense. It showed how it loses density on a molecular level. It showed how it has to spread out to share the fucking the electrons and that's why it gets less dense. It pushes away as it gets solid. It strengthens its bond, but it pushes away from the nucleuses, move away from each other because the triangle shape.
That's true.
No, it's not. Not a fucking gallium and silica and all this other shit's the same fucking way. Then they're all that shape. There ain't nothing unique about water.
What? Yeah, it's true that water does that, but it's not true that water is unique in being the only element or the only compound that does that. If that article said that water is unique and water is the only substance this happens to,
It was
then it
about the unique properties of fucking water, bro. That's the video. The unique properties of water.
Yeah, that's why you need to fact check these videos, Brian.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm talking about it. I don't believe any of that bullshit, bro, about sharing fucking all that shit. Bro, I don't think there's a particle called an electron. There's there's an energy to me. You could number it, the system works. I ain't gonna fucking rock the boat that bad, but I don't believe it's how they describe. I don't believe there's nothing orbiting that's fucking in my mind. That don't work. I believe it's, more vibrating, more of an energy state. I don't know enough, that's just what works in my head for me. I can't picture particles like photons being particles or even air being solid. That's fucking ridiculous, dude. Air, oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen, it's just different effects.
I hear you. I hear you.
That's my thoughts on it.
Yeah, I hear you. But when we call them particles, that's just how we model them. At the end of the day, it is just energies.
Fair enough. And also and here's I watched some Peter and Pete to get the skepticism and everything, but they raised some really good points, man. Like they took the fucking the oxygen machines, that take the air and they generate the oxygen and whatnot out of the air. It's an oxygen purifier, but then they did the matchstick test, the test tube test, and all that with the air, with the exhaust, which was supposed to be nitrogen. It's supposed to filter the oxygen out and discard the nitrogen, right? That's supposed to be what air is. But there's the same fucking effect as the exhaust, as the purified oxygen. They showed me just so many ways. I don't even know where to start on how it's just processed air that you process shit different ways. You get different gases, I'm not gonna argue with the fucking periodic table and all that, man. As far as that goes, that's a genius system,
You don't want to argue against the periodic table of elements. That is a fight you would lose all day, every day. Whether it's the periodic table of elements or the periodic table of isotopes, it don't matter. You would lose that fight, bro. Because one thing you cannot deny is chemistry.
Yeah. I'm fascinated by chemistry, but I don't know, man. At what point is it just? I don't know, man. It's a lot of fucking funny rules when you get right down to it. Some of the complicated shit. Some crazy fucking rules that just seem like they seen the effects and modeled it off of the effects, kind of, man. So it's hard to argue. It's hard to argue models when it's modeled on after the effects that they observed.
Yeah. But I mean, it's stuff you could understand. I just think you're not that interested in trying to understand.
No, it's awesome, dude. It's awesome. I'm fascinated by it, man.
Yeah, definitely, it's fascinating for everybody. But I feel it's something you could easily understand.
The simple shit is mesmerizing, dude. Like plating, like batteries themselves and plating, like metal plating. It's like the same shit, dude. Almost like you to make something rechargeable. Just think of like how you plate shit, or if you're into plating, like different metals and shit, then think of a battery in the same terms of just like plating back and forth, almost just like a back and forth type of bond. Like with I don't know, man. It's just like copper and zinc and lead. It just plates one terminal. You recharge it, and it just like reverses. It's like reverse plating almost. It's weird. It's fascinating though.
Yeah.
So you got a neutron stuck to a proton, huh?
You do. except
pretend
like
you do.
except for hydrogen.
pretend you
Hydrogen, there's no neutrons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what you really mean is you have machines and apparatus that provide such phenomena. And you assume that that's what's going on with these.
If that's what you think I mean, then sure, man.
We both know that's what you mean.
No, you don't know what I know, Don.
I keep lying. Keep your lying.
I know more.
Hey, do you want to take the lateral conservation of momentum of the photon challenge?
Hmm.
Have you been hearing me present it, or are you unfamiliar?
I've never heard you present this.
All right. If we have a laser and it's shooting like down a 1 mile, a big long warehouse. We have it like we're pointing it straight out horizontally. And we also have it attached to a perpendicular moving or whatever. So we're basically like straight across the warehouse,
Is Don
aiming
breaking
at
up?
the back wall.
What does it mean? Can someone confirm is Don roboting? What does it mean?
Yeah, he's roboting for me, man.
Okay.
I lost you after a laser beam on a warehouse.
Yeah, Don, you're
Another
roboting.
question. It made me think of another question. Like they say that level is curved. So if we took a perfectly straight laser and like these big warehouses, like say a mile long warehouse, would it be level the way we know we're building it, or would it be literally curved? With the level foundations we're building, would they be curved, or would they be horizontal the way that we're? And here's how I already know the answer to that, because I know that level is not. It's not curved. That's ridiculous. And there'd be discrepancy. If it was dropping off 8 inches on one side, like if we start from one side and survey it down to the end, if it was 8 inches.
Yeah, no, those would be
studs would have to be 8 inches taller, dude, or the whole roof would have to be. It's all ridiculous.
Yeah, these laser tunnels and laser vacuums, those are built flat. They aren't built to be level or bend with the
Are they
curvature of the earth.
concave? Are you saying that they're concave? The reality.
I'm saying they are built straight and flat, like the vacuum arms at Virgo, for example.
That's what I'm asking you. What's your reality? Is straight concave, or is it straight like normal?
They're
like,
built straight and flat. I'm literally telling you, Brian. They're flat, like the vacuum arms at Virgo or LIGO. Those are flat.
Okay. So if they were
aren't
at
level.
the salt flat, if they were at the salt flats or sitting on a perfectly still body of water, would they
would deviate.
Would they be okay? So they're concave.
I don't know what you mean by concave, but they would deviate from that body of water, from the surface of the body of water.
They wouldn't be straight compared to our world. You just
On a
said they're
globe?
straight
No,
and they're flat.
You could have tried to carry on my argument, Brian, instead of completely changing the subject.
Oh no, go ahead, bro. I'm sorry, man. You was roboting. Y'all, we lost.
I mean, you could have done it for me when I was roboting. I mean, I think you're familiar with it, maybe not. But is this my mic any better?
Yeah,
I thought I was carrying. To be honest, I thought I was carrying it on, bro. But maybe I'll deviate it. All I heard was like warehouse and laser, man.
All right, look, we're going to strafe a laser from left to right across the warehouse. We're going to start in the middle. We're going to get a baseline, Nate. You know, we're gonna be in the middle. You know, whatever. Height really doesn't matter, but we're gonna aim the laser, you know, straight down to the far wall. We're gonna shoot it in the middle, and we're gonna be like, all right, this is the default baseline where when the laser is at the X in the middle, the beam hits, you know, down at the X on the other end, right? Now we're gonna move the laser really fast, as fast as we can. And we're going to strafe it from left to right, and we're going to cut it off right at the middle point right there. So the last time it throws out the photons is going to be right at that middle point. Is the laser going to hit on the opposite wall at the X, or is it going to conserve that lateral momentum and be past the X to the right if we're moving from left to right?
So I'm strafing it left to right. Right as it's in the middle, I shoot off the last photon. But it's moving from, let's say, the last swing, right? The last strafe. I'm moving it right
Yeah,
to
it's like
left.
your standard
But
physics
right at the
experiment of
center.
the train and the baseball or whatever, you know? Like you shoot the thing up and it moves to the side, and then, like, you know about conserving momentum.
Mm-hmm.
Set it any way you want. If
Yeah,
you can
so
move it
if
fast
I'm
enough and you have a big
strafing it,
enough distance, is the
yeah,
go ahead.
if I'm strafing it right to left, and right in the center is the X, that's when I fired the last photon. You were asking me if the photon will hit the X or it's gonna swerve off to the left, right?
Sure, we could call it swerve if you want.
Yeah, it's gonna miss the X to the left. I think that's what will happen.
All right, you think gonna miss?
No, wait, no. It's gonna hit the X.
Why is it not going to be conserving the momentum?
What do you mean? Why is it not conserving the momentum? I think it is conserving momentum, even if it still
Why
hits
isn't it gonna continue to move from right to left, and then therefore, by the time it gets to the far wall, it will have traveled past the X?
Because when you shot that photon, it was your beam or your nozzle of your photon gun was pointed at the X now.
Yeah, but if the photon was a baseball, the baseball wouldn't hit the X, correct?
Yes, but photons and baseballs are a bit different.
Right. So let's talk about that. Why? I thought everything conserved momentum.
Momentum is being conserved in the photon. It's just that its momentum is not in the form of mass. A photon doesn't have inertia. So with the baseball, the baseball has inertia. So the baseball's inertia, its own mass is going to want it to travel straight, and all of the forces around it are working against its inertia, which wants it to, well, not travel straight, but travel with the movement of the gun. While with a photon, it doesn't have that inertia. It's just going to travel straight, but it's still
You're
conserving
not saying
momentum because
why.
its momentum is in the form of energy, not mass. You're breaking up again. You're breaking up, though. Was it me?
I magical.
Don?
Oh, I'm here, buddy.
What's up with your mic, man? I can't hear you, bro. For nothing. Can't hear a word you say.
I claim photons have mass
I see. Okay. Why do you make that claim?
because it does. Everything does.
Yeah, but why do you make that claim? Like, what is that claim based on? You can't just say because it does. Is there an observation, some experimental evidence you've come across? Like, well, what is that based on?
Is it matter? Did it come from matter?
Did what come from matter?
the photon.
Photon can come from matter, yeah.
It can. They all did,
Yeah.
right? Either everything
I guess.
started as photons come from the Earth.
I mean, photons come from energy. They just quanta the electromagnetic field.
Yeah,
But
I like this particle. See, go ahead.
they are cases where mass can radiate and release energy or heat in the form of photons. That does happen.
Right. And it's mass. It came from mass.
Don, you are breaking up real bad, bro.
Now, check this out.
Don, I missed half of what you said. If you could just repeat all of that.
Are we better now? Are we better?
Yeah, better.
Dude, so check this out. First of all, this isn't going to go well for you either way, but I like the fact that you want to special plead and say, this stuff is conserving momentum in a different way or whatever. But I'll give it to you, man. I'll give it to you that the laser doesn't conserve the momentum, and it just goes boom, instantaneous. It goes straight on from missiles.
Ooh, Don. Bro.
You better keep hoping they disrupt me, because you're gonna get waxed as soon as this breaking up nonsense is over with.
Maybe.
So I'm glad you're claiming that the laser does not do what the baseball does, right? That's what you're claiming. First of all, I don't agree with it. I think it should. I think it would if we have a exaggerated enough demonstration, big enough scale. But you're claiming, just to confirm, the photon does not do what the baseball does, correct?
Yeah, that's what I'm claiming. I might be wrong.
Right. So when we're shooting a laser to the moon, to the retroreflector, right?
Mm-hmm.
Since the baseball would like follow the path of the Earth and therefore the moon, because they're all linked and all this, and also the galactic motion, around the Milky Way, because the baseball is all linked in with all these free falling, gravitational wells or whatever the fuck you want to put it in. It's going to conserve its momentum, blah, blah, blah. Well, if the photon doesn't do what the baseball does, like if you're to throw a baseball straight at the moon, it's going to basically hit because, it's moving with the Earth, moving, and the moon is like locked up there. But if you shoot the photon, the laser at the retroreflector, you're going to have to aim like way off to where the moon would be in 3D space based off the solar movement, based off the galactic movement, because the photon doesn't do what the baseball does, Nate. So how can you aim at the retroreflector and then a half a second later when it gets there, the moon is supposed to be millions of miles away because of the galactic movement? I mean, you're just busted open right there, but you're not going to
I
see
think
this and
it's
never
the other way around, Don. I
Yeah,
think
you
it's with the
think. Well,
baseball
go
you
to
would
bed.
have to predict
Think about it.
where the
Go to bed thinking about it. I'm not going to argue it. You think about it to yourself. Okay, I've thought about this for years and years. Okay, I don't want to hear your impulsive standard narrative, pull out your ass shit. I want you to think about it for a whole night. Think about it slowly, and then let's talk about it tomorrow.
Okay.
Also, rest master.
But my preliminary thoughts are that you kind of have it ass backwards. It's with the baseball that you would have to predict where the moon is going to be and then aim for there. While with the photon, you can just aim it directly at the retroreflector and it'll hit it. Even if the moon's going to be, moved 5 seconds into the future, you'll
Well,
hit it
I'm
with the
willing to
photon.
bet. I'm willing to bet on it. So you're absolutely. slow backward. But
You're breaking up again.
I bet you think about it. Why would the baseball? Why would you have to lead the baseball? It's got the momentum of the Earth already, moving laterally with it.
Yes, the baseball has the momentum of the Earth through its inertia. The photon is
Right, and the
conserving
moon
it,
isn't
but
going
not
anywhere. The
through.
moon is
But,
locked.
the moon moves.
Look, I'm not talking
But
about the baby amount of move. Look, I'm predicting that the baseball moves as fast as the light as well. You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna have a little baby bit. But when you're talking about compared to the galactic movement and all this other stuff, Nate, really think about it, man. Think about it. You can say, oh well, it's the light speed, the radio or laser, whatever you're shooting at the moon. It's so fast, but it's not a field. It's not a field thing you're shooting. You're shooting a directed beam, a focused beam. Sure, I'm sure it's coning some. That's another thing to think about. They're talking about it's got to hit at the middle part of the laser for it to bounce back. Bro, just think about this, dude. They're selling you stories. Wake up. Go to bed, think about it, and wake up when you wake up. Have you ever seen
you're breaking up, Ton.
Why am I breaking up so bad? Like, am I in the boonies or some shit? Like,
Are you?
I'm boonie. I'm bumfuck Egypt right now, buddy. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hey, beautiful. Now.
I can't hear you, Don. Like, you just went dark, bro. I think you should call it a night, Don.
Mi no habla Globe.
I think it's gonna be better now.
better.
Nate went 99. I hope he thinks about it. If you're listening offline, also envision the first time you've seen underwater exploration of a beautiful coral reef or a school of fish.
Envision the missing depth of water. How do we
What's
have a curved
beautiful?
How do you have curved water that you can drop down in that there's no drop down in water? Like if you have a curved planet somewhere, you have to drop down in the water too. Not just fly horizontal in the air and drop down. You have to be able to swim out in the water and then drop down. Torpedo straight down like a dive, right? 7,000 miles. Not in deep water.
Wait,
The
what?
surface.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about to the core. What?
No. I'm not talking about no core. No, I'm not. Take an orange,
7,000
man.
miles? What the fuck?
7,000 kilometers. If one side of the globe is 12,000, and I'm not going the whole side, I'm not going from the top down through the core, I'm slicing the edge off. So if you slice an orange, take 6 slices off the peel, right? You got 6 circles on your orange. Your top, your north, your south, your east, your west, and your bottom slice of
Like
the
a
peel
dice.
off an orange, right? That's your ocean. Now we're missing that depth of ocean. We got the top depth of the peel, which is 8 miles, but we're missing the down, the front, the back, the north, south, the down, the downward circles. And then the bottom circle where Australia is, that's a whole nother circle too. So that would be a certain portion, almost 3950, or whatever like that little certain area could be whatever. Like literally that slice could be 12,000 on one half and on the other half and be your whole 24,901 off the top of the orange. But that slice, it's only as deep as the orange's peel. So even if you slice that top of the orange and that matched our 24,901, 39.59 from the center of that little piece to the outside edge, it's still flat as hell. So we still need depth. So the other part of the orange that we sliced off the right, the north side, to the south, to the east, to the west, the walls, we need those. We need to be able to dive down in those. 7,000 kilometers worth. Now do you understand?
I mean, I'm for like mapping everything and putting it all together and make sure we're not missing anything.
Well,
I see your example. I don't know if I could
cut
get
your
that
orange in
out.
half. Cut your orange in half. One half represents 12,000. The other half represents 12,000. Actually, it's slightly a hair more on each half. Right now,
You're talking about like from any tip to tip on that
from an
half, it
orange.
would be
From any orange,
12,000
yes,
around the
a
surface,
spherical
right?
orange. Yeah, half of it's going to be 12,000 from top to the bottom
Through
in the arc. The arc.
Yeah, through the center.
Yeah, cut it through the center. Yep, the right surface portion is going to be 12,000. The center will be about 8 or so. And then if you just take that little section off to the right side, not the top portion of the arc, just the right side, like you would an orange, slice it. That's your about 6,000 to 7,000 km that you have to have of water. You have to be able to swim down, like dive down. And the ball too.
You're talking
so
about
from the top of the ball to the bottom of the ball, you have a 12,000 mile drop. Correct? Well, I'm saying 8 to 7,000. I'll give 7,000. So we're looking for 7,000 miles depth.
Yeah, but it's like the water is such thin skin on the earth. Like that would be cool.
So
like,
what?
if it was
Water's thin skin doesn't. What do you mean? That doesn't make it deep anymore because it's thin skin. What are you talking? To you, how big is that thin skin ocean?
It's not even
Now
as
hold
deep
on a
as
minute.
it's not
How
even
big are
as
you
deep as
to
the
that
orange
thin skin ocean? Stop being crazy. How big are you to that thin little skinned ocean, buddy? You're microscopic, right?
We're big, but I'm
7 mile
saying
deep
going
ocean.
down through the big
You're
well
calling
of
a
it. That
thin
would
skin
be kind
ocean
of.
a 7 mile deep ocean. First of all, let's get that straight. You're calling 7 miles of water a thin skin. How big are you to that 7 miles? Thin skin guy? You're the thinnest little skin I ever seen in there, right? So if you can't fucking thin skin your little thin skin self and swim straight down 7,000
We talk
km,
about this,
you
man.
don't have a depth. No,
Remember,
there's not.
listen,
It's not what we talk about. It's physics.
The
There's no talking.
atmosphere is
There's no talking.
60
What
miles
atmosphere?
of
There's
atmosphere.
no fear.
60.
There's no
Me and
fear.
you have talked about how thin. Listen, I'm
No,
gonna say a
me and
number. I
you
know
haven't
you're gonna
talked about
remember. I
anything.
know you're gonna remember. Dimok, do you remember 1/130th? Remember that?
Do you remember?
1/130th.
Where's
That's how
that at?
thin the
On what?
atmosphere is. That's 60.
On what?
That's 60
On what?
miles.
On what?
Rodney!
On what? On your
One
imagination?
130th.
On what?
130th.
Show me what you're talking about, please.
You don't remember it?
You're not remembering what you showed me, apparently. Show me one whatever you're making up, Mickey Mouse numbers on Mickey Mouse fucking imaginary stuff you have, because I can't see it.
Calm down, man. So we talked about
I'm calm. I just want to see what you see.
Being
Where?
very thin around the
On
ball. On their fake ball.
How big are you to that atmosphere? Microscopic, apparently, right? And the atmosphere reaches
the ocean is only 10% of it.
reaches the moon, dude, and the sun. Come on now.
That's the fake atmosphere, man. I'm talking about just the 60 miles. Let's just talk about.
So how big
thin
are
it
you to
would
60
look.
miles? Why do you not keep not answering what I'm saying to you, buddy? How
Do you
big
have
are you to 60 miles of air?
How many layers of orange peel
Stop
do you
not
think
answering my
can make
question.
it
I'm
to the
asking you a
inner-
simple question.
Just
I know you
answer
can
it.
remember
Just
this.
answer it. Just
You're
answer it,
answering
man.
it.
Just answer your question. Answer your
How
question.
big are you to 60 miles of air?
However much you want me to be, buddy.
You're microscopic. That means don't fucking tell me the air is small. When it's bigger than you are. Way bigger.
I'm sorry you have a problem with
Don't
words.
tell me something
but it's
small that's
like,
bigger than you
should
are.
listen.
Right? 7 miles deep of water. How long does it take you to swim down through that, big guy?
10 minutes. 10 minutes, you know.
For you to swim through 7 miles of water?
Yeah.
Let me see. Straight down. Tell me
you have a
7 miles.
robot
Swim
with
to the
you?
Marianas Trench. Straight down to it. 7 miles down. I'll wait.
Yeah.
I'll wait.
Not long at all.
You're
long.
making shit up that makes no sense here. So the little ocean that's little to you, that's 7 miles deep, you think that's fucking little. Weird. Right?
10 minutes.
You think
could be
7
out there
miles
in 10
deep is
minutes.
small somehow. Show me where 7 miles deep is small to you, buddy.
6 minutes.
6 minutes is small to you? Or deep?
Yeah.
So a number 6 is deep in a minute?
What I was trying to
Time
say is
deep?
like, I want to envision a big pool of water, like you're saying, like as far as like being able to cut down the side of the orange.
The ocean
and
surrounding a globe? You can't imagine that?
The orange. Talk about the orange, buddy.
So you haven't
want to
imagined the globe before ever, then,
you
have
not
you?
want to listen about your orange, but then
Clearly,
told
you
me
haven't
about the
imagined
orange,
the globe before,
but
have you?
you won't let me tell you what I imagine
What's
about
the
your
globe
orange
look like when it's
and
7
how
miles
it
deep?
analogizes to the globe. See, they have this model of the fake globe, right?
Well, how big are
and
you
on
to
their
it?
model, on their
Well, how big
model,
are you on that model?
the ocean would like layer
Hard
into the
question,
earth
huh?
like
Beyond
1,000
your
times.
IQ?
Whereas your orange peel only layers into the orange like
Well, how big are
15
you?
times. So your analogy, I'm saying I want to
Of
see what
what?
you were saying,
How big are
but I
you on that
can't
orange?
see swimming through the orange. Oh, you can't even be seen on the orange. You're like a piece of fucking dust.
Okay, so that seems like the water would be pretty big to you, Newton. It wouldn't be small, skin flint, like you're saying, skin sized.
No, I don't agree. I still just don't agree. If you just shut
It'd
up
be
and listen,
7,000 miles deep and 7,000 miles wide, Snidely Whiplash.
No,
Then
what
you're
are you,
telling
see,
me
what
you
are you
can't
talking
fucking dip
about?
down the center or the whatever part of water you want, Snidely. You don't
Why
make no
you got
sense here.
7,000
Show me which part of
now?
thick water you can't go down in an aquarium. I got a 7 mile wide aquarium. Show me how it's hard to dip down in any portion of it, Snidely.
because you're going to hit a mountain.
You're
You're
not
going to hit
making
a
any sense
mountain.
here, pal.
If
So
you
the surface
go,
of this 7 mile water, you can't swim through now. You can't
well,
float.
but first of all, you're
You
fucking full
can't
of shit
float on it
because
when you're dead
listen,
now either,
motherfucker.
can you?
You talked about slicing the
Shouldn't you
orange going
float
down.
down
You're talking
8,000
about a
miles to
globe
a
sitting
drop?
on a table, and like
Yeah, you should be able
down
to
is
float
like
down on your
falling to
back.
Antarctica, brother. You're talking too fast. If you want somebody to talk to, you got to be a little more friendlier.
Well, you got to
dude.
demonstrate a little faster then.
You want to be
Demonstrate
over
how
and
you
out?
don't have a depth.
Okay, you can
Okay?
preach to the empty
For
room, buddy.
what? Your imagination? Yeah, I know. You're not making no fucking sense. You don't even know how big you are on a globe. Talking about the globes. The ocean of a globe is so little, but you're microscopic to it. Get real, little guy. Yeah, I mean, shit. I thought the globe was so big. And now I got somebody telling me it's so small. I mean, I personally, as a flat earther, think the imaginary globe is little as hell. Like super little. But, you know, that's just me. I'm an idiot. What do I think? What does that matter? But we're missing depth. You can go forward everywhere and up from the water. Where's down? Where's down through the water deeper than 7 miles? If you live on a globe surrounded by water, surely you have a wall of water deeper than 7 miles that goes along the edge of your ball. The whole side of the edge of your ball. Everywhere around the whole thing. Literally, like the stripe on a cue ball or the stripe on a ball. The striped balls on the billiard table, like make them real thick all the way. Like, that's the depth. It's the depth and the length. Isn't that funny? sad. $20-foot ocean, 2-foot ocean on a 12,000-mile wide, thick, deep globe. What? So forward and down is a whole globe of water below my feet forward. So if I walk 39.59 and then look down, there's supposed to be two 39.59s or from the center of a circle. Like, how much water is supposed to be down from my feet after I walk 39.59? There's no drop. There's no curve of water below my feet. There's no earth there no more. That's weird. I'm just looking for the water. You know what I mean? We should have thousands of miles of water, man, that you can just drop down in the surface of. Not in the center of the earth. That's stupid. If the water's on the outside crust of earth like that, like the peel of an apple or the peel of an orange, then clearly the peel of an apple, the whole way around is what you have. That length, 24,000 miles around of water, right? So that'd be 24,000 miles of water from the center point out. So that'd be 12,000 forward, 12,000 back. That's only eight miles deep of 24,000 forward and back. So that's not enough. It's just not enough.
They were on quiet or something?
I believe so.
Yeah, I guess so. Is it quiet? I guess everyone's taking a quiet time, or we're going up for a piss break. Yeah, it definitely does. Man, are you in that Tartaria cosmology server too?
I sure am.
Oh, I got definitely kicked out of that group.
Hell
Why is
yeah.
that?
Yeah. Server
Is
host.
there a definitive reason as to why you got kicked out?
Oh yeah, the owner of the
Yes.
server
Mm-hmm.
was trans, but didn't say anything. And when we got to the trans debate, got heated because I was telling him you can't compare gay problems to black problems, and got mad and got kicked me out, called me all sorts of retarded names.
I see.
About what it takes. If you disagree with the server of any server, if you disagree the owner, the maker of it, then they could pretty much kick you out.
Yeah, it happens, man. It's always like that.
It's not really like that here. Here, it's more if
I'm kicked out of
you.
there too.
Sorry?
I'm kicked out of there too, and all I said was, "Do you have any
Yeah.
evidence?"
No, that's fair enough. I'm saying that it's not really like that in this particular server. We sort of try to adhere to the server guidelines, and if you don't adhere to those guidelines, then you get your warnings. So
Yeah, at least you
even
get warnings. You get warnings. That I didn't get no warning. I got a flat out kick.
yeah. I'm not saying that one server is better than the other, but just the way we do things here is we just try to adhere to those guidelines and hand out warnings. And as far as I know, I haven't personally kicked anyone out of this server, and don't know that
Yeah.
anyone. A lot of people leave on their own accord, but yeah, we
Well, then you
don't.
get a tip of my hat for you, because that's much respect. Like in a year of people get caught in their feelings and shit like that, like especially if you're gonna have a server that's like you could say whatever you want except the things that I like, and it's not really freedom of speech, but it's a free speech server. Like that's not what it is. But okay, at least
Fair
give
enough.
warnings, you know.
Yeah. There are certain topics here that we tend to censor just purely because
Discord.
we're live.
To Discord.
Yeah, we're for Discord and we're live streaming on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't want to get those. We don't want to get the channel shut down. But purely because of that. But I mean, if there's something that's a controversial subject, we tend to deafen the live stream.
Yeah, I know. Like the subject when goblins get mentioned or shit like that, you know.
Yeah.
Like it has to be censored, it has to be hidden. Oh, trust me. But I can dog on fucking anything else. Like I can dog on Christians, I can dog on heterosexuals, I can dog on all this stuff, but God forbid we get into that subject. Yeah, I know. Or even the jab or the coof, you know, because of YouTube. Yeah.
Yep.
As long as you use coded words, I don't mind. It's like, and I'm like I've said, like for the other servers, I'm all for like if I get a warning, you tell me where's my limit. I'm not gonna be that guy that kind of fucking pokes at the limit. I was like, all right, I'm gonna be that fucking robot. They're like, oh, there goes the clip side. Let me turn my robot ass somewhere else. But yeah, like, but there was another person that was mentioning that when Tartaria came around, the Tartaria server, a lot of people started migrating over there. They started collecting lots and lots of people versus being over here. So somebody was saying it was pretty awfully suspicious. Maybe it was just paranoia, but that's just my thought process to it.
Well, I just tend to think that people sort of congregate wherever the conversation is more active. So at times there'll be more people in here, and it also depends. It's dependent upon the subject, subject matter, whether or not people are interested or not. So yeah, I've got nothing against the server personally. I rarely speak up in this server and the other server.
Oh, okay. So
yeah,
that's fucking cool. Like I've never got to talk to you that I think of more of. But yeah, normally I don't mind talking. The only thing I kind of get sick and tired of it is the like the constant debates of flat Earth and globe Earth, and like sometimes I wish there was other channels where we could talk about something like new or whatever, because I know like I'm pretty solid on being a believer that NASA is not real on what they're telling us, and I'm not saying the Earth is flat. I'm not saying it's a pancake or the fucking four elephants on a turtle swimming to space, but it's definitely not adding up. And I do look at the old German and World War II maps and a lot of other shit. So I that's my point of view. But sometimes like the debates between, like when I first got in the server like 2 months ago, I think it is, could be wrong. Like they've been arguing about fucking light refractions and the black swan for the same 2 months, it's the same group of people. It's like, the definition of insanity,
I
Yeah,
get you.
especially when you can't show it, or what's it help you do to look at mirages?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the Globers are like pushing this, this narrative to, I don't know whether they're thinking they can convince flat earthers or whatever that's in the server. Like, no, you're gonna be a Glober, and the flat earthers are trying to convince the Globers that what they believe doesn't make any sense. And I've never seen anyone switch sides. I've seen people like, I'll do some research, I'll look at this and stuff like that, but I've never seen them like, switch sides.
Yeah, I don't think anyone in these particular Discord forums are going to switch sides, as you say. I think the main beneficiary would be a third party, an audience that can hear both arguments on both sides and then make up their minds after the fact. So yeah, look, I haven't seen that personally happen. The switching of sides in these forums, although there are a couple of exceptions. Me being one of them, but that happened early on when I joined the 24/7 Discord server, and I came in as a Glober. But it was sort of a position I had all my life, and then I heard the arguments, and in that sense, I suppose I was a third party sort of a listener, and I put forth those regurgitated arguments that I thought I had down pat, and I found that they didn't really hold any water, and I switched sides in that sense, but not purely because of the arguments made, but I went out to verify the claims made by the flat earthers, if you will, at the time, and I found that the positions that I held initially sort of there was a lot of inconsistencies, and that was me switching sides, if you will.
No, okay. Well, that's you listened to it and then you did your own research, and kind of like that's pretty much what I did. I came across these YouTube videos like Owen Benjamin, like I'm loving to see this. I think I got to see the other side, and next thing you know, I look at it and it's like yeah, that doesn't add up. Let me do my own research. Do my enough research, and yep, it doesn't make no fucking sense. And that's how I figured it. Like I used to watch a lot of the Austin stuff, like the Nitwit thing. That's what it called, Wit It or whatever.
Witsit?
Yeah, Witsit. Yeah, or his name's Austin, I think.
Yeah.
And I watched it for a while. It was pretty good. And then I remember watching another guy who's talking about like Titans and geology. That was fucking cool. And ancient history. That's even cool. But then I kind of stopped watching Austin because there's so much you can watch about the flat Earth before you kind of do it. Like you look at Eric Dubay and he's already moving through different subjects. It's like you can go in there. It's not just flat Earth. He's talking about dinosaurs. He's talking about dragons. He's talking about the goblins. He's talking about all these other groups. So it's like, stuff like that. Today.
In this particular server, we don't just purely stick to that one subject, flat Earth versus globe Earth. There's a lot of speculation. There's a lot of other subjects that we sort of dive into and try to discuss.
No, I'm all for that. Like there are times that I'll jump in and I hear Austin and the whole group. I shit you not, fucking black swan or fucking light refractions all over again. And it's like there's so much of it before you can hear the same old fucking horse beaten argument. A horse is long dead. Dead. It's a zombie. It's actually part of the ground. It's a fossil. And I go back and disappear for a week and come back, and it's like clockwork. It's like,
yeah. In all honesty, Whitsett, he sort of diversified a lot. He doesn't stick to the same old arguments. From what I've heard recently, he's sort of trying to advance his knowledge in other subjects. So it's not always the same old talking points. And I definitely commend him on that, because he's always trying to further his knowledge, and he's brought a lot of things that he has been shunned for by other sort of mainstream flat earthers that don't want it seems that they don't want the conversation to progress. They want to stick to the same old argument. So if you stick around again and you hear him, he really does seem to have, like I said, diversified his
Yeah, I know he was talking about the Kanye and stuff like that, but like he's giving me like YouTuber vibes. I know that's what he is, but there's like a difference between that. Like if you compare Eric Dubay and a YouTuber content creator, Eric Dubay is all about dropping as much knowledge as possible. Like you look at Robert Seffer, he's all about dropping knowledges, never asking you for a like, subscribe, or content. Like they're just producing knowledge-filled things that you can come back and look at an archive. Like, and you can look at Owen Benjamin. Dude is a streamer. He does this, but he's like a live podcast of information. But like ever since that whole weird situation where Austin was trying to do a debate, paid some bills in advance because supposedly these Globers were promised him they were gonna pay him money, and I'm like, come on, when have you ever heard one of these YouTuber pro Globes ever stay with their words? Like he's no fool. He got jerked by them 4 times already. And he paid his bills in advance, and then like, yeah, I was really relying on that money. It's like, that is dumb. Like something's going on. So like after seeing all this stuff, it's like he's starting to become a YouTuber. That's what that looks like. And you gotta grow. For me, I just grow out of him. Like he was cool when I was watching him, but now I'll just move on. It's all about that content creation and donations and stuff.
Well, personally, I think he puts a lot of time into what he does. So I've got no problem with him actually, making an income off the time that he puts into his arguments, because, like I said, he has diversified, he has furthered his knowledge. So stick around and see, see what he's about now. Maybe give him a second chance.
No, I will. I'll see how things are. Like, I'm not gonna. Like, I stopped watching his YouTube for a long time, and I have not said nothing bad towards him. It's just that, like, there's a like if you're not like when you come to Flat Earther and you're trying to make money off of it, like you're gonna be shadow banned from everything. So to make a living off of it is pretty fucking nearly impossible. I know he's trying, but he is like struggling trying. The fact that someone can fuck with his like debate, like, yeah, man, I'll give you $5,000 to do this tag team debate, but it's you versus 3 of us, and it's not gonna work. This is gonna be the 5th time because they already done it 4 times, and he goes and pays bills in advance, and just to me, it's just like this is just getting silly. It's like you can have all this knowledge, just find some other job in the meantime. This way, if you get deplatformed, you don't put your family in jeopardy. But man, who knows what I'm saying? It's like what he's doing with his life, that's his thing. But when I see something like that, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna move on. This kind of looks weird. Like,
yeah, that's fair enough. You're entitled to your own judgment and opinion. But yeah, like I said, personally, I don't have a problem with what he's doing, and I've learned a lot from him, and yeah,
same here, man. I'm not gonna doubt his knowledge. Knowledge was definitely a cornerstone to like minds when I was archiving stuff.
Mhm.
And I've seen him debate in Modern Day Debate and all these other people and all that stuff. So it was good entertainment, but now it's like when I'm like, I think humanity as a whole, there's like, that's what I was like when I came here last time. I was like, we should have a separate channel for us kind of to argue about like things yet to come, and let like a flat earther globe or debate channel on this one. Like leave the live stream here, let them debate it for the like 600th time, which one is believable, and then we could talk about like ancient history, dinosaurs, or fucking the next calamity that's about to hit, or the deep state or whatever. But that's just my suggestion.
Those things are discussed here at times.
Yeah,
perhaps stick around. I mean, I know that the main topics are flat versus globe, and that may get tedious at times, but and I share that. I share that opinion with you. Yeah, it does get to, that's why I no longer sort of involve myself in the debate as such. I'm purely here to sort of moderate, and at times I do engage, but yeah, it's no longer something that really interests me as much as it used to. I used to put a lot of energy into they weren't, I would say they were formal debates, but you know, I like I said, I'd put a lot of energy into debating anti-flat earthers, globers, whatever you want to call them. But at the moment, you know, I'm preoccupied with a lot of other things, so yeah, you'll rarely hear me speak up. I do like to try to keep this the integrity of the server going, and so that's my position. But
yeah,
I am waiting on. I've had a sort of back and forth with Mr. What's his name, Bob, the science guy. So I'm sort of waiting for him to come in the VC just to hash one thing out with him, and see where that goes. But yeah, as for getting into, you know, the everyday back and forth that a lot of people sort of enjoy engaging in, or whatever it is, I'm really sort of trying to shy away from that at the moment.
No, I understand that. Like for instance, like I said, I study and archive everything I look at that's abnormal, make case files and stuff. Like if there's something abnormal, you put it in a case file and then you eventually investigate it later or find connections and patterns like an investigator. So, you know, I was mentioning over here one time we were talking about like there's sightings of giants. Remember that guy that saw a giant on the cliff or a mountain and CIA killed him? You know, did you hear about that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, it's all over. A TikTok guy saw a giant on top of a mountain, him and his friend, and he says, "Oh, that's fucking crazy." He says the next day he was going to go up there and check it out himself, and he got stopped by a black car. It's a public place. He's gone up that mountain many times. And eventually that car follows him home because he tries many times. He saw the black car in front of his house. He goes out there and starts, hey, and it's the same black car that had stopped him. You think this must be a TikTok thing, but it's not. Then he's reading something with a phone recording him, so he's not holding the phone. And he's saying that he didn't see anything. He made shit up and stuff like that. And eventually, after that awkward video, he goes and says that, no, that it's real. The giant was real. I couldn't believe it's fucking real. And eventually down the road, they say they're going to kill me, and then eventually you look up the obituary, he died. Tons of YouTubers have made videos for him, you know, like if this was real or not, and they investigated and they checked the guy's obituary, and yeah, he died. And you know, and the videos were showing before and after. Before, when he was recording it, there was like the supposed giant, and his cliffside was pretty clean. The mountainside was empty on the top of the mountain. And then later on, he films it before he ends up dying, that they put this weird military base right on top of the mountain.
Okay. It's definitely interesting. Yeah.
All you gotta type in is like on YouTube, giant. A TikTok guy gets killed over giant, seeing a giant. Okay. And it's all over the net now. So, and there's now plenty of giants showing up all over the net. People are finding giants. And it wasn't just because this guy died, caused the whole TikTok thing. People were just recording and seeing multiple giant sightings too. And, you know, that's not half of it either. There's park rangers being found impaled in trees, 20-foot trees. Branches are horizontal. And you know the park rangers, park stations committee's reply about this unfortunate park ranger's death? He fell off a cliff. You check the map of the tree, and there's no fucking cliff or mountain around the said tree for about miles. So unless you got shot out of a cannon, it makes no sense. You know, and not only that, he was ripped up open. So not only was he impaled on a tree, but his whole body was kind of flayed open.
Okay.
Nothing was missing, no organs, nothing was eaten, there was no teeth marks. So unless there's a serial killer with a power ladder and some strong physical body strength to impale someone on a tree branch, it's nuts. But if you look at the old books, like the medicine books, the medicine man books from reservations, they tell you it's part of a Wendigo or one of the Wendigo ceremonies that when they're expanding their territories, they go and impale people on trees. And yeah, that's the reason why the medicine men don't like talking about these things. And they were, people were doing research and stuff like that. And there's a thing where people saying that we're out of the Kali Yuga. We're no longer being. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm still listening.
Oh yeah, so we're out of the Kali Yuga. And if you don't believe in dinosaurs, then you have to ask yourself, what are all these old large skeletons with teeth and all this other stuff going around? Well, they're animals or monsters. And if you look at every different culture, like for instance, if you look about the Wendigo, is a Native American. If you look at Slavic, they call it the Leshen. And if you look at the Chinese, I think it was called a Dalek or something like that, some sort of creature. And it's exact description for all these same things all over the world. So I'm guessing we're now entering the era of monsters and ether. And these things are going to keep coming out more and more. And the government is trying to hide it as much as it possibly can, but shit's going to hit the fan soon. And I wonder what the normal reaction is going to be for it.
Yeah, look, I'm definitely open to all these anomalies, so I'm definitely not closed-minded. That's why I'm part of this particular server.
Yeah, same here, man. Like, find like-minded people that research shit like this.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's why I was like, I remember I brought up one time the Invisible Reich, the Hollow Earth Germans, and it was like, oh, that sounds fucking insane, Def. I'm like, well, hear me out. I was also skeptical like you until someone pointed out Operation High Jump, that the military after World War II went to fucking Antarctica. And you go like, well, why would they go to Antarctica? Well, there was a thing during the time of 1934 and 34 and 35, Germany wanted to claim Antarctica. And so they talked to Australia and a few other countries around. Like, what do I need to claim Antarctica? I was like, well, you need to drop flags, with your national flags. It has to be at least maybe, 200-300 kilometers apart. And you got to keep dropping them. So they did that. They went on a plane and they dropped a whole bunch of fucking flags around Antarctica to claim it. And they call it New Schwabenland. They don't tell you that in the history books. And they tell you that on Operation High Jump, we only sent a small fleet, but then when you look at the actual file, we sent 3 full-size, full-crew military frigates, and I think 1 air carrier with several ships. That's a full fucking naval force, one of the largest naval operations of its time, and we sent it to Antarctica. And we got several of the airplanes shot down. No one really died. Supposedly, but we only got 1 ship that came back. And you know what the report said about the people that went over there? Flying saucers.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, so it gets a little fucking crazy. Robert Saffer, you ever heard of that guy?
I have.
Yeah, he does a whole fucking video on that too. He breaks it down way better than I can. And the guy is like explains it. He has files, he has things, letters and stuff, and he's reading it about it. And he breaks it down pretty fucking clean. So like if you take a listen there in one of his archives, he has talking about the UFOs are actually Germans. And look what America did. America went and announced that UFOs are real, like last year of 2021, and they have no idea of the aircraft. It's not of this world. We've never shot one of them down. We've unable to catch them on. And here's the kicker: the fuckers can turn the nukes on and off whenever they want. They can just take all our missile silos and just make them into bombs for us.
Interesting.
Yeah, they had a Senate meeting about it too. I think somewhere in the middle of 2021 or 2022. All the U.S. senators got up there with several admirals, Air Force, Naval, you name it. They talked about it, and they were asking straight up, can these UFOs turn off our nukes? And the answer was yes. And have they uncovered our hidden? Yes, they have uncovered our hidden silos. They've also, these UFOs can go underwater. They turned off and turned on our submarines. They took control of the submarines. They had it submerged, and they activated the nukes for more than 4 minutes, and then they shut it off, and then they shot out somewhere in the ocean. That is truly a terrifying thing for an opponent you don't know. It's like if you play video games and if your opponent can turn on your own weapons against you, that is a terrifying fucking moment for a country.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And you think, why hide it from the public? Well, and why go out now? Well, they're going out now because these guys are making their moves now. They're making their moves now, and they're no longer hiding. Shit, there's reports from Naval over to Florida, and they showed videos of it. A UFO about the size of two football stadiums. And you can't see it, but they can detect it. And if you look at the sky, the way the Naval was showing with the camera, you see this cloud just doing this weird kind of like image thing. Like it's rippling, like it's a fake cloud or like a fake hologram. But you could see it. And it's fucking nuts. Now, what's funny, it's well, if you have Germans doing this, and these are the old Nazis, a lot of people always ask the question, how come they never got the revenge? How come they never nuked? How come, well, think about it. As soon as the UFOs and after that operation, Truman signs a peace treaty with 72 countries to never go near Antarctica again. A lot of flat earthers use it as an example. It's like, yeah, we can't go to Antarctica because there's 72 treaties. Yeah, but you don't know why the origin of those treaties were. It wasn't stop flat earthers from figuring out the dome. That was one of them, but that wasn't it. Because once they did the 72 treaties, the government built all these giant mega facilities to monitor them. Radio, analytics, communications, you name it. Shit, there is people talking about in the naval intelligence of getting radio communications 200 miles towards Antarctica. Like, what's going on? And so they've got every type of jamming technology over there to prevent whatever that's over there from communicating elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And what we've been doing for the last 50 years? We've been brainwashing the entire world that Nazis are these evil motherfuckers, Satanists, baby eaters. And now what happens when these guys come down out of the UFO and they got the swastika all blonde and all that stuff? It's the first thing a dumbass is going to do is going to shoot one of them. Start World War III again. That's how that shit's going to go down. I just hope they can overlook it.
And this is definitely something I've never delved into. So, like I said, all I can do is listen because I don't have an opinion either way. But I'm open to what you're saying.
Yeah, man, it's just crazy. Like you've heard of QAnon, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Like I thought to myself for a long time, I thought QAnon was cringy because my friends were telling me in the conspiracy circles, like, nah, man, that's a cringy shit. It's probably like that Bolshevik trust thing, that's the enemy of the deep state using that to kind of confuse the people. I go like, oh yeah, I thought that too. But then someone on BitChute made a Q-proof video who's also in the same ideology of I was a skeptic too until I did my own research. I was like, I like when people say that stuff because I do the same thing too. I'm always skeptic. And he posted every file of the QAnon thing. Like every time Q posted, and a correlation to whether Trump posted or a certain event, and he was matching, Twitters and stuff like Trump misspelling or capitalizing certain particular letters, and it's very fucking interesting too, very odd. And you tell yourself, well, if this QAnon thing is bullshit and Trump denounced Q, how come he always has the letter Q or pointing at Q things or fucking doing these abnormal things, And not only that, like if you look further into Trump, you heard of Trump and Tesla, right?
Yep.
Yeah, heard about his uncle and shit?
Absolutely.
Yeah, do you not find that kind of abnormally weird? Like, even you also heard of the conspiracy about the books, right?
What books?
Trump time traveling, the Russian author.
Ah, yes. Yep.
Yeah. Do you know? It's kind of funny because even Tesla said he time traveled himself too. Like a lot of people, it's funny. A lot of people are saying that Tesla was making a lot of shit up, but as we're getting towards more of the 22nd millennia, we're finding out this guy was a fucking genius of mankind. Like for instance, we know that the pyramids were not tombs. There was never been a tomb, a person found in these pyramids. We never found any, and a lot of the ancient scriptures were thrown away because dumbass academics. But the Egyptologists of Egypt kept them. That the pyramid were covered in these white limestones, and the top of the pyramid was crowned this gold thing, right? I was like, okay, so the pyramid was before the Egyptians and before the flood. And then the way it's been built looks like one of Tesla's giant electrical wireless Tesla coils.
Mm-hmm.
And it just tells you there, running water at the bottom, free energy. That's some crazy shit.
Absolutely, and it goes against the mainstream sort of narrative, which again I'm open to.
Yeah, because
they go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm completely with you. Anything against the mainstream. If mainstream tells me not to fucking eat pizza, I'm fucking eating 2 pies. I know that sounds stupid, but it's like, fuck you. And mainstream, you would think the mainstream would catch on, right? Like if the mainstreams are like defending Trump or whatever, they think you get that opposite Streisand, but it's not the case. It's like it's always the opposite.
Yeah, well, it's look, I'm not sure if it's always the opposite, especially like you just mentioned, diet. Like you said, they say not to eat pizza. I'm definitely an advocate against eating any grain-based products based on what they do to your gut flora, and what do they do to your health overall.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say that the mainstream is all disinformation. It's definitely, there's a lot of subjects that are sort of convoluted, and you have to sort of discern your own truth from them. But yeah, definitely when it comes to the mainstream diet or the food pyramid as it's built, I think it's sort of upside down, if you will. They sort of promote a lot of ingestion of grains and seeds, and if you have the chance to look, for me that's actually one of the biggest deceptions that is mentioned here at times, but I don't think people delve into it too much. But what we're putting into our bodies on a daily basis is a big deception, and the mainstream sort of advocates sort of for and against it. But if you look at the food pyramid itself, it's actually, for me, from what I've researched, it's actually been turned on its head, and things like animal products that are sort of demonized when they shouldn't be. There's evidence that would suggest that an animal-based diet is actually the most beneficial to the human body for several reasons. But I don't know. Have you ever sort of delved into that at all or not?
Yeah, I have. Like, I've dealt with the alkaline diet. I've delved into a meat diet.
Mm-hmm.
And definitely, I'm on the whole, like, the majority of diseases are caused by dietary. Like the Dr. Cerebi conspiracy, which ends up being true. He even has a federal court case. You ever heard of Dr. Cerebi?
No, I have not.
Bro, you're gonna get your mind fucked on that one. Dr. Cerebi, believe it or not, is a guy that cured cancer, AIDS, and one of the top 5 diseases.
Right.
And
Okay.
yeah, I'll give you a video. It's like someone did a nice breakdown for it.
Yeah,
So
DM it to me if you don't mind.
yeah,
It's not
sure.
something we want to sort of post in the live stream, but yeah, definitely DM it and I'll have a look.
Yeah, because oh man, let's see if I can find a vid. It's like Dr. Sebi, that's his name. Yeah, they really blocked the shit out of this fucking video. Give me one sec. Let's see if I can find through description.
Take your time. Something that was recently discussed in the Tartaria server it wasn't really in depth, but it was sort of sort of a surface discussion on parasites. Do you have an opinion on parasites?
Oh, the worm theory. Yeah, I've heard of that one. Especially that the worms could also be a cause for LGBTQ.
Yeah, I have heard of that. Is it what have there been studies done on that?
No, well, whatever studies are being researched are usually privately done amongst a few scientists and doctors and physicians. But it's like that. It gets thrown away. There's like every time I've looked it up, there's always a response by the doctors and stuff like, we're being pressured to not talk about it. A medical license or like this. It's the same thing that happened with the goblins biting off the tips of other little goblins' penises for circumcision, and doctors were doing studies in that one, and they found out that it was fucking crazy. Like they did reports about even one goblin spreading AIDS to like almost 300 to 400 kids, and when they went to go get ready to publish it, they were told immediately no, and their medical license would be threatened. So yeah, I even have the report for that one too. That they even said they couldn't release it, but yeah, there was a I remember there was a 4chan post about it where the guy was reading on a news thing between doctors talking, and he went and saved the post and posted it and said this. He noticed there was a trend because a lot of people wanted to take ivermectin because of the coof situation, and there was an overly gay man who had multiple partners. Doctor knows of this patient, doesn't giving any information about the patient itself. And then through the file is indicating that he gave him ivermectin upon request. If a patient wants ivermectin for cold or severe fever, they can be prescribed by it. He gives the patient 2 weeks worth, and about within a month of the report, it states that the patient claims that he's been seeing less and less interest, of almost absolutely no interest, of same-sex partners. Even broke up with his longtime boyfriend. And the doctor had asked, like, what was the sudden changes? What could have caused you to not be of interest to your partner? And this had caused the guy to be pretty upset. But he says, well, besides the ivermectin, which I had immense stomach pains, you were like, yeah, it's natural. But after about 2 weeks of it, yeah, he no longer had any gay thoughts of or same-sex interest. And yeah, and the research even goes even further. Like, there's a weird conspiracy to that where there are some sort of human parasite that kind of transfers in hereditary form, shaping the human body to have a slender and more male look, to make a more feminine physique, so that way the parasites can travel from one butthole to another. But that one's a little bit more comical. But yeah, as far as it goes, ivermectin is a deworming, and the worm could possibly interfere with the brain lobe, just like how certain animals go through a certain breeding cycle, like the worm's breeding cycle and reproduction goes through several different types of animal stomachs from predator to prey. So that could be one of the case.
It's definitely a possibility. For my stance on the whole parasite debate would be somewhat different from studies that I have read, and this is, like I said, it's purely based on correlation. So I just want to premise my whole argument with that, is that they can actually be quite beneficial to the host. So there are different types of parasites. The word parasite sort of has it's almost demonized. It has a specific denotation of, it's harmful to the host. But it's been found that in one particular case, sharks that were infected, so to speak, with tapeworms, they found that the tapeworms were actually ingesting a lot of heavy metals, and they had a higher concentration of heavy metals within their system than the sharks had themselves. So are they there to help the host? Perhaps. There was another study done with mice, where it was a similar sort of situation where it actually helped. So they fed these mice tapeworm eggs, and they noticed that there was that their digestive system actually improved from it. That something like what we have, which is quite common, is Crohn's disease or IBS, where these parasites are actually ingesting or digesting a lot of the toxins that we ingest on a day-to-day basis. And they found that by actually getting these mice to ingest these worm eggs, and these worm eggs eventually obviously hatching and reproducing within their digestive system, that the mice benefited from this. So to me, I think that there's a bit of nuance there that needs to be addressed. In my particular diet consists of I'm what would be considered a carnivore, which would be someone that or an organism that ingests at least 20% of their diet is raw meat. It's not cooked. So yeah, I used to have a lot of digestive issues. I no longer have that. And it's sort of mainstream propaganda that if you don't cook your meat, you might ingest parasites.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So on and so forth. But to me, from what I've researched, and like I said, this is purely speculative and correlative. I'm not claiming cause and effect here. That they could very well be beneficial. Like I mentioned with the sharks, they ingest a lot of those heavy metals that that are in the ocean that the sharks come in contact with. And the fact that they actually had higher concentrations of heavy metals within the worms themselves than the sharks did showed that, perhaps if you correlatively, that these worms are actually, helping the sharks in a way, process those ingested toxins.
Oh, I understand that for sure. Like I've always thought that eating and digesting of raw meat because of parasites, and you go to the supermarket and some people would put on YouTube like taking a piece of steak and then pouring Coke on the meat, and then you see the worms come out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like I was a big believer, like by cooking these meats, you're eating the worms, but they're fucking being cooked to death. That's why I'm a big strong believer cooking it well done. Some people says like, no man, that's killing the juices. Like, no, but you're killing all the parasites. Now, I don't know, like I've seen some crazy shit of like people ingesting worms for like dietary situations and stuff like that, and tapeworms just coming out of your ass fucking long and shit like that. But yeah, if raw meat works for you, like I eat a lot of meat. Like most of my diet consists of like 75% cooked meat, maybe 80%, and then everything else is kind of a mixture, and then like vitamins. Like I'll take K2M4, biotin, zinc, magnesium, and iodine.
Mm-hmm.
To kind of give me a kind of a vitamin nutrition diet.
Yep.
But yeah, I've never done the raw meat thing. Don't get me wrong. I see a big piece of red meat. Doesn't mean I would always love to chow that shit down. But I'm like, let me just cook it herbal. Let me give that little patience. To eat it.
Absolutely.
But hey, if it works for you, man, I've seen some.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that anything that's superheated or cooked, what you're actually doing to the nutrients is you're engaging in nutrient destruction. I mean, heat destroys. So for me, from what I've researched, and like I said, this is all correlation. What you're doing to the nutrients is you're essentially destroying them. You put your hand on a hot pan, and what does it do to your flesh and your cells? It destroys them. So that's what you do when you thoroughly cook meat. So yeah, for me, it definitely has worked. Positively. It's definitely helped my digestive system on a whole. And then reading, like I said, some of these studies. Obviously, there are other studies that sort of go against my particular opinion, but they go against it in a way where, for example, there are a lot of studies that say that these parasitic worms are in high concentrations with patients that have that have IBS. But is that because they have IBS that they have a higher concentration of these parasites? Is that to help them? Is it because they actually need? Is it because their diets aren't particularly correct and they need these parasites to digest these extra toxins that they're ingesting whilst they're eating a lot of grains, seeds, vegetables, which have things like oxalates and lectins and all these other things that aren't sort of promoted in the mainstream. If anything, they do promote a diet that's high in vegetable intake and fruits. So yeah, from like I said, it's something that, like you said, it works for me, but then I don't consider my body any different to anyone else's. I don't think that there is that there would be a difference organically, to your body, for example. We're both human, so why would something work for me and not work for you? That's the sort of conundrum I'm in.
Oh, I see what you mean. Like, no, I get what you're saying. It's like don't get me wrong. I've thought of wanting to eat raw meat and shit like that and try it out, but I can't help but enjoy some cooked meat. Like cooked meat has a different flavor, a different taste. It's nice and hot, it's juicy, has seasoning and stuff like that. But that's a lifestyle change for sure. Like for me, I have a more meaty carnivorous diet than most people. Like I know I have some friends that are just straight vegetarians, and like a good piss in the wind will fucking knock their asses down for 2 weeks. But yeah, I think it all depends. Like maybe in the far future, like when I get into like service and stuff, and I decide to kind of try the raw meat to see how things are. Like when I have a control food situation, like a food zone, like I live with my family. So like doing like your own weird diet or like a kind of experimental diet to see how things work, it's not going to work so well. But once I have like something like that, I wouldn't mind giving it a shot. Like let's see if like give it a day of eating raw meat, like what's the effects of it? Like do I feel anything? Like I did the same thing with K2. K2M4 I heard is one of the major vitamins that the human body is not able to have. And there's so many good studies and benefits of it, but it's not enough being reported. So I was like, all right, if it has such great benefits, I'll go ahead and take it and show experiments. I'm on like week 2 right now, and I do have a lot of energy. It does help with like arthritis and bone aches and stuff, and I don't have much bone pain as much. Like my spine is more flexible, and I'm more often stretching, So I'm starting to see that kind of effect. So I would like to know, like, you said you have better digestive systems. Like I'm not really having like poop problems, or stomach rumbling or gaseous areas. But I also do fast from time to time. So it's like I do like 16 hours intermittent fasting, and then I'll go and chow down like a fat man on a candy store, but mostly food. But
yeah, so essentially, when you fast, what you do is your body consumes itself, so to speak. So it'll consume fat. It'll also consume nutrients, and eventually will consume, your muscle. So if you think about it, it's consuming what it should. So why not feed it what it should? And what I'm trying to say is that it's consuming in that sense, it's consuming raw meat. You're consuming yourself without being cooked. So that's why a lot of people, I find that they find benefits from fasting, because they shy away from that unnatural diet, in my opinion, again, and the body starts eating as it should, what it has to eat, which is raw fat, and those raw nutrients that are stored within our bodies, and eventually, like I said, things like muscle tissue. So that's why, and to address what you said earlier, that you find cooked meat, flavorsome. Would you think that's something perhaps that you were conditioned to as a child, to have that tendency to like that, to like the taste of high things with high, that like you said, that are that have spices in them? Is it something that perhaps you were conditioned to growing up? I'm sure perhaps your parents cooked meals that they poured salt on, pepper, and all other sorts of condiments. Is that why you like that? Because had they fed you, say, raw meat from an early age, perhaps you wouldn't have the tendency to want to spice your meat. Because I find that there are a lot of foods, a lot of international cuisines that personally I can't find myself ingesting, because I just don't like the taste. But there are others that were like, "Oh, how can you not?" But I mean, you grew up eating this, so how can you not like it? So for me, it's all a conditioning process, and eating for taste is something that we're conditioned to do at an early age, whereas other organisms just eat out of necessity and eat out of instinct, because that's the natural process. I think we've been sort of programmed to eat a certain way. What do you think about that?
No, I completely understand. Like yeah, conditioning is a big thing. Like, and mind you, I've seen over there when I was watching documentaries about, you know, the Cossacks and the Mongols that are living out there in the boonies, and they have their children eat meat, raw meat and stuff. You know, that's a thing. You know, and same thing with over there with the Cossacks, they'll eat raw meat. And yeah, it is all about conditioning too. But like when it comes to like animals and humans, we're vastly different when it comes to it. Because like, and yeah, you could put out the notion that, like, I would have used the notion of you know, humans are the only animals or creatures on this planet or plane of existence that needs cooked meat, not eat raw meat. But you know, there are plenty of videos that I've seen, and now your case in front of me, that is even indicating that, yeah, I've eaten raw meat, I'm still alive, I'm not dead, I'm not growing a mutant arm, I'm not a beastman anymore. So it's like, yeah, that I could see that as a beneficial. You're not being rushed to the hospital for anything of that sort. But and that is the case. Like, but you know, like but to get people on par with, like, you know, like eating raw meat or stuff like that, yeah, seasonings and spices, and yeah, we taste. You know, we're sentient enough to understand taste, and dogs too. Even when they're not hungry, they'll still eat because, you know, you put food in there, they'll keep eating to the point of throwing up. So just because it's a little tasty biscuit, they can't help themselves. And but yeah, I also think, you know, that, you know, we have different stages. Like if we were out there and we didn't have seasoning, yeah, we can kill a fucking bison, take a piece of liver or piece of steak and just straight up eat it and we'll be fine. Or put it up on the fire and get a little bit of, you know, searing it up on the side and still raw, and, you know, eat that from there. But you know, that's what. But it, like, as of right now, I wouldn't subscribe to it yet without like a controlled test, because I can't just like, yeah, I wouldn't change it. And it's a huge different lifestyle. It's like you're going from, you know, eating fucking well cooked seasoned food to, you know, something else, like, you know, just straight up raw. You know, you know, even people will give you like a raw look. Like, go to a restaurant, you got a hot chick, you're going out there in front of everyone, and the chick orders a steak, and you're like, I want a raw steak. Do not, and I mean this, do not fucking cook it. Do not put it in a frying pan. I want a raw piece of meat. You understand me? It's like, yeah. And then you tell them, repeat your order, because you're not playing, and this man gives you a nice big bloody raw steak, and you're eating this, and everyone else is just looking at you like, what the fuck? Yeah. So yeah, it's a very impressionable kind of like taste. And I would have to ask you, like, are you straight up just eating raw meat? You're not. You're like, you've moved yourself away from like cooked and seasoned food.
Absolutely, yeah, and it does take some getting used to because of that conditioning for years. So yeah, it's straight up cooked. I'll eat straight up cooked. Straight up raw muscle meat, mince. You know, there was always that that stigma that I always used to hear. Oh, if it's mince meat, then you're gonna, you know, there's a possibility of salmonella. There's blah blah blah. I've eaten raw chicken, raw liver, raw eggs. Obviously raw fish, you know, sushi, what you know, sashimi, just a whole heap of different animal products that have never been cooked, and if anything, personally, I found benefits from it, and not to sort of toot my own horn here, but I get a lot of compliments on how young I look for my age, and
Wait, how old are you?
I'm 35.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and you know, I still get asked for ID, say at a liquor shop, for example. Here, the legal age to buy liquor is 18, in Australia, and I see the people around me, and even the people with my that share my DNA, like my family. I'm the only one that, you know, that you know, doesn't have any digestive issues, that looks younger than the rest of my brothers and sisters. Like I said, this is all correlation, not causation. I'm not claiming that But yeah, straight up, not cooked, not seasoned, and it does take some getting used to. Absolutely, I'm not going to deny that. But once you do it for a certain period of time, you start to get accustomed to the taste, and you start to actually enjoy it. Especially, I quite enjoy the raw liver, and for example, like a raw veal heart, sheep's brains or lamb's brains. Yeah, to me now, it at first, yeah, it took a lot to get over the fact that it even didn't look appetizing to me putting it on a plate. But I put it down to, like I said earlier, just that pure conditioning that I had never actually done this. But yeah, look, man, like I sort of implore you to check it out, and I can see that you're quite open minded to it, but perhaps you're not ready for it. And I've put this across to a lot of people, and it's not something that I pressure people into doing. Absolutely not. I've put it across to some family members, and I've been met with a lot of sort of rejection from it, and understandably so. It goes against so much of that conditioning, that upbringing, and the fact that a lot of people correlate that with perhaps you're gonna ingest these parasites, and you're gonna ingest this bacteria, and you're gonna ingest this and just that. And using my body as a test subject, I've found nothing but beneficial effects.
Okay, I can understand that. See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, doing the experimentation, figuring out, doing figuring out your maximum capacity of what you can and can't do, and the fact that you move into a full raw meat diet because you saw the benefits, and like that right there is like I said, call it for experimentation and shit. Same thing. Like if I saw something that's beneficial and if things work, then I'll definitely do it. Especially if it's all raw meat. Like, yeah, I'll never probably get rid of the taste of a fucking good steak. I'll probably still rock some raw meat and then maybe some cooked meat inside. Make that into a cheat day. But I can also understand maybe there could be a lot of cases where look at this. The fact that you're eating raw meat to get all the nutritional values, and then you look at the factors that we're completely brainwashed with the whole cooking and the way we're cooking. Most people cook with vegetable oil, and then when you look at how vegetable oil is made, you notice that it's completely all chemical. It's disgusting. It's not fucking oil. You might as well use coconut or olive oil, but not fucking vegetable oil.
Yeah.
And it's extremely unhealthy. And so when you move around, you're like, yeah, that's great. So, but yeah, I thanks for telling me this, because I was looking at it for a while, and I thought, I guess the YouTubers that were presenting it were kind of comical entertainers, and they weren't going about it in ask your average dude. Like you Lily opened my mind to that, so I'll keep that in mind.
I'm glad that you're open minded to the subject and haven't rejected it. So yeah, like I said, it's something that I implore everyone to at least try. I mean, there are several international cuisines like foie gras, which is it's goose liver, or you've got your steak tartare, which is just basically raw minced meat, and on occasion a raw egg on top. And then you've got your Japanese cuisine, which is sashimi, which is just raw fish. And yeah, like to me, from what I've found, like I said, and to reiterate, no negative effects. I've been engaged in this diet for probably a little over 2 years, maybe more now. Yeah, I don't get sick. Whatever that means. I I don't experience any symptoms of any classical sickness, if you will. So yeah, man, like definitely give it a go or don't. It's
Hey man. Yeah, you gave me like your honest information, and you definitely look like you came at it genuinely and honest. So no man, I'm giving you a fucking chance on that. That's I always look for people like that to kind of like give me a wholesome answer and stuff like that. You've done the experiment, you lived it, you're still living it now. You're not having a negative benefits, and you sound like the kind of dude like I am. If it was fucking negative, you would definitely be discerning and telling me, yeah, bro, don't be doing this shit. Maybe avoid that. Like, yeah, it's like that's understandable.
Absolutely. Well, the first
Yeah.
time I tried raw chicken was in Japan, and I was quite apprehended to do so. I'm like, do I really want to do this? And it was the taste was just, and this was with no seasoning. I'm like, am I even gonna like this?
And
And
how did it taste?
It was great, absolutely. And it was it was kind of in a skewer, yakitori style, which is just basically like a Japanese skewer. And it was 3 raw chicken balls. And I was like, I want more of that. And the other thing was raw horse liver. That was seasoned because it was in a little plate, and that had I don't know, whatever seasoning they had used, and it was in some sort of an oil. But that was absolutely if I can't recommend it more. That raw horse liver was just absolutely scrumptious. I actually miss it, and there's nowhere where I can get that here. It's not really available anywhere here in Australia. The other thing is raw milk, which is marketed here as bath milk. So it's because it's the only way they can sell it for consumption. Based on legally, that's the only way that people can sell it here, which is basically milk that hasn't been superheated and hasn't been pasteurized, straight out of the cow's teat, straight into your mouth. And that's another thing that I drink at least. I'd say maybe every 2 days I'll drink 2 liters of that. And yeah, it's hard to get your hands onto, and it's actually quite expensive. But
Yeah, because I drink whole milk.
Yep.
And drink that on a daily sometimes. Like, so every 2 days or 3 days, drink whole milk, big fucking cup of it. And yeah, I never heard raw milk. I know whole milk goes through a process.
Yeah, it gets pasteurized. Yeah, so the pasteurization will kill any harmful bacteria. As they say. Personally, I'm not a proponent of that theory, and it also destroys a lot of the enzymes that help digest that lactose. So yeah, look, it's another thing that I would recommend trying if you can get your hands on it. Wherever you are, it's quite rare, but yeah, give it a go, man, or not. It's all good.
Yeah, definitely we'll give it a try. Like, I know that for the longest time, dietary is definitely one of our biggest things that are fucking up the world. And, that's one of the things they go after to fuck you up. So, and, yeah, I definitely would like to try that in more, like, control environment, man. Because, like, that shit is pretty knowledgeable. Like, I cannot fucking eat raw meat in front of my parents. I'd get fucking looked at like no fucking way. Like,
yeah, there is that social stigma, man. That and I've had that. I've been to restaurants where I'm like, that steak, can I have that raw? And a lot of the time say, well, we can't serve it to you completely raw. We can give it to you blue, which is just seared on the top, on the bottom, and the interior of that steak is basically raw. So yeah, if I do go out and eat, which is quite rarely, and I order a steak, it'll be blue. Yeah.
Just tell him you're a fox.
Oh, yep. Like, hey man, I'm a wolf spirit.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta
eat a raw egg, shell and all, right in front of him to prove it.
I've actually done that.
It doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
From what the diet you're describing, that would be along with it. Yeah.
Absolutely, and no negative effects. What do you think about that, Bob?
I'm just fine with it. Just got to be a
am
little
I just
concerned about salmonella, but other than that, go for it.
Have I been lucky these past couple of years? Is that
Well, apparently you said you haven't been sick.
Yeah.
Good for you.
So it's probably just luck, right? Or what's the case with me? Why haven't I experienced these negative effects that are so prevalent in the mainstream?
Well, what negative effects are you referring to?
Yeah, he's stating like so he's been eating raw meat and raw eggs and stuff like that, and
yeah,
the last few years he's been eating all this with the stigma of it, like giving him some salmonella or any of these like raw meat kind of diseases or disorders or syndromes or illnesses, and he hasn't gotten any of that from just eating raw eggs, and he's been doing it for a few years. So if that's the case, he's stating, since I've been eating raw eggs and raw meat for so long, for so many years, how come I have not gotten any of these illnesses like salmonella and all this stuff? Is he very lucky, or like should he play the lottery based on all this luck?
Well, basically humans are quite capable of digesting raw food. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. You have a higher incidence of getting some sort of a disease from it, from unpasteurized milk and raw eggs and things like that. Doesn't mean you're going to get it though. You just have a higher, percentage of it.
Okay.
More of a population thing.
Okay.
Yeah, because like if you're like Indo-European or have any European ancestry, that's been in our DNA for a long time, capable of eating. Like Mongolians have a very closeness to Indo-European DNA, and their digestive system is able to digest raw milk and eggs and eat meat, stuff like that. So, and plus, you said when you started this, you kind of started this like kind of little by little. And so, you prepared your body for, like, I did the same thing with my cats too. I got them away from like cat food, and I started feeding them like raw chicken, raw pieces of like, red meat. And they went from like, missing patches of fur to like, they got bigger, they got more, a little aggressive here. You had to bite the fucker's ears to show who's dominant, but, but they were a lot healthier and more playful than usual. Like I have a cat right now. She doesn't eat that much wet food. She mostly eats dry food, but we wanted to put her back on raw meat. She's about like almost 30 years. So she's still playful.
A 30-year-old cat?
Yep. 30-year-old cat. Yeah, about 30 years old, yeah. Based on the time we adopted her, yeah.
That is impressive.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, she has she had this like one patch of hair that was missing. We took her to the vet. Even the vet says like, nah, she got like an itchiness over there, so she overlooked herself. But yeah, she's healthy. So they checked her dating, like, no fucking way. We were both shocked. We were talking about this, like, there's no fucking way this cat that old. Yeah, remember you were this old and when you got him in school? Yeah. You're not in school anymore. Like, holy shit, that is right. So,
that's pretty impressive for a cat. They normally live about 14, 15 years, I thought.
Yeah, but that cat's fucking 30. So she grandma. She still has her teeth. Like the black one that we have a black cat. She eats every fucking thing. She shits. She vomits horribly. She's overweight. She's missing a tooth, and she's still healthy. But compared to the other one, the girl has all her teeth. So yeah,
I've got a couple of those. They're pretty healthy. One's a house cat. One's an indoor-outdoor cat. He keeps bringing back fleas. We had to deal with that.
Yeah, that I hate when they do that too.
I just couldn't get rid of them. We tried collars and we tried the stuff between their shoulder blades. Finally, ended up giving him some pills. Now he's feeling a little better.
No, that's
He's
fucking
cool.
good.
He's a cool cat. He's got those big old tomcat jowls, and he used to rule a roost around the neighborhood here. Then we got him fixed, and he hates us now.
It's like, oh, every time I see my old flings, I can't, I can't fuck her because I don't have the fucking nats for it anymore. It's like,
we had a couple of things that were interesting with him. We had a GPS on him, and he took over 90,000 steps a day on average. And he would go up and down each street. He'd go across the lake, and he'd go up and down each street over there, and then he'd go back across the lake again and come home. He was gone 5 hours twice a day.
that is crazy.
He had a camera on him too, which was kind of fun because, man, he goes amazing where cats go and what they do.
Like, I try not to I absolutely don't let my cats out. But it's like I completely like, you let you guys out, like where do you guys live in, like Midwest or like a rural area or something?
Yeah. I'm in a small town.
Oh, okay, that's understandable. Like I live in the city, so
Oh yeah, yeah, it's
yeah.
different.
We got like, I live in like
No,
the
he's
East Coast area.
He's a big old orange country cat. So
And like you're not worried about any other animals, kind of like
he's a 15-pound cat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if he was 2 or 3 times the size that he is right now, I'd be a little worried about him. He's a scrapper. I've seen him get in a fight or two, and he always comes out on top.
Yeah, because
I'm definitely a big advocate for letting your domesticated pets run, wild and free. But here in Australia, we do have a bit of a problem with feral cats, and their impact on the native fauna. So there is that,
Well, they say cats are killing machines, but I actually had a camera on him for a while, and he's not really into just killing stuff.
Okay.
My biggest concern was that the eagles would get him.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
We've got a
Birds
couple
are
of
great.
bald eagles that live out here on the lake, and he liked to cross the ice right underneath their nest. I always thought that was a bad idea, especially an orange cat on white ice.
Hmm.
But he
perhaps
learned how to use the bridge.
I see.
Yeah,
Perhaps it's
thankfully
a
didn't.
misconception on my part, but a lot of the literature that I've read here on feral cats and just letting your cats run wild is that they do have an impact on the native fauna. So that's why my cat is an indoor cat.
Yeah, no, I've seen the same stuff, but I also have the video on him.
Mm-hmm.
So that was one of the things I was actually paying attention to, as to whether or not he was doing that. I saw him kill and eat one mouse once,
Oh, okay.
but that was a mouse.
Yeah.
But
If
isn't
anything-
Australia dealing with a mouse problem?
No, the field mouse.
Australia is dealing with a what we call a cane toad problem, which I think you guys call them bullfrogs, perhaps.
Yeah.
Bufo marinus, marine
Yeah.
toads. Yeah, they got a
Yeah,
big
they-
ass poison gland by their ears.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
what
there's
the words would be.
there's a big problem here, especially in Queensland where I reside. Their populations have exploded because there isn't much that can sort of deal with them, that can ingest them. There isn't anything really at all. So they're especially at this time of the year in summer, they're everywhere outside, and you just have to
Let them fight it out with the
be
kangaroos,
vigilant.
the brown snakes, the snee steaks, the
Yeah,
freaking fish,
a brown snake will
sharks with lasers.
Yeah. No, a brown snake will definitely have no chance against a cane toad. There isn't many snakes, like I said, if any. that can deal with the cane toad problem here.
Well, that's what happens when you take an isolated area and introduce something that doesn't have any predators. I understand you have a little issue with, or you used to at least have a little issue with rabbits too.
Yep, big problem with rabbits.
Well, at least rabbits are tasty.
We still do have that issue. They're a lot easier to control, and even you can do that yourself. I've
Send the
done
kids
a lot
out with 22s, man.
Yeah, well, that's what we used to do as kids, and there's also we've got a problem with wild pigs. There's a few animals that.
Yeah, but they're tasty too, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and they're fun to shoot.
Well, they're easy to shoot. They're big.
Yeah, and they come at you, and if you got a 12 gauge in your hand, bang, that's the go.
I used to always hunt with a single shot gun, but I'd actually carried a 45 long Colt with me just for hogs. I'd go out deer hunting, and you never know when you're going to run into, and they come in freaking packs. That's the problem.
Yeah, yep.
At least they can't climb trees.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely.
That's the problem with bears. The black bears will climb the tree after you and faster than you and wait for you at the top. And the grizzlies will just knock the damn tree down.
Yeah, we're sort of fortunate that we don't have any of those sort of large predators here in Australia. It's more the snakes that'll get you. It's
snakes, spiders, sharks, stonefish, sea snakes.
Yep,
dingoes,
jellyfish, box jellyfish.
Yeah,
the dingoes aren't that much of a problem.
Dingoes took my baby.
Yeah. They're actually quite shy from my experience. They'll shy away from you.
They're a little bigger than a chihuahua, aren't they?
They're definitely a lot bigger, but they
are
a
good
shy.
Size critter?
Sorry. Yeah, well, they're probably about the same size as a let's say maybe a Labrador.
That's a pretty big dog too.
Yeah, like slightly, obviously leaner than a Labrador, but about the same sort of length and height.
Used to be a place called Big Lake, Alaska. Well, it still is a place, of course. It's near Anchorage.
Okay.
And it's just a big old flat lake, and people take their snow machines out there during the winter, and they also take their dogs out to run. Mm-hmm. They had this freaking wolf come out of the woods there once and start playing with the dogs. And there's pictures of it. You look at these freaking shepherds and Labradors, and the wolf's at least twice their size.
Yeah, it would be. Absolutely.
Those things. I saw one once. They're freaking huge, and they have no fucks to give.
Yeah, the wolves over here in America are getting bigger too.
Yeah, I mean, I ran into this guy out by the Seney Straits up in the UP, and he was walking down the middle of the road like he owned it, and he had no fucks to give. He didn't care if I was coming by him or not. He just kept walking where he was walking, didn't even speed up.
Damn.
Oh, yeah. Like, we have super packs now, almost more than 100 plus wolves. Wolves getting about the size of horses. There's even videos I remember they were showing where this dog was running up to this black wolf, and they came out of the tree line, and definitely almost the size of a fucking horse. That's some crazy shit.
Yeah, they're big critters.
But that goes with my other theory, though. That's like the animals are starting to show they're getting bigger and bigger. Like I remember the ones in Canada was talking about grizzly bears. This cross between polar and grizzly bears and shit like that. And they said they shot this monstrous fucking bear. Even had to get a little fucking heavy duty machine to pick it up. They tested DNA. It's not a fucking grizzly bear. It's not a mixture of the two. It's just a grizzly bear getting abnormally huge. And then they're like, all right, maybe that's an abnormality. And then later on, at the end of 2022, multiple hunters reported from Canada, Alaska, and a few places in the northern area, like they've shot about 20 or 30 of these monstrous fucking things. You know, the fucking paw print alone is about the size and a half of a man's chest. You know, that's some fucking monsters.
Yeah, that's a big bear.
Yeah, I'm in belief that animals are just getting back to being larger now.
Well, the other thing too is there's ample food for them. I mean, that's an issue that we run into here. Is a deer never has to roam more than 3 or 4 miles from where it's born, and there's more food than it can ever eat in its life.
True.
Because we've got all the fields up here and everything.
Yeah, but like, here's a question: do you believe in dinosaurs are real, or?
Yeah. Why wouldn't? Why would you?
Yeah, I don't believe in dinosaurs are real.
Oh,
but
okay.
yeah, because I'm more of a, based on some of the research and stuff like that, I think at one point in time animals were huge because of another element like ether or something like that, something that made them abnormally huge at the time. And when ether was removed out of the earth, they got small. But now we're seeing more cases of these things getting bigger, and a lot of scientists can't really explain it, especially some of these biologists. All I could presume is a theory, and I'm fundamentally saying that I'll change my mind if there's more concrete evidence. But as far as it knows, it looks like maybe the reason why these creatures are getting so abnormally huge, even the sloth, the three-toed sloth, they found reports and cases. Even a zoo guy was able to catch one that was twice its normal size. So
you said you're open-minded to some new theories.
Yeah, theories. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the ether still exists. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
Quantum foam. But also look at quantum foam. Look at Rupert Sheldrake. He's got some pretty interesting theories on life and the fields around it.
Oh, what's his name?
Dr. Rupert Sheldrake.
Rupert Sheldrake. Oh, I think I found him. Rupert.
Yeah, go to his website and just read like a few abstracts of a few of his theories.
Okay, I'll take a look at it. I found his YouTube right now.
Just remember, having a theory doesn't make it true.
Yeah, that's the point. Like that's why I'm in that theory, because unlike unlike some of these evolutionists, they play it around as it's a fact until you start cornering in their own goalposts, and you're like, dude, just say you don't know. Just say you don't know. It makes you more like human. Like
just like the theory of gravity, right?
Yeah, that's my thing. It's like, you know how many times like when someone's telling me about dinosaurs being real, and then you go like, all right, if you really want to get in this argument, like how many of you guys made like scams after scams, like a whole ass animal out of a tooth? Like, what did the people call dinosaurs during the 1800s? And they're like, oh, they called them like some dragons, monsters. Yeah, that's what it is. And then you came around, these two scientists, and you pretty much pushed this whole new ideology, and now everyone keeps thinking they're dinosaurs. Like, how many Spinosaurus revisions are we gonna go through before the year is up? You know,
As many as it takes.
Yeah, that's the thing, and you find out when you look at the two guys that are fucking going at it because they don't like each other. it's like oh yeah, because the bones are like this, and like no man, it's because you don't like him, don't you? Yeah, he's a fucking idiot. Okay, so it's clearly whatever idea he has and whatever idea you have, it's just not gonna sit. All right, fine. But yeah, I'm like I said, and my favorite part, the fish that supposedly walked on the beach that started it all. And like it's a 400 million years old fish. You know, evolution takes millions of years. Then they find the exact same species of fish. It's like it's like if the gods or nature itself is playing a joke. They find the fish at a lake.
Yeah, but fish walking on the beach is just as crazy and lunacy as man walking on the moon.
Yeah, but here's the funny thing: they find the fish.
But fish do walk, though. There is such a thing as a walking catfish. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know. There's a walking catfish. There's a whole bunch of snake catfishes. But here's the funny thing: they were talking about this particular fish, and scientists says, yes, we found this fish. Yes, it was this particular fish has not changed for 400 million years, and everyone's like, so why didn't it? Like you have 400 million years? Yeah, and they're like, oh yeah, it was in a perfect environment. You're telling me for 400 million years with the meteor and everything, this was a perfect environment? Yeah. Then they find that other fish in a different environment. So I'm like, so how come that didn't change?
So they found a fish in an environment that was perfect.
So they're stating
And
it's
then
perfect.
they found another fish in another environment that was perfect. And the
that's
fish,
not.
do the
It's
fish
not
know
perfect.
each other?
Well, the thing is, it has access to the ocean, right? So look, their first statement was that it was a perfect closed environment that probably was not touched. This is what they said, probably. Then geologists went out there and tested the sedimentary, and clearly this entire area has dynamically changed multiple fucking times. So this wasn't a place that has never been touched. Like, this was like a shield bubble for 400 million years, no meteor, no,
So they
cosmic,
had to
whatever.
throw that theory out and try and come up with a different one, right?
Yeah, but they kept trying to do that, but then when someone pushed the goalpost against them, they went like, yeah, but only species that don't evolve such huge drastically would have to be in a perfect environment. Well, we just stumped you on that one. Can we move on to the next one? And then instead of just saying I don't know, that's what I was trying to say. Like I don't know, they still stuck their head up their asses and kept saying, no, it has to be something. Evolution, you can have same species and not be
I don't know
unhindered and
doesn't
altered.
mean I'm not going to try and figure it out, though.
Yeah, that's my point. Saying, yeah, you can say you're gonna figure it out. That's not a problem. But having a smart ass to go like, yeah, I'm not gonna say like I don't know, but you're clearly the shit that you're saying, you're making no sense. Just say you're researching it. Just go out and about, say you're researching it, and call it a day. That evolution is funny. That's it. Evolution is a theory. It's not a fact.
And you're saying they didn't do that.
No, they didn't.
On this unnamed fish in an unknown perfect environment with unknown paleontologists. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, no, like I was looking at the study. Yeah, it's like I know it's like I have to go through my fucking archives to find the source, but when I read it, I was like, yeah, this is nonsensical. It's like I said, the way you were describing talking. If a person like you went out there and looking at it, yeah, I'm investigating it. Well, I don't know. I'm just gonna give you theories and presumption, but until I figure this shit out, I don't know. Like I'm still researching. That's more credible than some egghead coming out there with a PhD degree, giving me this nonsense after nonsense after It's like, all right, man, you're not believable. Maybe get some social skills.
I've got a doctorate too, right?
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, I wouldn't even know that.
A doctor in philosophy?
No.
Is that what you got?
No, I've got a doctorate in medicine.
Medicine? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, that's a PhD, right?
Well, it's a doctorate. It's not a PhD. It's another degree, but it's the same. It's the equivalent. I've got a bachelor's and I've got a doctorate, and I think I may get a master's just for shits and giggles.
Oh, all right. Well, congrats. But like I said, I like a lot of
get a
doctors.
master's in astrophysics. I'm going to go back to school when my son gets out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but with a lot of doctors and scientists now, it's like that's a lot of upheaving ever since the end of the coup. It's gonna be a lot of that name change. Too many doctors got too many people killed.
I'm just going to get a bunch of new initials.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
Shit, go around and call yourselves apothecaries.
That's a pharmacist.
Oh, well, they're breaking down to different things then. Medicine man, then.
No, I know an apothecary. They're not a pharmacist. They're herb gatherers, oil makers. They often use like
or an
distilleries
alchemist.
And, yeah.
You can call yourself an alchemist.
Yeah.
Could be an alchemist. That would be cool.
Yeah, that sounds way better than fucking doctor. Especially after all the doctors like perpetuated this fucking scam. Yeah.
What scam?
The coof, the vax. Wait, are you believe the jab is effective?
Well,
I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm not trying to be a dick.
He was probably smart enough to read the contract that came with the insert.
What contract?
And once he what the insert that they give you.
What
with
contract do you think that came with the vaccine?
Don't you have to sign to get a medical condition thing, like to
also understand that
I'll
it's late where
probably
you
tomorrow.
are.
Hi, everyone, and greetings from Northern Michigan. This is Bob the Science Guy. All right,
All right,
so
yeah, no
got the
worries.
link right here.
We can do that tomorrow if you like.
Yep. I didn't
Yeah,
realize
man.
you were in Australia, so I got to change.
No, that's
I got
fair
to
enough.
change my time schedule for you. But
Not a problem.
there's the first episode. Now, the bottom line is in science denial, characteristic number 3 is promotion of fake experts over real ones. You're listening to fake experts.
Jesus Christ.
Come listen to actual real experts. You've got a physician and a molecular biologist that specializes in mRNA.
Hold on. Time out. Like, I really want to give you the benefit of doubt and respect. Like, like you said you had a doctorate, about to go get a master's just for kicks and giggles, and I can respect that. But like, it's funny. But before, like, you're already like this, but I'll just use the code languages. Did you get like the dab?
No, I did not.
Yeah. So, like, and you and I I live in a highly condensed city. Like, I've not died. Yeah. My family hasn't got it. None of that stuff. So,
Likewise.
But shit, I was gonna tell him, like, the military even are no longer mandating it. So yeah, but
yeah, I knew how that was going to go. I had a bit of foresight with that, but that's all right.
yeah, I know I had to
So-
ask because like some people, like I've said, some people are stuck in their ways. Like the same way, like, if that's the case, right, with all his knowledge, like Dave even says, if you gotten dabbed, you can't give blood at the blood bank. I wonder why. Even the blood bank was answering that in Twitter, like, yeah, we can't do that. No. Well, why can't we give blood?
Yeah.
You know, and that's that funny thing. It became that meme, mud blood, pure blood. And then when you look at the dab's blood, it's mud. It looks very muddy.
And to further that point, I've also never been I've never contracted the C.
Yeah. You never got it.
Never,
Hey, if you want to call it cool,
whatever, yeah, whatever it
let's
is.
call it. Yeah, just call it
Whatever
a
you
cool.
wanna call it. Yeah. I mean, perhaps again, is that just sheer luck? I definitely don't isolate myself. In fact, on a day-to-day basis, I come into contact with a lot of new people, given my line of work. But yeah, again, perhaps it's luck. I don't know, or you know.
That's why when people were like, when he was going about the whole 2.7% mortality rate, like, okay, that's understandable. If you're taking a large mass amount of people, right? 2.7 is still less than fucking 5% of the population. It's you're gonna have, like, say for instance, like if I look up the death rate for cars in the United States, more than 46,000 people die in car crashes each year. About 12.4 deaths per 100,000 inhabitants. That's a pretty high number. So should we, like, all of a sudden, like, ban cars and vehicles in general to because based on how the government and medicine and science went about it, they went like, well, to solve the problem, people should stay home. And the funny thing is, they're doing that shit in Britain. They're calling it climate lockdowns.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah, the 15-minute cities.
You can't go that far. You need permissions. What happens if you drive too far or you come out of curfew? It's all Orwellian, right? So that's why when people are going about saying, "Oh, the people who didn't get the shot, fuck you," I hope you die and stuff. And then you got the same doctors coming out there and saying, "I would like to apologize for being a little too militant. I just was very passionate against, trying to stop the thing." And again, if someone told you, "Hey, if you jump out of this airplane skydiving and you have a 98% survival rate, or let's just say 97.6% survival rate," that's a pretty good odd compared to, like, even if someone tries to trick you and say, "No, it's people who skydive, there's a 2.7% mortality rate." 2% out of 100. You're talking about 97.6? Yeah, I can skydive. That sounds more survivable than saying 50-50. Like, oh, I have a 50-50 chance of, like, dying if I skydive. That's crazy odds. I don't want to do that. Or 46 out of 100. But that's how they try to trick you with this shit. Like, oh, it's 2.7. 2.7 what, of the general population of America? Or the whole world, the first world countries? Because if that's pretty small. And then when you talk about, like, oh, they were inflating the numbers. Like, there are doctors and nurses coming out saying, I was told and I was seeing them mark people who've died from vehicular car crashes, accidents, you name it, as a koof death. And you tell yourself, wow, so all these doctors and all these nurses are working on a grand conspiracy. What about the morticians pulling up these fucking 4-foot clots that Lily says, even doctors and nurses were talking about, telling the mortician at the hospital, we just gave that person the shot, and next they died. It's like that, they died. It's like, yeah, that's crazy. It's like, no, believe in the science bullshit. And that's the thing. Like, he might go after these points and he has his own narrative propaganda, but there's a reason why the DOD told the military that no more mandates. That the Supreme Court justice in New York City, as well as other places, even stated that the jab mandates were unconstitutional. Shit, I'm not sure if you saw this in Australia, that there were videos of parents going to hospitals and the cops removing children out of their own hands to give the shots, to the kids because of mandates. And then the Australian, whatever the fuck that Australian cunt's name, that's their prime minister, goes after forcing mandates, preventing people from working, unable to get a job and feed. They were going and sending inspectors to construction sites to see if they had their COOF cards, and then saying at the very end of the shit, I did my research, Yes, I know about the side effects, but everyone had a choice. That's a smack in the
Indeed.
face. That is a smack in the face. Like, what choice? Either I go to the store and eat, or I die. What choice?
Mm.
And that's what he's trying to say. Like, oh no, everyone has a choice. That's just dumb. That's dumb. That's why, like, this kind of like, the stupidity of believe the science. It's like, oh, and he was saying anti-vaxxer. He was using the very same language, that you hear a lot of people use to label and demonize individuals that don't agree with their religion. And that's exactly what it is. He's in a religion. But
yeah,
that's how it is, man.
Yeah, that's no. I share the sentiment here. So yeah, but like I said, it's better now to sort of perhaps change the topic
Yeah, change the topic
if
for
we can.
sure.
Yeah, I'm not an advocate for censorship, but we just have to. It is what it is.
Yeah, you're right for sure. You're definitely right for sure.
Yeah, but anyway, it's been a pleasure conversing with you, Mr. Deathbringer. I'm sure we'll
Yeah, likewise.
have the opportunity to go through certain other topics. You seem quite well researched and open minded, and again, yeah, it's been a pleasure. I have to take my leave now, and
All right, man. Same here. I'm gonna go watch some anime and go get something to eat.
all right, no worries, man.
All right, man. You take care then. It's been nice. See you later.
Likewise. See you later, man.
Yo, how we doing? Yo, how the fuck can something be horizontal and not flat? I would assume it would have to be flat. It's horizontal. It doesn't bend. And Barrel Rider, when you said the other day that the Lorentz contraction is not for people going by you, it's your speed. I don't know if that's true, my man. Everyone was arguing like if it goes by you, it's just an apparent thing because it's not an actual contraction. The motion's all relative, anyways. I could just as easily say, if you're in a rocket ship going by with relativity, that the rocket ship is just sitting there, and Earth is the one. The rocket ship's going by us at a million miles an hour, but you could just say the rocket ship is still, and Earth is moving a million miles an hour. So it's just an apparent thing, like Coriolis or something. It's a visual effect that we don't even know if it happens. They've never measured it by Xanix's own words. Well, indirectly at Slack, whatever the fuck that means. I didn't go down that road with him yet. Or they say the nuance, I guess. Or no, nuance is time dilation. I don't think that's Lorentz contraction. You can tell me you could say they're related though, even though we don't even know if the other thing even happens. But that's what Zanuck did. But they're related, but we don't even know if the other thing happens. Well, he thinks it does. There's a huge difference between knowing something and thinking you know something. Like you might think you know something, but you might actually just not know the wrong thing. You know what I mean? Like right now, I know my wife's not cheating on me. What if she is though, and I know the wrong thing? I don't know. And where'd you go, kiddo? Oh, you're in your little bed down there? Are you trying to go back to sleep in your little bed? Come on, we gotta get up. We gotta get up. Come on, kiddo. Come on, kiddo. Come on, kiddo. We gotta get up. Time to rock and roll. Time Yeah, I looked at my phone. I was like, "Oh shit, am I hot micing? Good looking, Gio." Almost went over to bed just now. It ain't even worth it though. I don't know why heads keep saying horizontal is not flat. SE keeps saying it too. If you look up the definition for flat, though, it usually in one of the terms it'll usually say horizontal in the definition of flat. Maybe Euclid didn't said it wasn't flat. I don't know. Yo, what suffers a greater force of air resistance? A hammer or a feather? It's actually the hammer. It's not a very. You'd think the feather. Austin told me. Bus is here, kiddo. The bus is here. Come here. It's okay. It's okay. Come on. Come on. Look at this. I know. Simba's gonna be okay. Simba's gonna be okay. That's right. I promise. All right. Morning. Oh, yeah.